There comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Emobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Oba Tope!
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukbonwa Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
for joining us on this week's edition of the program Icons on Independent Television. Icons is a program specially designed to showcase individuals, personalities who have made giant strides in our society in a very unique and special way. So you can learn from their stories, learn from their journeys, and imbibe some of the values, the culture, and the style of leadership that has defined their personality over the years. And bringing those values to bear in your life will definitely change your story. I'm Sonny Duke Okosun. It's always a delight to bring you this program every other week. In today's program, we have a generational prophet, a pastor of pastors, a teacher of teachers, a minister of the gospel with outstanding impact, an educationist par excellence, a spiritual leader who has continued to impact this generation, and I dare say even generations unborn. We're privileged to have in our midst as our guest for this week on the program Icons, the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church, former National President of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, the one and only Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode. It's a pleasure to have you on the program Icons, sir.
Thank you, Sonny. It's my privilege, and I thank you for counting me worthy to be part of this program.
Fantastic. I'm very honored to be interviewing you because I know as a child I watched you on television ministering. I watched you in crusades and several other opportunities that I had, and I'm grateful to God I have the privilege to be interviewing you on a day like this. Share with us, what was it like growing up, looking at the heights that you've attained globally, the impact that you're making globally, ministry-wise. One would believe that you were born with a diamond spoon, or at least a golden spoon, or even a silver spoon. What was it like growing up?
Well, I can't tell you there was no spoon when I wore a wooden spoon. So it's a very typical rural setup, and a family that was barely making it. So all we knew was the house, the farm, the river. So Obanosa, which was then called Owa, was a very rural community, and I grew up the third of 15 children. That was life, what it was, and I didn't have the privilege of going to school. I grew up, many of my mates were, those who could afford it were in school, but my parents couldn't afford to send me to school until the government of then, Chief of Bafemi Awolowo, proclaimed free education for all children. It was then I went to the primary school in Obadosa. That was the beginning of my educational journey.
Fantastic. At what point did you move to Benin, and when you got to Benin, what were those activities that you got to serve involved in, before venturing into ministry, as it were?
Well, I came into Benin City. I was sick, but I had the burden of having myself educated. I went to the St. Patrick's Secondary Modern School, where St. Paul Catholic Church is now.
Okay.
It was all struggles. I was telling our students yesterday, I sold newspapers in this town to sustain.
So you were a newspaper vendor?
Yes, yes, oh yes. To sustain my educational aspiration. So that was what it was like.
At what point did you come to the conclusion that ministry was a calling? It was something that you would do for the rest of your life?
Well, first I pursued my aspiration in the field of engineering. When I finished from the secondary modern school, I went to Electrotechnical College, which is now Federal College of Education, Technica in Asaba. That was the year the Civil War broke out. So that made us to return back. Then I went to the Government Trade Center. It was almost struggles. I finished my City and Gas of London certificate in electrical installation. Then I continued pursuing my education in engineering. I worked. I left the Ministry of Works as a higher technical officer before I traveled abroad for that theological training. But in 1972, I turned my life over to Christ in a crusade organized by the late Archbishop Vincent Idahosa. It was almost immediately, as at that time we were told, you will be not discipled, and you begin to also tell others. So it was later that year, I attended the local Bible school, which is now All Nation, almost immediately. And the work of ministry started on part-time. So it was when we built the Miracle Center, the church built the Miracle Center, then everybody was moving to the new auditorium. But the late Archbishop asked me to stay over in Iyaro to continue to pastor the place. That was where actually my pastoral work started.
So you were more or less like the first bishop of Church of God Mission Iyaro, so to speak.
I wouldn't call it bishop because at that time, of course, there were no bishopric. The late Archbishop, I was there when he became an Archbishop. So, but he trusted me to be the station pastor in Iyaro, and became a district superintendent of the area, including up to Ondo State. So it was a privilege for me.
Within those years you were in Church of God Mission with the Archbishop,
Yes.
what were those values, those qualities, characteristics that you got, and how did that influence you into starting your own ministry and being able to sustain the ministry since, I believe, 1988
Yes.
onward?
Well, you will never blame the Archbishop for not teaching you the Bible. You will blame him for teaching you too much. Because you can't go to his service and hear stories. his Bible. I had that privilege to be raised on a solid foundation. And, it has kept me over the years. In those days, you don't go into ministry for what you will get. I was pastoring in Yaro. I was still working in Ministry of Works. And it was just my joy to serve. I never had a thought that a day like this will come. So I see it today as preparation stages of my life. And I will forever be grateful to God for the solid foundation that I had. I have, like you know, traveled quite far and wide, and I've held several positions, leadership positions. But that foundation is what is keeping me. And I have remained focused on Him who called me.
Fantastic. If you just joined us, the program is Icons. Our guest today is Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode, the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church, one-time National President of the Pentecostal Fellowship of Nigeria, sharing with us the thoughts about life, his journey of life, and the values, strategies that have impacted and influenced his personality today. Is quite inspiring, very motivational, and I'm sure you're learning one or two things from this conversation to add value to your life. We'll take a short break. The program will be back in just a moment. Please stay. Many thanks again for rejoining us on the program Icons. Our guest is Reverend Dr. Felix Omobode. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us this honor and privilege to have this interaction with you. In 1998, you founded Gospel Light International Ministry, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church. How did that come about? Did you hear God? Or like some say, there are two categories of church leaders today: those whom God called and those that called God.
Yes. Well, I don't really want to take you into the circumstances that surrounded my life at that time. In all honesty, if anyone had told me that I would leave Church of God Mission, I would never have believed. I had good relationship with the leader, the leadership. I rose to the highest ruling body, the National Executive Council of the church. I was trusted to handle very sensitive areas of ministry. But you know, there was this storm that came. Like as I said, I don't want to really go into it, but it pushed me to a place of prayer. When it looks around at all that I thought I had was collapsing. So I know I spent quite some days in prayer, broken spiritually, cried to God the situation I found myself. But then it was the 7th night of that my prayer exercise. I heard God speak to me. If you are around me, I'm not like those who say God say you go to toilet, God say you should clean up. But I tell you, Duke, God spoke to me. And what he told me was to unconditionally forgive all I perceived hurt me. And that he was going to use me to start a new work. He put a lighted candle in my hand, telling you the real thing, and asked me to go light others. So that's where the gospel light came up. We started in my sitting room. I had no money, I had nothing. About 12 people gathered with me in my sitting room. The next Sunday after it, we went to Naifor to cut palm leaves, palm tree, and build a bamboo shade behind my house for a service.
Where was your house at this time?
At Webo Street, behind Texami Road. So that was my first house. I bought that land with Udoji. If you were I
heard about the Udoji award.
So, but anyway, that was how we started. And miraculously, God provided a place for me. Well, we were only in the bamboo shade for one Sunday.
Wow.
The next Sunday, I found a hotel room in Edre, the former Edre Hotel along TV Road. That was how the journey started. It has been one level of growth to another. We spent less than a year or so in Edre Hotel. Then God provided a warehouse in Muselu, where we renovated, and it just started growing. We ran 2 services there before we moved down here.
Wow. That was really fast. And it really showed that it was God that called you and wasn't you that called him.
Well, we laid the foundation of the church here.
Yes.
I think 2 of our elders left the church. They told me it was over ambitious because it was too big, and the burden of how we're going to build
raise the money and build.
So the idea was build some 4 corners, something, and so this is a place now that has become too small. Where we have a convention center, yes. So the growth is continuing.
Interesting. Let's talk about ministry of yesteryears, yes, compared to what we have today. There are those who would believe that perhaps ministers of the gospel of yesteryears didn't really imbibe the right values and virtues in the subsequent ministers. So that transformation, that transition wasn't proper, and that's why we're where we are today. What's your take on the church yesterday, today, and the future against the background of some of the clear-cut realities that we see in ministry today from pastors, men of God, and all of that?
Well, in all honesty, I wouldn't absorb my generation from blame. It bothers me at times whether we have been able to impart the total truth to the upcoming generation. At the time that some of us came into ministry, the church was impoverished, very, very impoverished. I remember when my pastor then, the later bishop, bought a 504 station wagon. I mean, the press all over this country spoke against him that, you know, how can a pastor ride such kind of, you know,
Expensive car.
you know. So he was a very strong man. He could stand firm on what he believed. So he began to teach. We began to realize that you can serve God, go to heaven, and still be relevant here on earth. That's what the Bible teaches. So the God who saves our soul doesn't say we should suffer, live in abject poverty here until we get to heaven. So that discovery brought what they now call the prosperity gospel. I think the inability to manage, strike a balance is where our problem is. I'm worried. We ran into a problem. I led the Pentecostal church in this country for 8 years. It was a great honor for me. But the Pentecostal church in Nigeria is a kingdom with many kings. So for me, I mean, there are several colleges of bishop, whatever title you think of, we have them. So at times control or passing instructions are difficult. I mean, how can me, a pastor, now tell our bishop, sit down, don't do this or do this, you know. That's been one of the problems. Then, of course, there are many young people that left the university and they speak good English. You know, they have read the Bible, and most of the time they come out, some of them come out with greater crowd, greater following, and they have more money than you do. So are you going to tell him, call him to order, you know? So these are some of the issues that we have. We read in the book of Judges that Joshua died at the age of 110, and all the elders who outlived Joshua, they served God, and all those generations passed. Then there arose another generation. It is that another generation that is the challenge. They did not know what God did for Israel. We need to let our upcoming generation know our values. Many of them are more educated than some of us. They study Greek and Hebrew and Latin, which we never had opportunity to do. I do know that revelation is progressive, but they also must not forget that even the little we knew helped them. Many of them got saved out of that little message that we had. And I'm concerned, one of the marks by which you know a man that has derailed from God is the spirit of arrogance. And he says in the Torah is one of the marks. God taught me early in life to know that there is nothing that I have that has not been given to me. And the Bible says, when you have done everything you have done, so you should say to yourself that you are an unprofitable servant. You've just done what you ought to do. And I think that has guided me in my journey. That's what I was saying.
Thank you very much, sir. It's been a pleasure talking with you. I know that the thoughts that you shared are things that anyone with the right senses imbibes and takes advantage of. Will definitely have profound impact in such a person's life. Thank you very much, sir, for your time.
Thank you.
And once again, happy birthday to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, that's been a program for today on Icons. And guest has been the General Superintendent of Gospel Light International Ministries, also known as New Covenant Gospel Church. The journey, quite an interesting one, starting out life with being a newspaper vendor. I'm sure at that time you never imagined what it will be today. The same for you. That's a story that should motivate you, inspire you to look at the brighter side of life, irrespective of where you are today and how things are with you. Until I come your way same time next week on Icons, I'm Sonny Duke Okosun, thanking you for staying with us. Have a lovely day ahead. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
It's an exciting Wednesday morning. We are here once again to unravel to you what we have in store for you this beautiful morning on ITV. I am Wilson Marshall. Well, I'm not alone. I have my colleague here with me, Anu Oluwapo Stevens. I like your smile this morning, Anu.
Well, it's a smile that has a lot of meaning on there, but good morning,
yeah,
Wilson.
Good morning. It's like, positive meanings,
Yes, of course.
Maybe something landed in your bank account.
Oh, my goodness.
That literally can make a lady smile the way you are smiling.
Right. I know that feeling. But anyway, it's good to be here and also good to be with you on this table this morning.
All right, in our Lagos Legal Center, we have Mercelina Onkwo. Mercy, how are you doing this beautiful Wednesday morning?
I'm beautiful. I'm good. Thank you so much, Wilson. Good morning to you. Good morning, Anu. Oluwapo Stevens. It's a beautiful day here. It's a beautiful Wednesday morning, and we're grateful to be alive. Trust you're good.
Yes, I'm good, Mercy. I love the way you said I'm beautiful, I'm good. Both ladies smiling. Something might have happened last night. Should be connected to your bank accounts. That's the reason why the smiles and all that. Well, like I said, if you can't see what Mr. President is doing, maybe, just maybe, you need a pair of glasses to see what the man is doing. That's sort of a trend right now on the social media. You get to see Mr. President with some pairs of glasses, saying Nigerians that are saying that they cannot see my work, they can't feel the impact. I think you need this to really scrutinize the economy, to really scrutinize, you know, so many wonderful things that this administration they've done for this beautiful country. And are you with one of those glasses?
Well, interestingly, we're all putting on glasses right there in Lagos and also here in Benin. So it seems we're taking a great deal from what our president said. I think it was on Monday. And he made that comment in Abuja, where he had a meeting with the Renewed Hope ambassadors, if I'm to put it that way, where he said opposition parties and, you know, some Nigerians are saying they're not seeing any of the good dividend of his administration, and told them to have the glasses on. Well, while some persons felt it was a bit shady, there are those who actually would say, okay, maybe we should actually have another glimpse of how this administration has fared so far in terms of the economy, agriculture, and, you know, electricity as well, which is also another conversation that a lot of Nigerians at this point do not want to hear.
Well, maybe you should put on one of those glasses you recommended, you know, to see. You are not seeing clearly yet. Miss Selina, are you one of those glasses recommended for you to see what this administration has been doing? Mercy.
You can see that I have my glasses on, so maybe when we, you know, we all have our glasses on, maybe then we'll see what the president is talking about, because I mean, we are in Nigeria and we're seeing everything that has been happening. Is what is said, is it really what the people are saying? You know, Nigerians kept complaining about a particular situation over and over and over again. Is there a solution to that problem? So let's just hope that the president, you know, what he came out to say that, oh, Nigerians, you're not seeing what I'm doing. You're not seeing what I'm doing. And Nigerians, are we really seeing what the president is doing? That's the question. Are we really seeing the works? You know, now that, especially now that 2027 election is just by the corner, it would come out to say these things. And the question is, are we seeing what the president is doing? We're in this country and we know what's happening in terms of insecurity and all.
Yeah. All right. I just believe that it's like we need those glasses, really. Highly recommended for us to really see. We need to see.
The Renewed Hope glasses.
Renewed Hope glasses. Anyway, for the Benin studio, we'll be having the discussion about what is happening right now, pegging as person of interest for the APC, for the presidential aspirant, right? 100,000 baht, a million baht rather, 100 million naira, and of course for the governorship you have 50 million. I keep saying thousand. I was thinking let's be got thousand, but it's in the millions. And how come you get to see the ruling party being the party that set the mark, so to speak? Yes, so to speak, for other parties to really, like, you know, follow suit. 100 million.
It's a lot, really. And I don't think it's just the ruling party, because I also did hear another party, not sure which it is right now, the Accord Party. And then when you hear the monies, it's not in the 1,000, it's not in the 100, it's in the millions. And how many average persons can even afford it? It actually begs the question and sparks conversation regarding how expensive it is to run politics in Nigeria. And then for some persons, you now wonder why, when these persons get into power, all you want to do is to ensure that you are able to get whatever it is that you can get. Because when you spend that kind of amount on just the nomination form, now mind you, we also have campaign, you also need to sort out delegates, and you also need to do some certain things before the deal day. So running politics in Nigeria is pretty expensive. How many persons can afford it? And then every single time we have the conversation about youth joining politics, how many Nigerian youth can afford 100 million naira, 50 million naira to run for an office? But then again, on a second thought, some of these political appointees, they don't necessarily use their monies to purchase this farm. So they have like a group of friends who would say, I'm going to give you this certain amount of money, I'm going to give you this, and that's how it's all, accumulates to be able to purchase the farm. But then again, running election, running, political space in Nigeria is pretty expensive, and it's a conversation that we really should have.
And of course, our analysts, they're going to throw more light on that, because 100 million naira for presidency, 50 million naira governorship, you have 30, and of course, you now have the list, so to speak, right now, the states, houses of assembly, 6 million. I mean, but there was like, an adjustment for the youths and women. 50%, so to speak. I mean, that is like, okay, fine. Give them a tap on the back, they try. But half of 100 is 50. Half of 50 is 25, and it just goes on and on. Like what you rightly opined. How many youths can really afford this? Are you saying the youths are the leaders of what? Tomorrow.
I wonder when that tomorrow will come, because I have been hearing that since I was when? KG3 or KG1, and we're still hearing it.
Still hearing it. Anyway, Mercy, let's get to hear from you what we should be expecting today from the Lagos studio.
All right, from Lagos, we would still be looking at insecurity, insecurity in concern, insecurity in focus, rising kidnappings in Nigerian concerned for stability. I mean, we've been seeing, we've been waking up to different stories every day. We saw the video of Obas that was shot, and passengers told stories every day. You're traveling on the highway, you're being kidnapped, students are being kidnapped. I mean, we kept talking about insecurity by the day. I would say I'm tired of talking about insecurity, but it's kept happening. Some persons were even saying on all over social media that this money that these terrorists, they're requesting for, or you hear them requesting for 50 million, 60 million. What are they even doing with the money? And some persons were like, oh, they're using the money to purchase more weapons and and keep doing what they are doing. I mean, we are just what the people want, what Nigerians want is just a lasting solution to insecurity in the country, and it keeps occurring and occurring every day. When will it stop? I mean, the video we saw on the internet is really disturbing, and now those victims that were kidnapped, they've not even heard from them yet. They shot the drivers and kidnapped the passengers that were actually traveling. So it's really disturbing, and it's something we need to talk about. I mean, like I said earlier, we've been talking about insecurity, but until it ends, we'll keep talking about it. What will be the lasting solution to insecurity in Nigeria? So basically today we're looking at insecurity in Nigeria.
Well, if you take a look at the situation right now, like what she rightly said, we just can't stop talking about it. Today you talk about it, tomorrow you get to see another situation. Yesterday my heart was shattered. The driver eliminated on life according to some persons kidnapped. And what really touched my heart was when some JAMB students, right, they were kidnapped also, but immediately that news broke, so to speak, JAMB denied it. The police, they denied it. All of a sudden, the news resurfaced that it's true. What in the world is happening? It's troublesome. It's quite worrisome. I know it's like traveling from Benin right now to Lagos, or going through some other means to get to your destination. You have to fast. You have to pray. You have to do so many things just to call on the gods of the land to protect or give you a safe journey to your destination.
It's not funny.
It's not.
But I love how you said the gods of the land. That really cracked me up. But then again, I mean, the conversation has come to stay. Insecurity. Aside the insecurity part of the roads, even though right now some persons will say traveling by road seems to be a death trap, the poor state of the road is another major thing. Have you traveled lately using the east-west road, or just the one going down to Delta State? Now that really is a lot. But moving back to to Lagos, the Benin-Lagos Expressway, and what was so happened. It's really a tragic situation. Right now, a lot of persons will have to rethink and have a second thought just before plying the road. We're having this conversation off camera, and then someone said, if I don't have that money to go by air, I am not making that journey. Now, the big question is, how many Nigerians can afford to fly? How many? The other day, Pella was saying civil servants cannot even afford to travel to another country, right? And that's sparked a lot of conversation, but it's the reality. How many Nigerians, how many civil servants can afford to go by air? Now, this is the conversation here, but we pray that the right thing should be done, and also the man who lost his life, may his soul rest in peace. We do not want to see this situation occur every single time. But mind you, this is not even the first time we're having such case happen in that particular access.
Roads,
yes, because we've had the report on TMI Socials with that same place, and just again yesterday we had the same report on TMI Socials. Really a sad one.
Well, it's quite disturbing, and it's time for us to really put this aside for now to make way for our corporate trader. You know that Tano Sakara, calling the astute corporate trader today. I wonder what he has in store for us, but I believe that when you get to listen to him, definitely you're going to pick one or two things, yes, from his own lecture for this morning. So we'll make way for Inagata, after which we'll take a look at the papers from our Lagos studio. Then we'll tee off our first discussion segment for today, which is all about the price tag on nomination cum expression of interest funds. Do stay.
Inuagata no Sahai, East Miami Ebony, and I especially welcome you to this segment of the program. And we have been on our emotional intelligence series, driving workplace effectiveness, team effectiveness, organizational effectiveness with emotional intelligence. And last week I started the 5th component of emotional intelligence, which is social skills. And social skills is your ability to be able to effectively manage relationship towards achieving desired outcome. As a leader, it is very important that in that work environment, in that organization, in that team, in that system, it is very important that you are able to effectively manage relationship in order for you to achieve desired outcome for the team, for the organization, and for that system. Now, social skills is the coming to life of the other 4 components of emotional intelligence. Social skills is the other first 4 components of emotional intelligence coming into physical demonstration. What are the other 4 components of emotional intelligence? Self-awareness, which help you to be aware of how your emotions impact your team. Self-regulation, which help you to stay composed, which help you to maintain your steez, as we say in our environment, even under pressure. Then we have empathy, which help you, to be concerned with what people are going through. It helps you to sense their needs and sense their perspective. Then we have motivation, which help you to be resilient in the pursuit of goals. And this help you to also inspire your team members to be resilient in pursuit of goals. So as a leader, your effectiveness, your leadership role, your leadership responsibility will no longer just be a function of your expertise. You need to also know how to work with people, work through people, work well with people. And that is where social skills come into the conversation. Social skills is a non-negotiable skill that you must have as a leader in your skill sets in order for you to always deliver on leadership expectations. This is very important. And the way we have been handling this series since it started, we have been using case scenario to practically explain the point, explain the concept, so that you have a good grasp of what the concept is all about, and you always be reminded of it in order for you to apply it practically in your organization, as a leader in your team, and in that system where you are working as a leader. Now, the case scenario we are going to use this morning is a very interesting one. It's about the student union government president of a particular federal university exhibiting the emotional intelligence component of social skills. SUG president exhibit emotional intelligence component of social skills. So I'm just going to go through the case scenario and then we'll see what we can glean from it. A newly constructed 300 capacity lecture theater funded by an international NGO was strategically located on the boundary between the Faculty of Management Sciences and the Faculty of Engineering in the Federal University. Shortly after its completion, a dispute arose. The president of the Faculty of Management Sciences students argued that the lecture theater should belong to their faculty since most of their lecture courses required such a facility. On the other hand, the president of the Faculty of Engineering students insisted that the facility was more suited for engineering students due to their technical classes and population size. Tensions escalated quickly. Students from both faculties began to exchange hostile remarks. Social media platforms within the school community amplified the disagreement. There were threats of protest and disruption of academic activities. At this point, the president of the Student Union Government, SUG, stepped in. Now, we are going to see how the president of the Student Union Government of this particular federal university engaged the emotional intelligence component of social skills, and it has, remember I told you that, the emotional intelligence component of social skills is a physical demonstration of the other 4 components of emotional intelligence: self-awareness, self-regulation, motivation, and empathy. Social skills bring them to life. Number one, we are going to look at the first approach that the Student Union Government, president of that particular federal university, first thing he did regarding resolving this dispute. Step 1, self-awareness and self-regulation. The SUG president organized the SUG president recognized the emotional intensity of the situation and acknowledged personal pressure to take sides. However, instead of reacting impulsively, the president deliberately maintained neutrality and composure. During initial interactions, even when both faculty leaders spoke aggressively, the SUG president remained calm, controlled tone and body language, and avoided making premature judgment. Self-awareness and self-regulation playing out. Step 2, empathy and active listening. Rather than imposing a quick decision, the SUG president scheduled separate meetings with both faculty presidents. In each meeting, the president listened attentively without interruption, acknowledging their concerns and frustrations, asked clarifying questions to fully understand their positions. The management sciences president emphasized overcrowded classes and timetable clashes. The engineering president highlighted specialized course needs and increasing students' population. By doing this, both parties felt heard and respected, which reduced their defensiveness. Step 3, effective communication and relationship management. Remember, social skills is your ability as a leader to effectively manage relationship towards achieving desired outcome. And this is what the Student Union Government of this particular federal university exhibited in this case scenario that we are looking at. It's very important you take note of that. Step 3, effective communication and relationship management. After gathering insight, the SUG president organized a joint mediation meeting. At the meeting, ground rules were established: respectful communication, no interruption. The SUG president reframed the issue from ownership to shared benefit. Remember, the management science student faculty president was insisting that they own the lecture theater, that is in the boundary between them and the Faculty of Engineering. The engineering, students president was equally holding ground that they own the theater, but the SUG president changed the narrative and he pushed it from ownership to shared issue of shared situation. Said the SUG president reframed the issue from ownership to shared benefit, emphasized a common goal, which is improving learning conditions for all students. Using clear and balanced communication, the president summarized both perspectives in a way that showed fairness and understanding. Step 4, influence, collaboration, and conflict resolution. Instead of declaring a winner, the SUG president proposed a collaborative solution. The lecture theater will be jointly managed by both faculties. A structured timetable will be created, allocating usage based on course size and priority. A joint faculty committee would oversee scheduling and maintenance. Peak academic periods like tests and revision would be fairly negotiated. Initially, both parties resisted. However, the SUG president used persuasion by highlighting the risk of continued conflict like academic disruption and loss of goodwill, then emphasizing fairness and long-term benefits, reinforcing shared ownership as a symbol of unity. Gradually, both faculty presidents agreed. Then what became the outcome? The conflict was resolved without escalation into protests or violence. The students from both faculties gained access to the facility in an organized manner. The relationship between the two faculties improved to the joint management structure. The SUG president earned credibility as a fair and emotionally intelligent leader. Now, to conclude, what are the leadership lessons from this case scenario? 3 leadership lessons as I conclude. Leadership lessons from the case scenario. 1, emotional control builds credibility. Emotional control builds credibility. A leader who manages their emotions under pressure creates stability in tense situations. Calmness allows for clearer thinking and better decision making. Take note of that. Then 2 leadership lessons from this case scenario. The second leadership lesson. Listening is more powerful than immediate action. Very powerful. By listening first and understanding all perspectives, leaders reduce resistance and build trust, making solutions easier to implement. Then the 3rd leadership lesson from the case scenario. Collaboration outperforms competition in conflict situations. Collaboration outperforms competition in conflict situations. The best leadership outcomes often come not from choosing sides, but from creating systems where all parties feel valued and included. This is very, very important. Remember, we are looking at the emotional intelligence component of social skills, where all the first previous components of emotional intelligence are physically demonstrated. And this was exactly what the Student Union Government President or this particular federal institution exhibited in managing this situation between the Faculty of Management Science students and the Faculty of Engineering. I believe that profound value have been added to you today. I know you want to send your questions and inquiries across. That is why my email is always there, inuagata@gmail.com, INUAGHATA, inuagata@gmail.com. Send your inquiries, send your questions, and then I provide answers to you, and then we are able to build a better workplace for ourselves, build better system and society for ourselves, and then at the end of the day, build a better country and even a better world for ourselves as well. I'll be seeing you next week, Wednesday, and when I return, I will still be the amiable Inuagata No Sahai. God bless you.
We're still on TMI this beautiful morning on ITV, and now we would be reviewing the papers. Do where to grab a copy. Okay, the first papers we'll be looking at is the New Telegraph newspaper. The New Telegraph newspaper, the big headline there says Tinubu replaces Finance Minister Edun, Housing Ministers Dangiwa. You get that on page 4 on the New Telegraph newspaper. Another headline there says rice slashed duty to boost Nigerians' import value. So $1.21 billion. You get that on page 17 on the papers. Another one says alleged coup, federal government slams 13 treason charges on Sylvia, 6 others. You also get that on page 2. Court sets today for arraignment. You also get that on page 2 on the New Telegraph newspaper. Another one there says terror war, Amin deserves commendation, not vilification, presidency. You get that on page 2 and also on page 5 on the papers. Another headline that says air pollution raises cancer risk by 11%, global report warns. You get that on page 30. Do well to grab the papers and go through them. All right, moving on, we'll be looking at the Punch newspaper. The big headline on the Punch newspaper this morning says Silva, 5 others arraigned, officer's wife seek justice. You get that on page 2. All right, it says as Bayelsa Gov governor and others may bag life imprisonment if convicted. You get that also on page 2 on the Punch newspaper. Retired generals, police inspector among 6 faces 13 courts treason. Terrorism charges. You also get that on the papers. Another writer says, wives of military officers seek justice for detained spouses. Get that on the paper also. Another headline there says, crisis, court against Iron INEC chair. That on page 9 on the Punch newspaper. Cross River, COVID-19 cases sparks NCDC concerts tracing. You get it on page 7 on the papers this morning. Another one says, trial El Rufai may miss a presidential. You get that on 18 also on the paper. Oil 2027, Adelabu may resign after Tinubu's meeting. You get that on page 2 on the Punch newspaper. More PDP reps defect to APC. ADC. You get that on page 7 also on the papers. Gunmen kill female man of war officers in Oyo Highway ambush. You get that on page 5 and also on page 4 on the paper on insecurity. Another headline there says, Abure vows appeal after court okays Usman LP chair. You get that on page 29 on the Punch newspaper. The well to grab a copy and go through them. That is all for the Punch newspaper. Moving on, we'll take a look at the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. The Nigerian Tribune newspaper, the big headline says, pension Supreme Court PDC as motions at reps, lost farmers seats. You get that on page and also on 28 Nigerian news. Another headline there says, NAFTA strike hits some kill terrorists. You get 16. No leave 11 without making Jonathan is at secret. That on page of Nigerian Tribune and says 19 return to Nigeria cross conferences evade emergency response. You get that on page 16 also on the papers. Another headline there says federal government to arraign alleged coup plotters on 13 courts charged today. You get that on page 2. And a writer says retired Major General as Naval Captain, serving police inspectors, and also 3 others listed. You get that on page 2 on the papers this morning. Another headline there says Al Rufai to remain in ICPC custody till June. You get that on page 6. A writer says as court fails to rule on bail application. Check out page 6, you get that there. Another headline there says embassy's threat to broadcasters injurious to journalism, NGE. You get that on page 16 on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Another headline there says PDP crisis, Damagun orders commence contempt proceedings against Ian and Amupitan. You get that on page 2 also on the papers. Another headline there says UBEC unlocks 100 billion naira on assessed funds to boost basic education. You get that on page 3 on the papers. On health, disinfectant sprays may quietly damage lungs. Experts. You get that also on page 6 on the papers. Okay, another headline, the pictures there says Tinubu removes Edu, names Oyedele as finance minister. You get that on page 6 on the papers. All right, that is for that. We're still on the newspaper review this morning. That is for that. That is on the Nigerian Tribune. Do take a look at the papers, go through the papers, and of course take a look at the details on the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. We're still on the papers review this morning, and we have a guest here, Dr. Victor Ohai. Of course, he will be helping us analyze the papers this beautiful morning. We'll take a look still at the Nigerian Tribune newspaper. Let's take a look at the headline there. One of the headlines there. Dr. Victor, good morning.
Good morning. How are you today?
I'm very well, thank you. Thank you so much for coming. How are you doing today?
Not bad at all.
All right. Okay, so we saw one of the headlines on the Nigerian Tribune talks about the health. I mean, we'll experience COVID-19 a few years ago, and now we've seen that, according to reports, says Cross River confirms cases, activates emergency response on COVID-19 returns to Nigeria. Let's get your take.
Okay, it's good that they're able to identify it and start doing something, but I have to be honest with you, COVID has not left. It's been with us all the while. People have been having it on and off, except that it wasn't, I think there was so much alarm at the time. More people died out of fear than anything else. But I'm glad someone was able to identify it for what it is, isolate who it was in terms of saying this is a person that has it, and then they begin to do something about it. So that's good, and I hope that across the country, every other person begins to take the usual precautions.
All right, on the papers this morning, we saw that there are some alleged coup plotters. Now the federal government to arraign alleged coup plotters on 13 counts a charge today.
Well, if there's anything I think the government has done right, it's this one, because usually what happens is people will be arrested and then they start looking for, they start investigating to find charges and all that. Of course, those have been arrested, but I mean, they've not been arraigned because they needed to gather enough evidence before arraignment. So we'll have to wait and see. They've probably concluded. I think there were more names than this earlier on. So I think investigations have been concluded. It's now time for arraignment, and then I hope the trial is public. I certainly would love to hear, so that the public can also judge and nobody comes and says they're being victimized.
All right, moving on, we're still on the papers review. Let's take a look at the Vanguard newspaper. The big headline on the Vanguard newspaper is still the alleged coup. Ex-Minister Silva, retired general, orders charged with treason. You get that on page 5. And a writer says suspects to be arraigned at Federal High Court Abuja today. Okay, that is for that. Another headline says Tinubu removes Edun Dangiwa as a minister. You get that on page 9 on the papers. Another headline there says 2027 Enugu visits Tinubu declares total supports. You get that on page 14 on the papers. Another headline there says NGE flees attempt by NBC to gag broadcasters. You get that on page 33 on the papers this morning. Another one said, I made mistakes but did my best. Jonathan replies Atiku. Let's get your take on that, Dr. Victor.
Jonathan's reply?
To Atiku. I made mistakes but I did my best.
That's a statesman. He's not there saying he's the best.
Yeah.
He says, yes, I made my mistakes, but I did my best. Whether I was good enough, that's for posterity to judge, not for Atiku or anyone else to judge. Politicians will always rubbish people that in the opposing camp or whatever. That's a statesman's reply. And we'll all have to agree that he did his best. He also made his mistakes. His best may not have been good enough for a lot of people, but it is what it is.
So Tinubu removes Edun Dangiwa's ministers. What does it take?
Okay, so with Edun, I think I'm trying to recall the incident. There was an incident that was a bit embarrassing. I can't quite remember. But I also remember here that we had a discussion some time ago.
About it, yeah.
Not about that. What the incident I'm talking about is quite different. But in this particular case, where the senator from Abia State, or the representative from Abia State, challenged the minister for not, executing the budget, not releasing money for projects and all that. And the minister, rather than own up to it, passed the box to his Minister of State. He didn't take responsibility, And because of that, so many projects were left on door. The budget was very poorly executed. Okay, so at that point, I think that exposed a big hole in the ministry, and so it was that was something. But in terms of, I think what I wanted to talk about earlier on, there have been conflicts between the president's stand and Edun's stand on issues. I think there was one particular issue, I can't quite remember, where they publicly disagreed on policy matters concerning finance and all that. I think at that point, he may have lost out with the cabal.
All right, let's take a look at the last papers this morning. The Daily Trust newspaper. The Daily Trust newspaper, one of the headlines there says, FCT students sit WAEC exams amid teachers' strike. You get that on the papers, the Daily Trust. Another one says, Chinese quarantine for COVID in Cross River. You get that also on the papers. Another one says, NUT staff slums died on way to work. You also get that on the papers. That's so sad. Another headline there says, Labour Party fixes April 28th for convention, unveils committees. You get that also on the papers on page 18. You get that also on the papers. Another headline there says, despite intimidation, democracy will survive a precedent. You get that on page 22 on the papers. Another one says, El Rufai to remain in custody till June. You also get that on the papers. Let's talk about El Rufai to remain in custody before we round up.
There's a handshake that becomes, it looks like a wrestling match. There's absolutely no reason other than, some have said this is nothing but political witch hunting. There may have been reasons for arraigning him in the first place, but for keeping him yet, and denying him bail, freedom, bail after bail, smacks of political persecution. I think that is exactly what's happening right now, and that's not very good.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Victor Ohai, for your time.
Thank you for having me, as always.
Thank you all our viewers for joining on the Papers Revealed this morning. Do well to grab a copy of the dailies and go through them. We're still on CMI. I am Marcelina Unko. We'll be handing over to our Benin Network studio for the continuation on CMI. Just stay with us.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is TMI Wednesday's edition, and we are definitely about to tee up our discussion from Benin Network's Center Studio, where we're talking about parties, nomination, expression of interest, fees, and of course impact on quality of candidates. I know you're expecting to hear from Abuja Network Studio. Well, Tolu is standing by. Tolu, what should we be expecting today from your studio?
Yeah, from Abuja Network Studio, wonderful morning to you. From Abuja Network Studio, definitely be taking a look at the recent decision by federal government to step down some ministers right there. The Minister of Finance has also been generating a whole lot of interest because so many people think he's one of the core members of the kitchen cabinet of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, and also the other ministers that were also told to step aside. With also the Minister of State for Finance being upgraded to the full minister right there, it's also generating a whole lot of reaction. Some have been arguing probably the policies under Wale Edun really not really working well for an average Nigerian. Though on the national level, there seems to be an improvement in our economic policies, in the revenue being generated, and a whole lot of other things right there. But for an average Nigerian, they are feeling the brunt of the policies of government and not really helping them to improve their life. These are some of the things we definitely be looking at from the Abuja studio right there, taking a look at some of these things.
Thank you so much, Tolu. Well, quickly, let's start off with our discussion in our Benin Network studio. With me here is a legal practitioner, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Barrister Faith Igbemodia. Thank you so much for making the time to join us in the studio.
Thank you very much for having me. It's my pleasure.
All right. And of course, join us virtually. We have Godson, one-time special assistant to former governor of Edo State on religious matters. Godson, thank you so much for joining us via Zoom.
Good morning, Winston. Good morning, Edo State. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Thank you.
And of course, from Benin, also virtually, we have Pastor Henry. Pastor Henry, thank you so much for joining us. Can you hear me? You know what? Can you unmute yourself so we can hear what you are saying? Please unmute yourself. Can you hear me? All right. Well, let's quickly start off from the studio where we have Barrister Faith Igbemodia. Yesterday on the pages of the newspaper, we got to see the ruling party, APC, telling the world the fees they've pegged on the nomination forms, expression of interest form, and it's like, come on. To some Nigerians, this is not reasonable. While to some others are saying, yes, kudos, 100 million naira, 50 million naira, 30 million, and it just goes on and on for the last 6 million naira to purchase the form from the ruling party. As against what we saw and previously on the social media, that's like, a reduction, so to speak. But some Nigerians are saying it is still too much. So how come ruling political parties seems to be the party that always comes up first? One, with the amount pegged on purchase of forms, and two, also, there seems to be the one or the party leading the trail in this kind of adventure, so to speak. 100 million for presidential nomination, expression of interest form. Barrister, take it up from there.
Thank you very much. Well, this is quite a critical and potentious issue ravaging our political and democratic system. And I would like to address it from two viewpoints. First, looking at the legal framework as a lawyer and looking at the political undertones regarding all of this. First, the Constitution, which is the organic and supreme law of the land, it is the Constitution that gives life to the state itself. Constitution Section 40 provides for freedom to associate with any political party of your choice, for you to be able to associate. So far, it's legal. Section 42 goes further to provide for freedom from discrimination, you understand, on all grounds. However, for the relevance of this discourse, freedom from this, social and economic disqualification, you understand, discrimination as it relates to this discourse. Now, going forward, imposition of such outrageous amounts, of such enormous fees on expression of interest, nomination form, can be well constructed and interpreted to be a violation of Section 42 of the 1999 Constitution on economic ground, because the Constitution states that there should be freedom from discrimination. So, but you are attaching such enormous amounts, such outrageous amounts on your expression of interest and nomination form. Looking at our economic realities, our present-day realities, looking at our PPP, purchasing power parity, how many average Nigerians can purchase this form? 100 million, 50 million, you see that 98% of Nigerians are already disqualified on economic grounds. So it does borders on the issue of, elitism and exclusion of vast majority of Nigeria. However, the same constitution goes further to say that, political parties are private organizations. They should be allowed to thrive and govern themselves, and as such, giving them political autonomy to self-govern themselves. So on that ground, a whole lot of judicial precedent over the years have said that political party can impose whatsoever fee they like, it is their own internal affair. But then this brings us to the issue of, it's ruining our democracy on the grounds that only very few Nigerians can partake of this, thereby defeating the purpose of democracy itself. You understand? Eroding the process of public and political and popular participation and the likes.
All right. I know. I believe a God sent is waiting. I think you have a shot at him on this particular discourse.
Okay, now let's move over to God sent, joining virtually this morning. So a lot of Nigerians would really ask, so why do we still keep on having the same thing happen over and over and over again? Because first things first, this is not the first time we're running an election in Nigeria and hearing all of the humongous amounts being attached to nomination form, expression of interest forms, and it's becoming a tradition.
I'm not getting better by the day. let me give you an example. I just wanted to infer I'm not getting better by the day. let me give you an example. I just wanted to infer from the question that you asked. I want to infer something from there. Besides the expression of interest form and the nomination form, you will realize that today, the basis of our campaign for elective positions still remains the same. We are not getting better. We are not advancing. 20 years ago, 30 years ago, we heard we will give you water, we'll give you light. It's still the same campaign. Now, I just needed to let you know that even beside the expression of interest form and others, all other aspects of our democratic narrative, the story remains the same. Now, let me say this. I want to say that it is sad and it is perplexing. It is totally unacceptable. Like the legal gentleman have said there, we know that some of these political parties try to make an argument. You know, they try to give reasons for doing what they do and why they do what they do. But the critical question that every Nigerian should ask themselves is that, does this reason substantiate, does it give credence to the basis of a sexy amount pegged for party nomination or for, of course, expression of interest form? It is a capital no. Now, let me bring three aspects to your attention. When politics become run or driven on the basis of transaction, it means that we are not ready for the change that we advocate for. Now, let me explain what I mean by transactional. Anything that becomes transactional is called in our corporate world business. More often than not, it is not based on ideology. It is not based on antecedent. It is not based on intellectual capability. It is now based on the highest bidder. And that is very dangerous for our democracy, for our democratic practice. For example, there are a lot of young Nigerians that I know. There are a lot of Nigerians, both young and in their middle age, that have the capacity to lead this nation on all fronts. In fact, just recently, it was as if Wilson was in the spirit. Permit me to say that. I was privileged to attend a meeting about a week ago in Abuja, where I saw some of the best and the brightest minds we have in this nation. And some of us that are passionate about a peaceful revolution, a change of the status quo, started advocating. Why don't you run? We can't continue to complain about the old narrative. And one of them said, where do we get the money? It is a money game. Now, what I'm trying to establish is when democratic practice have been reduced to the money bag, it means we are not ready for the future we have advocated about or talked about or we anticipate. Let me give you three scenarios, three examples. For example, if I need to be a president or a governor, now don't forget, there are two charges. It is not only the nomination form that an aspirant needs to pay for. He also needs to pay for the expression of interest form. These are two money put together. So we are, for the presidency, we are not just talking about 100 million, we are talking about 140 million, and so it goes, you know. Now, let me give you the implication. The implication is this. No matter, it affects both those that have nothing to offer and also those that have something to offer in governance. Now, just explain this scenario to you and hang on for now for my other discussant. Now, imagine I have to contest a particular position and I'm cash strapped. Now, I'm forced to look for, quote and unquote, a godfather, to look for a sponsor. Or even if I'm not looking for a sponsor, imagine if my political ambition drain my finances. Imagine what I'm going to be taking if I eventually become the president or the governor or the honorable or a member of the House of Assembly, whether national or state-wise. Now, it is no longer ideology. It is no longer policy development. Now, it is now run on the basis of transaction. Transaction in what sense? The man that has sponsored my election is going to be asking me for a payback. And when I do not have the money to give, I'm going to now start negotiating on the basis of contracts. What happens most times is that the person aspiring has already come to an agreement with the sponsor that when you finally get him, these are my areas of interest. When they say an area of interest, it means the area where I need so and so contract. This is my area of interest. Now, whether that so-called sponsor has the competence or the qualified to execute such contract is not in question. It is about paying back the money I got. So our politics has been reduced sadly to cash and carry politics.
I will come back to you.
Which is sad.
God saints, I will definitely come back to you. Well, Henry's not set yet. I would have loved to throw this question at him, but since you are here, Barrister, Godson says it's like politics right now is transactional. That the fatter, the bigger your bank account, the greater your chances of coming at tops when we talk about vying of political office. Is it now transactional?
Yes, obviously, by virtue of these exorbitant fees on our nomination and expression of interest form, it is obviously transactional. It is a commercialization of the whole process for the highest bidder. Those who have the fattest pocket, emerge. It is just like the pay-to-play politics, you understand? And it promotes a system whereby only the elite, only those who have the means to thrive can govern, giving us to the doctrine of plutocracy, whereby governance can only be done by those who are actually rich, wealthy, and all that. And in the long term, it erodes the actual process of democracy, whereby those who actually have the actual passion, competence, public service, and ideology, like my friend rightly said. So it removes us from there. It's just all about commercialization of the whole process, talking about money. And it's also a system whereby, the party uses it to raise income for themselves, just as monetary scheme and all of that. And you see a situation whereby a lot of party chieftains, they don't want to contest for actual position. They just want to remain being party chieftain because they are doing the amount of money they are making in all of those processes. So you see, it's in the long run, it's actually destroying and ruining our democracy, and it's taking us backward. Because, if you spend so much amount of money like this, you will, obviously when you get into office, you want to recoup your investment. So it's an investment scheme. When you get into office, it promotes corruption, corrupt practices in the whole system. So it's really sad. And just going over to the Electoral Act 2026, Section 85 provides for what we call prohibition of extra qualification. It states that any qualification that is not imposed by the 1999 Constitution should be prohibited. However, scholars and political analysts can opine that imposing such outrageous amounts to extra qualification, because the Constitution itself does not provide that citizens must have enormous financial means to contest. So this can be seen as a violation of the spirit of Section 85 of the Electoral Act 2026. So I feel, what should be done is that we should have a form of legislative intervention to amend the Electoral Act. INEC should be giving the overall oversight to investigate into the finances of party as it relates to expression of interest and all of that. Thank you.
All right.
Okay, let's move back to Dr. Godson to join in virtually. What do you make out of the whole political system and how we run elections here in Nigeria? Do you think it is expensive with the amount of figures that we hear for nomination form, for interest form? Do you think, or expression of interest form, do you think it's really expensive? Because I did see a particular lady sometime, showing us how things are done as regards campaigning in China. And this particular man who had the interest of running for a governorship seat in one of the provinces in China was just standing there sharing flyers, and he had like 4 other persons on that same spot sharing the same flyer. But back here in Nigeria, if a particular person or an aspirant who has the interest of being either a governor or a president do same thing, I feel like even Nigerians themselves would say this guy is really not ready to rule the country. So is it just a situation of the political appointees, those in governance, the aspirant, or even the electorate also, you know, get to play or have their own role in all of this and how politics is being run in Nigeria?
All right, I don't know if that was directed to me because at the time...
Yeah, it was directed to you.
Okay. Fine, my dear. Like we have already established, let me ask you a question. What is the basis of nationhood development? What makes a nation move from one level to another? It's a simple question. It has nothing to do with religion. It has nothing to do with tribe. It has nothing to do with sentiment. It has everything. Please take note of my word. It has everything to do with competence. It has everything to do with competence. And I share in this view that even our legal system, our judiciary are not doing enough. You know, why did I say so? I said this because part of what we have observed over 20 years of our democratic practice since we left ministry, we have observed that the players of this system, those who benefit from this system, keep on ensuring that they maintain status quo, not because they care about the average Nigerians, but because they care about themselves. Now, my point to your question is that every actor, our actions and inactions are responsible for where we are today. I'm talking about both the electorate, the judiciary, and of course the political elites. We are all playing one role or the other. Like you just said, I know of a friend of mine some years ago, I wouldn't like to mention him, who was going for primary, not a very popular political party, but then they were coming at the time they hit the airway. Now, because he couldn't share money to what we call delegates, he ended up not winning that primary. Not because he was not bright, not because he was not good enough, not because he did not have the capacity to drive this nation, but because he didn't have enough money to buy the votes. Now, look at the implication of that. The implication of that is that we now have the worst of us governing the best of us. Nobody cares how I make the money. That is one implication. So the best of us in the present day Nigeria narrative is being governed by the worst of us. Then secondly, we now have a situation where even when competent, I'm talking about people with the capacity and intellectual power, has the ability to get into the corridor of power, there is a huge distraction. Now, there is another point. There is another point that it has graduated to. Now, this party internal politics is what I've also graduated to vote buying in the field. I'm sure you are aware of that. Indeed, we are trying to see the number of persons that have been persecuted, sent to jail as a result of vote buying. What we hear in every election is that people are arrested, people are caught, EFCC show up, or the DSS show up. After a while, you know, end of story. Now, it has messed up the whole of the system. Now, politics is now a money game. When someone has the opportunity to serve in politics, what he's thinking about is how he can cook money for his next political ambition. Because it's all about money. It's not about fairness. Now, again, there is no enough, the law seems to have given them a grant to continue to perpetuate this. There is no enough legal framework to checkmate these excesses. Now, what I mean is, for example, well, I think in the electoral law, the INEC has some role in monitoring electioneering spending, but of course, not party forms or expression of interest funds. When that electoral when that clause was first brought into the electoral law, how many aspirants or candidates during election have the INEC taken to court, prosecuted for overspending? So at the end of the day, we pay kid close. We know our problem, but we keep on giving excuses why we must continue to perpetuate our backwardness. I call it our backwardness because when money is left for the money bag, not only in politics, even in education, when people sponsor political aspirants, prospects, and they come into power, they are not there to serve you. I need Nigerians in Edo State to realize this.
All
I
right.
can tell you that the majority of the politicians we have today, I don't want to say everybody, they are not thinking about you. They are thinking of how to service their bank loan. They have to loan money to sponsor the bogus campaign, expression of interest fund, and of course, nomination fund.
Thank you.
They have to be the godfather who has given them conditions to say this is what must happen. This is when you become a leader.
All
now,
right.
tell me, how can such a state or such a nation see development? Even when contracts are given out, the candidate or the governor or the president cannot judge the quality or the credibility of the execution of such contracts.
All right,
Why?
Godson, thank you. Thank you so much. We are pressed for time, but about briefly, Barrister, because we'll move over to Lagos Network Studio. Now, do you feel that other political parties will follow suit? Briefly, we have to talk about Lagos right now. Do you see them following suit as saying APC, they've done it? What about other parties?
Oh yeah, sure, definitely. APC has set a very troubling precedent, being the ruling party. And as such, all other political parties will follow suit. However, it may not be as enormous as that of the ruling party because they are the ruling party, they are the incumbent, they have the platform already. But however, other parties will follow suit and also increase their prices, which is really troublesome.
All right, I know we have so much questions to ask, but you know we are pressed for time right now. I'll hand over to Ms. Selina Unkwo in our Lagos studio to continue with This Morning on ITV. Mercy, over now to you.
Well, still on CMI this beautiful morning, and we still have our guest here, Dr. Victor Ohai. Dr. Victor, good morning once again.
A pleasure. Thank you. Good morning.
Yeah, thank you so much for coming. So we're still looking at insecurity in Nigeria, the rise in kidnappings in Nigeria, concerns for stability of communities. I mean, we saw what happened recently at the Benin Ore Expressway, you know, where they shot the driver and they kidnapped the passengers. And at this point, are they saying that, oh, I mean, a lot of persons at this point would not even want to travel via road. So I mean, not everybody have the money to fly. You know, at this point, kidnapping in Nigeria has reached alarming levels, with over 1,000 people adopted in just a few months, from students to the entire villages. The scale and frequency suggest a system under serious pressure, arising urgent questions about insecurity and governance. This is what we've been facing in the country. I mean, I'm tired of talking about insecurity, but we'll keep talking about it because it keeps occurring and occurring and occurring if we don't find a lasting solution. Dr. Victor, let's get your take.
I'm worried, genuinely worried. This is, or it does appear like an unending circle of disaster after disaster in our security, in the security space of Nigeria. And what worries me the most is that these kidnappers are among the richest people. Notice I'm not saying richest Nigerians, among the richest people in Nigeria today. Look at the vicious circle or unending circle. They kidnap one person, they take 30 million. A lot of people pay. Or out of 10 people in the vehicle, at least at the end of the day, they'll make between 30 to 50 million. The first time we realized how much of a business it was when Evans was smoked out and eventually arrested. So it just tells you that it's big business. We may look at herders, but it's probably organized crime as well. Okay? So if you kidnap, you make 30 million. You pay the people, they pay them peanuts, the actual people who execute it. If you give them 5 million, then you use another 5 to 10 million to buy arms. Yeah? You have about 10 or 15 million left. Then you organize another one again. And now I hear the money they're asking for are now in hundreds of millions, not even tens of millions anymore. And these people are getting the most sophisticated and up-to-date equipment. Because the raw material for their business, apart from the human capital, are the arms. Several times we've seen interceptions, lorry loads with bags, bags of in between 1 or 2 of arms, bullets, in these lorries. People hardly check.
No, in the news yesterday, sorry to cut you short.
No,
yesterday on the news, we saw that police arrested bandits, logistics supplier linked to Plateau killings in Abuja.
That's exactly what it's in fact the supply chain for the kidnapping business will shock you. From those who provide food for them, provide vehicles, provide arms, provide, and there's so many. And then they have informants. They can afford anybody. Let's use Evans as a case example. He had informants. People will give him information about people, who are monitoring his targets, okay? And not only that, they pay people within the system as well, okay? So out of every 12, obviously, even the security force will agree that there are bad eggs among them. There'll be those, and I give an example. You remember the case of, is it Iyama or is it Iyamo, during the Anini case? A man of his rank in the police force was an informant to Anini rather, sorry. So what does that tell you? They can afford to pay people at the highest level. Now let's get back to the main issue here. What worries and bothers me is the fact that government does not yet know that this is war. They think it's the people. See, more arms. If they will, now they're taking territories, okay? But incrementally, these conditions and we can take on the state. And I fear that if government does not respond early enough, that day may not be too far.
Dr. Victor, a lot of people are scared, a lot of are tired. Yesterday on the internet, the people, the indigenous of Plateau States, they came out to protest. They were angry. They came out to protest. They are demanding the exit of Nigerian military in their community, following the constant killing and Abani killers, despite still happening. So what is the essence of you being here? Just leave our villages so we know that we don't have military, personnel in the village. And some persons were saying, do you think this is the right idea?
Okay. I know the place very well. I understand the politics of the place well enough, if I may say, and I'm still very much in touch. There have been several cases, including commissioners accused at some time of aiding and abetting some of these raids in the villages. Here's the pattern. It's always the same. talk about those days cities were coming in. If it's just that, it would have been okay. It's not okay, but I'm just saying. But what usually happens is these guys will raid the community, kill people, and then when this will rise up, because they're usually surprise attacks, when they rise up to defend themselves, it's an unending circle. It has happened over and over and over. Attacking me, I want self, and but you are now making me. You are now accusing me. I'm now the criminal. Okay, it has happened over and over and over again. What do you expect the people to say? If they appear tired, it is so. I saw a video. I couldn't watch that video of a woman, only the mother of most people. Let me put it naked. She was leading a group of naked women in the plateau. I remember I still saw the age of that was killed at that Angwan Rukuba attack, where she went to the mortuary just before he was buried. Spoke to him, it was his birthday that day. Yeah. And then she said to him, he was in Hausa, I speak the language so I understand. She told him, she said she was hungry, and she had not eaten for days, but now she's going to eat. Yeah. And then put it in his arms, go and revenge for me. It might look like nothing. That had spiritual actions. When it's on rampage, you can't catch it, you can't arrest it. The people on the plateau have cried for too long. Those villagers, I'm in support of them. Of what use are the military and the police if these things keep happening over and over? They are custodians. They tell you. They are supposed to protect them. They are the ones who think happen should go after the perpetrators. But instead, they just come in between them and start arresting them.
And we also saw the video during the attack in the governor.
And by the way, there have been several more after that.
Yeah, yeah. Where the governor, went there to tell the people that at this point you don't need to take laws into your hands. And I mean, all these terrorists, they're taking laws into their hands. So why telling the people? Because at this point, Nigerians, or these people, they feel we protecting ourselves is the best option. Since the government cannot protect us, let's get...
What I'll say to the government is, okay, the people should not do that. Why don't you empower them, empower them to be able to defend themselves. There are vigilant groups, okay, who can be legitimately opted into the system. Said the town is literally, and I mean literally, divided into two. There is a Muslim part and there is a Christian part. Muslim that the Hausas and the Fulanis on the one part, and then the many did they, how many happened in Chibok when everybody went up in arms against former President Goodluck Jonathan? One group alone is claiming they have over 400 people in there at their disposal, and the government should give them 5 billion naira. Watch it. What they've simply done here is they've said, government is going to negotiate, and the negotiators, trust me, and I will say this on public TV, the negotiators always get their kickback. The people who negotiate, all these who are intermediaries with government, they will pay the money. Government will now tell you, oh, we rescued the 400 and something people. They will pay the money.
Well, they will pay the money, but the government will come out to tell us that they rescued this.
They will tell you they rescued. Meanwhile, nobody was killed, nobody was injured, nobody was captured, nobody was apprehended.
They will just come out to tell. I mean, we saw that during the Kwara State when they went to the school, Kebbi State, when they went to school to apprehend these girls, and after a few days they came out to tell us that, oh, I mean, we saw videos of them that they went to rescue the girls, and nobody was apprehended at that moment. And a lot of Nigerians were asking.
Well, we'd like to see video of the way they do that, because even in the military, there are people trained to handle cameras. But you don't even need that, or in the with the police force, just a phone. Let us see an operation. Let us see the process of going there, firing, capturing these people. Let's see them escaping and all that. Let's see all the drama.
All right. Thank you so much, Dr. Victor Ohai.
Just a last word.
Okay.
We salute our military regardless. We salute our police regardless, especially courageous ones. But remember, if you do not do what you should do, including the politicians, your family is not immune. You might think you are immune, but someday what goes around comes around. Do what you need to do, not just for those who you think are poor and helpless in society, but for yourself and for Nigerians. That's what you were voted for.
So, Dr. Victor, also we still have like a few minutes to talk. So at this point, what should Nigerians, I mean, because now what they want, what we Nigerians want is a lasting solution, but we keep seeing different stories. We keep hearing different stories of killings, kidnapping here and there. What should we do now that the government is saying, do not take laws into your hands? Okay.
I'm glad that we're going to the solutions part, because when they say it was time, I just felt. First, I've not seen anybody in recent times who has had the kind of goodwill, apart from Peter Obi in 2023, the kind of goodwill that General Chris Ali, the former Chief of Army, Joint Chief of Staff, enjoyed, and now he's now Minister of Defense. I want to see why people trusted him or why people trust him. I want to see that at play. There's a new Inspector General of Police. Can they for once decide that enough is enough and hold their officers accountable for whatever happens under their command? Listen to me very carefully. Let the Inspector General of Police, the Minister of Defense, the Chief of Army Staff, and all the other heads of the security arms begin to hold people under their command responsible for whatever happens under their watch. If the president holds the IG responsible, the Chief of Army Staff, and they in turn hold the people under them responsible, I think there will be a change. But the problem is, nobody holds anyone accountable. If it happens in Sokoto, the commissioner stays there. If you sack that commissioner, the next one that comes in, something happens under his command, he's sacked. The brigade commander there is sacked. I promise you, security problems will be over in no time.
Dr. Victor, I had a guest over in the studio that said that we Nigerians, we are part of the problems, that we are not being patriotic enough. What would you have to say in terms of insecurity?
I would have liked to hear the context in which he said it, or whether I was speaking as a party apologist, maybe just talking because he feels...
According to him, that we are Nigerians, we do come out all the time, you know, to blame the presidency, blame the governments. That what about we, the country, the people, we the citizens? Are we doing enough? Are we being patriotic?
The people in Plateau who want to protect themselves, are they not doing something? How is it their fault that when people attack them and they want to, even if it's capture some of them to use as evidence to, to present to the forces, the military and the police come in between them, and it says they are responsible. The people who are in the GO vehicle, how are they responsible for what happened to them? How are they responsible for it? I don't understand what the person is saying. Is it our job to carry arms? We have been deprived of carrying arms. How do we protect ourselves? Okay? So I don't get what he's saying. These are the kind of people, I don't wish him bad, but sometimes I'm tempted to wish that Nigeria happens to people like that, and then let them come back to air and then open their mouths and say that we are responsible for what is happening to us.
So the president said Nigerians, if we are not seeing what he's doing, that we would need to get a glass. Glasses, for we to see that he's actually working and trying his best and doing enough.
Mostly, I like to speak to issues. But I would say that that statement was ill-advised. It was insensitive. Because I think that he's not in touch with reality. He's probably surrounded with people who are not telling him the truth. Hunger is real. Insecurity is real. Most of the politicians in Abuja cannot go to their villages. I promise you. They can't. So let him listen, not to the people around him.
Okay.
But he should go to social media and hear what ordinary Nigerians
are saying.
All right.
Thank you so much, Dr. Victor Ohai.
Pleasure as always.
Thank you all our viewers for joining our Lagos Network studio for this beautiful on CMI. Our Abuja Network studio is on standby for the continuation on CMI this day.
Thank you so much, Marcelina, for that insightful discussion with Victor Ohai. And also, and I'll definitely be starting my discussion from the last question you asked Victor concerning President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, where he says, he made a statement that the Nigerians cannot, so probably the opposition cannot see what he's doing. Probably they need to borrow his glasses. And that, in the light of that, you ask yourself, in the last few hours, there's been some sudden decisions taken at the federal level that has to do with cabinet reshuffle. We are decided to step down two of these ministers, and one of the major ministers is what we can refer to as a super minister, talking about no other person than Wale Edu, who has also been relieved of his duty as the Minister of Finance and also that of Minister of Works and Housing right there. And that also speaks to the statement made by the President. There are some aspects of it that are really helping the masses. Fine, the revenue is on the rise, and also so many things in the ease of doing business is also improving. But the Nigerians are feeling the brunt of some of the policies of government that an average Nigerian is finding difficult to be able to live, to even afford 2 square meals, not to talk of 3 square meals. Joining me this morning is no other person than Raji Kolawole, an economist and also a business advisor, to take a look at the policy of government and the recent cabinet reshuffle that has happened late last night. A wonderful morning to you, Raji.
You too.
Yeah, let's start from the angle of the decision taken by federal government. 2 of the ministers have been told to step aside with a decision taken. Oyedele, who was a major person, the protagonist for the tax reform system, has been made a full minister. What do you make of the decision taken by federal government?
The presidency has its reasons for taking certain decisions. Some people will say that maybe one of the reasons were health-based, based on 1 or 2 things that happened in the past concerning Mr. Wale Edu. But concerning performance, I think for me, on the personal level, I think Mr. Wale Edu did tremendously fine. Yes, There might be issues concerning the transmission of macroeconomic gains down to the macro level, but those ones are structural. You as a Minister of Finance might not have full control over it, but on the macroeconomic level, Mr. Wale Edun did pretty well. But the decision leaves.
Let's break this down. When you talk about the macroeconomic level and also we look at the microeconomic level, you talked about the Wale Edun doing wonderfully well. We saw a recent video, I don't know how true it is, that has gone viral about staff of Ministry of Finance celebrating the removal of Wale Edun. And an average Nigeria also talk about the policy of government. The fact that it's difficult for us to be able to afford 3 square meal, the fact that the cost of transportation has gone up, the inflation level has also risen to a new high. Are you saying Wale Edun do well? How do you just oppose this?
Okay, so let me start with your first statement that you made. Yeah. You know, in Nigeria, especially Nigerian civil service, when you're doing something right, you'll be criticized. Once people cannot manipulate you, they will say certain things against you. So when I saw the video that you probably also saw concerning the staff of the ministries jubilating, I won't take that with more than a pinch of salt, knowing the Nigerian politics and the Nigerian civil service how it is. Okay. Now, concerning the macroeconomic gains and the transmission to the macro level, let's look at every country has its macroeconomic objectives. Yeah. The first one is GDP growth, which we call economic growth. The second one is inflation, income inequality, and so many other things. But so let's look. Since Wale Edun became Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of Economy, Nigeria's economic growth has gone from 2% to 4%. Okay. Inflation has gone from 35% all the way down to 15%. You mentioned that, yes, of recent, inflation has grown up. As of January, it was at 15.06. Now it's at 15.38. And the reason is exogenous to us, not internal. It's majorly because of what is happening in the Middle East and the close of the Strait of Hormuz that is causing those inflationary shocks to us. So it is exogenous, it's not internal. Now, you look at our foreign reserves. Our foreign reserve under Wale Edun has gone over 50 billion. Wale Edun is the same person that brought up RevOps to be able to fully optimize government revenue and block leakages. So if you look at all of those things, Wale Edun has done pretty well based on how we know the Nigerian public environment can be like.
Okay, when you're talking about the done, they just itemize some of the areas which an average Nigerian may not really understand because they can't really feel those things. But when economists start talking, they can understand where those factors come in. But let's see some of the policies of government that makes Nigeria feel this government has not really been favorable to us, or to some extent, this government is not listening to the yearnings of the masses. Let's talk about the issue of our fuel price. We now have a refinery,
local
refinery that a lot of people think would have cushioned the effect of what is happening in the Middle East. But unfortunately, the price has gone up from 880 that used to be to 1,300. There was a time they were selling 1,400, but now it's down to 1,300. And we are talking about these things. Is having a local refinery a blessing or even a curse?
It is a blessing. But in Nigeria's case, we have a market issue.
Okay.
When you have a market where you have just very few players or just one player, the player is a price maker, not a price taker.
Okay.
Now, based on what has happened in the Middle East, there have been supply shocks all over the world. But based on the fact that we now have a local refiner, and if you notice, in the past few weeks, the federal government has increased its allocation to Dangote Refinery.
Yeah.
So Dangote Refinery has been able to help with the supply shocks in the Nigerian local market.
Okay.
If Dangote Refinery was not there, you'll probably be having long queues in Abuja right now. Yeah. But we didn't experience that in Nigeria. So that's a blessing to us.
Okay.
But when you have a dominant player in the market, as I said earlier, is a price maker.
Okay.
And that's what that's why you see this large price. Yes, there's currency issues there. Yeah. There's so many other factors.
The price of dollar is going down, which to certain extent,
But the thing is, the World Bank government, World Bank brought out a report. They brought it up and they took it down. But a lot of people saw it.
Yeah.
And they said, the price of locally produced fuel in Nigeria is 12% higher than the imported ones.
How do you mean? Break it down.
Okay. So I'm a Total Energy.
Yeah.
I'm a corn oil. I go to Ukraine, buy fuel from Ukraine, import it, freight it down to Nigeria, pay the local duty, take it to the distributor or the retailer, and I sell to people.
Yeah.
Now they are saying that the cost of in which the oil importer takes to buy that oil and bring it down to Nigeria is 12% lower than the price in which Dangote, the local refinery, is producing and selling to Nigeria.
Is it supposed to be like that? I thought having Dangote is supposed to be a buffer for us, so even reduce to bring down the price of a local fuel.
Yes, but as I said before, it is a market issue.
What could have led to this?
As long as you don't have competition in the market, the player in the market determines or dictates price to the market, and that's what we have. And I guess if you read further what the World Bank was saying, was that we need to bring in some sort of competition into that market.
But we used to have that.
Okay, so
I think we used to have other importers that come in and bring in fuel to sell. And why did it stop all of a sudden? How come Dangote now become the price maker?
Okay, so this is it. As at, I think, early March or late February, federal government brought out a communique and said that they were stopping issuance of licenses to all marketers.
Wow.
So this gave Dangote
the dominant
to do everything. So your Total, your corn oil that were importing now became just retail distributors for Dangote. They have to get fuel from Dangote to sell at their stations.
Wow. So this suddenly Dangote the major player in the market. But despite this, is there no way government can be able to regulate this so that Dangote could not be able to hold us at the jugular and force us to buy whatever price it is?
Government can regulate, but they cannot determine price.
Why?
Because of the kind of, in a democracy, you don't determine price. If it's an autocratic government, you can control and determine price and say, this is the price that you must set. That's what we call price control.
Yeah.
But in a democratic government, you don't do that. At most times, you allow the forces of demand and supply to determine price.
So what has government done about it? Because when you look at it, this is not beneficial to the people. The masses are the one feeling the brunt of this policy, stripping the importers from having the importer license. What has government done about it?
You know, when the government took away the import license, the price of fuel at that time was around 800, which was still slightly favorable. The Middle East fight, or the crisis in the Middle East, had not started as at then. And nobody envisaged that it was going to start.
So was that policy expected to have helped Nigeria?
Yes. That was meant to have helped Nigeria. Because for a long time, Nigeria is now a net exporter of oil. Unlike before, a few years back, when we produce our crude oil, we sell it out, and we buy refined petroleum products into Nigeria. Even more refined products, we spend more on the refined petroleum products than we made from exporting. But right now in Nigeria, we still sell the crude oil out, and we still sell refined petroleum products out of the country. And right now, we now import less refined petroleum products into the country. So you see that we now take out more, we send out more than the ones that were taken. So it makes us a net exporter.
So how did that now policy now become an advantage to us?
So first of all, let us look at the benefits. Now we have more revenue. Now our FX income increases, and it's already relevant. You can see it already in our foreign reserve. That our foreign reserve is above 50 billion. But the thing about it, they say, is an albatross to us. Once the market is what it is, and the market, as we said, we have said it so many times, is a market in which it's a dominant player. Once that market exists, we will always have what we have. So the way out, which we'll ask ourselves, is, first of all, there has to be more players in that market. We're going to have more loads coming to the market. Yes, some people might say that, why don't you bring up Port Harcourt refinery, Warri refinery? For me, I think that's an old conversation. For me, federal government should do away with those refineries and get the best they can get out of it. But encourage more players more private players to come into that sector. Until then, there has to be some sort of competition for the player in the market. Okay. And that is why we might not give everybody import licenses, but to a certain extent, we have to still continue doing that. Just to be able to create, so there's a level playing everybody.
But you were saying something before I cut you short, and it has to do with the fact that when government came up with a policy of stopping all importers from importing refined petroleum products into this country, did they envisage there will be a Middle East crisis? And how does that Middle East crisis play a major role in Dangote being able to force up his price and hold us by the jugular?
Okay, so I don't know whether the federal government has insider information, but from my own perspective, I never envisaged, because it just didn't make sense to me that they were going to attack Iran. So on the macro level, it helps Nigerians. But the thing about it is that if we have more players, if we had more players in that space, there will be more jobs created in that sector for Nigerians. That's one. There will be more revenue gained. There will be more competition in that sector, which will drive down price. I'll give a typical example. We all remember the telecoms industry in the early 2000s. At one point, to buy just a SIM card, it cost as much as 21,000 naira.
Even 36,000.
36,000 naira. Today, you can get a SIM card for, I think, less than 200, 300,000, 200 naira.
Yeah.
What has drove down that price is the level of competition that is in the market presently. So if we don't get that in the oil market, we would just end up being another cement industry.
Interesting right there. Looking at what's happening right now. But okay, now let's talk about the the upgraded Minister of Finance, talking about Taiwo Oyedele. We know him as a tax person.
Yeah.
Now it's because, but when you're in charge of Ministry of Finance, it goes beyond tax. Because you have to look at managing government revenue, looking at what is coming in, gross domestic product, looking at IGR, all those factors. You think Taiwo Oyedele will make a good minister in the light of this? But put into consideration his achievement with the tax reform bill.
Putting into consideration his professional career, which has been a successful one from what we have seen. Based on what he has done with the tax reform, I believe he can do the job. Yeah, a lot of people will say that he's a tax person.
Yeah.
Yes. But tax is also part of finance, and I believe that with the level of years of experience he had in PwC and the other place, I think he should be able.
Yeah, but just before we connect to our Benin Network studio, let me just quickly ask you, 2 ministers have been told to have been removed. New ministers will be coming. We're still waiting for the minister. Just quick one on that. Do you think he has done well in little time in office? Minister of Housing.
On the house perspective, I didn't really see anything happen in the housing area. There was no low-cost housing initiative. Okay, there was MRIF. Yes, but I think that was, I'm not so sure whether it was a Ministry of Finance thing or whether it was a Ministry of Housing thing. But even the MRIF, how many people, how many Nigerians, middle-class Nigerians, working-class Nigerians have been able to access the MRIF?
Interesting right there. Talking about the recent decision by federal government to remove 2 ministers, talking about Minister of Finance and also Minister of Housing right there. And I've been talking about radically, taking a look at recent decisions and also the factors that must have been responsible for why government decided to take that decision. And hopefully, let's hope that the new appointed Minister of Finance can be able to hit the ground running, because we don't have time on our hand. Election in 2027, a lot of people are talking about this policy of government. It doesn't have much time on his hand. It needs to find policy that can really be able to benefit the masses, that can make the masses feel the policy of government. I must say a big thank you to you for being us this morning and for being able to shed light on this. So much really happening right there. But don't forget that it's the Founders Day, 29th anniversary of Independent Television and Radio, and we have special package for you this morning. But let me quickly link up with our Benin studio and to continue the conversation.
Many thanks once again for rejoining us on the program TMI on the ITV network. Of course, we're in the mood of celebration. The big day is tomorrow. But let me give you this background. In 1992, following the deregulation of the NBC, ITV broke the monopoly of government broadcasting by setting the pace for private media practice in Nigeria, as it acquired the first license for a private TV station with 001 as a registration number. That was on 26th of June in 1992, following the presentation by the then military president, Ibrahim Badamasi Babangida. The station followed that with the full transmission launch on the 27th of March, 1993. And today, we're looking at 29 years and the journey of private broadcast, and still counting. A lot has been done and achieved, and of course, the station went to a different pedestal in the private media broadcast with the coming on board of our indefatigable managing director, engineer Elvis Obaseki, who has been in the saddle for 3 years. We've seen tangible, feelable, touchable transformation. So today on the show, we're looking at the journey so far this past 29 years. And our guest is the managing director of ITV and radio, engineer Elvis Obaseki. It's good to have you on the show.
Thank you very much, my brother. It's an honor sharing the screen with you this morning, Sonny.
Absolutely.
And there could have been a better time to do this than today. And I felt we can't be celebrating 29 years after if we don't talk to those that have kept us on for the past 29 years. And to quickly correct you, I've been here for more than 4 years.
Over 3 years, actually.
Over 4 years.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. All right, I won't be doing this alone. My colleagues from our Abuja Network Studio, as well as from our Lagos Network Studio, will be joining this conversation. And of course, Messelina is on standby in Lagos, and Tolu is on standby in Abuja. But let me get started with you. It was about a vision by a single individual in private TV broadcast, which wasn't a norm at the time. But following the deregulation, ITV got the broadcast license 001, becoming the first private TV station in Nigeria. That's the vision of our chairman emeritus. You want to give us your insights on that?
I think we should set that pace very right and correctly. That the Esama of Benin, in all he does, he blazes the trail. He does, and he steps into new vistas where no other person has ever got into. In a private ownership of universities, he blazed the trail, and he became the numero uno licensee for private universities. And also in the area of aviation, he became the first Nigerian to also run that. So ITV couldn't have been different. And 29 years down the line, I can feel very proud, and I know you are also having to be part of the dream. And this dream has now birthed more things. And we're now saying, every time we have to celebrate this anniversary, we have to put the discourse before Nigerians on the Nigerian project. We are all Nigerians. This business is in Nigeria, and Nigerians are working on this project. Why don't we, every year when we have to celebrate the anniversary of our broadcast outfit, let's discuss the Nigerian project. And that is what we're doing again this year. And I will always say this, the dream was that of a visionary, but the reality of that dream has become too big, so big, and we all have a huge responsibility to keep it going. He's just sitting down, relaxing, and looking at his dream, at his vision, becomes so big a project, how will you feel? At least ITV as at today with more than 250 staff. You can't wish a platform like that away, and you can't but give credit to the man whose dream birthed this great project.
How would you describe the impact of ITV in the broadcast space, on governance, and of course on the community, particularly the people, in terms of the opportunity to ventilate their views? We have a dominant, presence in the South-South, nationally and globally.
I'll first of all look at that impact nationally. It opened a different vista in broadcasting. First of all, the independence in the platform, and the fact that it came out in a military regime, when the world would be scared to even open your mouth to speak. Let's not forget that the democracy we enjoy today is a product of the activism, of the resistance and the resilience of platforms like this in the early 90s. So today, if we have to first of all look at it from that angle. If there were no other voices outside the government-owned platforms to speak, who would have spoken for the Nigerian people? And coming back home to the relevance of ITV in the scheme of things, you can't go to anywhere in the South-South and ITV is not in front. And you can't even go anywhere in Nigeria. I can say this. We have the largest community reportage and followership amongst the top TV stations in Nigeria. If you look at what we give out every evening in terms of news, you're sure to have close to 40% of our news coming from our immediate communities around the Edo and Delta axis. I don't think there is any other broadcast outfit that can boast of that in Nigeria in terms of community followers. And don't forget, it is about the people.
Fantastic. Let's link up with Abuja Network Studio, where Tolu is on standby. Tolu, our boss is ready to get the first shot from you as we have this conversation on ITV at 29. The big day is tomorrow, the Founders Day celebration. A lot will be happening. Tolu?
Okay, it says something that's very, very germane and we cannot run away from. It's the fact that ITV has been able to set the trail. But another major thing, you mentioned something when you were asking him how you talked about in the South-South, we seem to be able to hold our ground, and also the fact that an average person from the South-South see ITV. How do you also translate that to other parts of the country? What are his plans to make that also possible? That ITV, every Nigerian, see independent television their own. What are your plans to be able to take us to the Eldorado?
Thank you, Tolu. First of all, you are a product of the spread of ITV because you are not speaking from the South-South, you're speaking from the North-Central and the capital city of Nigeria. The beauty of technology today has taken away the borders and the limitations of the reach of your signals. Today we can say we can broadcast on over the internet, we can broadcast on, I think we are now on the free TV, we can broadcast on the satellite platforms. These are platforms without borders and without reach. As of today, aside our strong presence in the South-South, which is our prized and very much treasured followership, we've been able to spread our tentacles that we can now. I'll be speaking with Mercy from Lagos Axis, and you know in Nigeria, if Lagos does not buy, Nigerians won't buy. And when Lagos produces, the whole of the world, the whole of Nigeria buys. ITV is well and fully grounded in Lagos, and Mercy will be joining us from Lagos this morning. So our spread is not just the South-South, but we can't take away the fact that we have built our tentacles in the South-South, and our taproot is deep down here. You must have a base, and as our people say, a masquerade does not dance in the marketplace without, first of all, trying his steps at home. We are good and we are home in the South, but our spread nationally. Today, we can say at least Abdul joins us from Kanu every other day. Joins us from, Mohammed joins us from Kaduna almost every other day. And if we go down south, I can tell you this is a growing project, and the expansion is massive. What we have in Abuja today is something we're all proud of. And Tolu, I'm happy that you are speaking to me this morning from our Abuja station. So you are a product of our spread, and that spread is intentional. And you know very well that the last 1.5 years has been with an intentionality like no other, because what is the mandate? Getting ITV to every corner of Nigeria. We're a Nigerian station, but with a global perspective. Yeah. A Nigerian spirit with a global perspective. And we must take the news to all the nooks and crannies.
Okay, so that's what's next on the ITV platform, as a matter of fact. So let's hear from you, Ms. Selina.
All right, beautiful morning to you, Engineer Elvis Obasaki, and then I'm delighted to share the screen with you this beautiful morning. It's a good thing ITV is celebrating 29 years. I've known ITV since I was a child, and I would say that the station is growing by the day, and we're moving forward. I mean, in the South and, you know, in Edo State and Delta State, we would be proud to say that ITV is one of the best TV station. I'm not saying this because I'm working here, but I'm just saying it because it's the reality. So, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, as we celebrate 29 years, how is ITV positioning itself for the next generation of viewers who are more digitally inclined?
Thank you very much. I know you just asked that on behalf of the constituency.
That she belongs to.
Mercy should have asked, you should have rephrased your question to say, how is ITV preparing to entertain us?
Yes.
Because you, first of all, joining us in Lagos, one of the things we went out for was to get the Gen Z in. If you notice, we are having a huge population of the Gen Zs on our airspace. I think that should be an intentional attempt to bring that very important community who unfortunately are no longer in front of the TV screen.
Absolutely.
So now what we are also doing, we are moving towards the handhelds, because that is where that population is. And also don't forget that the advertiser, especially the big ones, are also creating so much budgets to accommodate those that are only accessing television content through the handhelds. So we cannot be left behind in terms of a progression in growth towards accommodating that very important class of the society. Demographics gave us about 63 to 65% of the populace of the country falling within that very mobile an active, energetic age. ITV can't be left behind. We are creating content for you, and I'm happy that you, that is even asking the question, Messina that is asking the question, aside having to speak on our flagship program in the morning on TMI, she also has a Gen Z program that she's anchoring. The two Gen Z programs that she's anchoring. Yeah. And you are also on our flagship news in the evening. So the accommodation of the Gen Zs is with serious intentionality, and we can point to the fact that we have, I don't think, if you look at 6 casters from Abuja and about 7 from Benin, and the 2 we have in Lagos, I think only about 2 persons or 3 persons could be above 40 on that Ari, the old man that is talking to me this morning, is one of the 3 that could be above 40. And I think Philip, Philip and no, Wisin. Okay, no, but Wisin is still Gen Z.
Wisin is not Gen Z. Wisin can be Gen Z.
Wisin is still Philip is close to Gen Z in attitude, but an old man in age. So we can accommodate Philip. So, Messina, you have to understand that we have you and your constituency in our plans, because that is where the advertisers are also gravitating towards.
All right, tomorrow is the big day. I mean, we will have all eyes will be on Izua Hub tomorrow for the Founders Day lecture proper, where we keep asking the same question every year. Quo vadis, where are we going? Give us insight into the, because I know also that before you came on board, the celebration didn't take this dimension. So what informed the decision, as it were?
Okay, I think the concept came from the fact that we had to understand what we were managing. ITV is a broadcast platform. With so much followership, his voice cannot be ignored. And that platform we have seen as a veritable tool to speak to the Nigerian project. And that is why that question has remained over the years. Nigeria, quo vadis? Nigeria, quo vadis? Where are we going? This is an ongoing project. We can't be a thriving business in a country that is not at peace, in a country that is not secure, and a country that does not have that exponential to grow economically. So these are the things we've looked at. And if you looked at those that have spoken on that stage for the past 4 years, we've had our regulator, the former DG of NBC, Mr. Emeka Mba, he opened it up. We've had a vice chancellor of a Nigerian university, Professor Sonny Adagbonyi, he spoke to it. And we've had a firebrand regulator in the Nigerian and electoral management space, Mr. Mike Igini, he spoke to it. And we now looked at it again and said, why don't we do a reset? Let the practitioner. There is nothing in this country that does not dwell or revolve around politics and political policies of government. We brought the firebrand senator, Senator Adams Oshomole, who was on the stage last year to speak to it. And this year, the button was not, the satellite was now beamed on the economic sector. So we're bringing a man that has been a former MD of a bank, a man that has been a former group executive director of a multinational oil company, and today runs a thriving oil and servicing company, and he has also ventured into the academia by being a former chairman of the governing council of a state university. That is how we came on, and we pinpointed as a, let's give this opportunity to Chief Lawson Omokodion to share with us from his experience as an economist, as a banker, as an oil and gas, and you know Nigeria's mainstay is oil and gas, and not from the political angle. Okay. Come, let's speak to this. And in discussing this, we also went out of our way to pick a broad, an array of panelists. One from the academia, a professor and a dean of the Faculty of Media and Communicative Studies in the University of Benin. Professor Aku is coming in to speak from the academia. We have the Commissioner for Information and Strategy, who we all know is political from the beginning to the end. Everything about Kazim Afegwa is politics. So we are bringing him to Kazim come speak on, and I call the only female on the panel a professional in politics. She holds an MBBS with a specialty in obstetrics and gynecology, but she has veered into politics. And that is Dr. Mrs. Loretta Ogboro. She's coming in. Then the man we have to moderate this panel is somebody that I will call a man with so many parts. He has risen so high in Nollywood in content creation to have been the president of the Nigerian Guild of Directors. He has risen in the banking sector to have been an investment banker. He is also on an advisory board of several awards in the entertainment industry. I said, okay, why don't we bring? And at the time, I know Victor contested the presidency of this country. I know sometimes you get fed up and say, no, let me just
go into it and change things myself.
He will be moderating the panelist section. So our thoughts, by taking this anniversary away from just any other day, is to make our relevance importance and the strategic position of the media in the discourse as regards the Nigerian project to be felt. And ITV feels this could be a better way and the best way to contribute to the Nigerian discourse. And I think I have hope that there will be a better Nigeria.
Okay. Tolu, I know you're still on standby. Let's switch over to you now.
I'm really impressed with what the lineup of what we have for tomorrow, talking about the Founders Day conference. Really interesting to have this thing. But looking at what you have done, what are some of the things that you also want the viewers to take away from this conference we're having? And when you look at the roll calls of people that we have, what are some of the things that you want the viewers and also our followers to take away from this conference?
Sincerely, we've always been talking. But I think this is another opportunity to see how the talk can be, how we can walk the talk. That is why we involved government via the Information Commissioner and via an appointee of government who is handling the diaspora community. One of the first things that the governor, Mondo Kwevolo's administration did was a step out to get diaspora involvement in his government via investments. And we decided to pick the arrowhead behind that project, conspicuous, so that at least at the end of this discourse, some of the things that will come out of it. I always use myself as an example. Whenever I go into meetings, when things are said, I take notes. Immediately I leave that meeting, I ask myself, where can I and how can I apply this into what I am doing? Because Nigeria is a work in progress, and if you are fortunate to be one of those managing any sector of this country, nothing should be wished away. And I am very, very positive that having Kazim Afegbo and having Loretta on that panel tomorrow, something good that could be taken out of it will get to the government of the day. And you know our governor does not allow any space go without telling you that he has the ear of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. So I don't think what we'll be having tomorrow will not get to the corridors of power to see how it can be implemented.
All right, we'll go over to Lagos studio. Mr. Lena, I know you're on standby. Can we hear from you again?
All right, Engineer Elvis Ogbaseki, being the Managing Director of Independent Television and Radio, how do you envision ITV in the next 2, 3, 4, 5 years to come?
Mercy, I think the way you package your involvement this morning, you are really speaking to the future. My dream of ITV, firstly, we will be moving into full participation in digital space. Now the DSO, the digital switchover project of the federal government has taken a serious traction. At the last board meeting, we saw when the DG of the NBC presented the footprints and the plans towards the transition. And if that happens, that is going to open the business up from a different angle. And I always say this, unfortunately I have to say this in public space. We are fortunate in the broadcasting industry today because we are having somebody who is an investor in the industry as the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So he feels the pain. Yeah. He knows how it is. TVC belongs to the President. And he must have been getting reports on how things are going on the platform. A first-hand information. And I think it will be in this era that the transition will be very swift and it will be faster than we've had in the past. And I know ITV is geared towards playing its own part. And we will not just be a crowd follower. We are going to be trailblazers. Nothing that Esama Obini does, that he does not do it in an exemption, in an exemplary manner. And we don't have any other option than to key into that vision and make it happen.
Fantastic, and well said. Let's talk about the broadcast industry. Of course, you know, we are an integral part of it. What are your perspectives on the current challenges facing the broadcast industry, and what are your key recommendations from your experiences, from your engagements and interactions?
One of the biggest challenges that we are facing, it affects every other person, is the energy issue. For us to run our transmitters and run our studios, you know what you have to spend on energy. If the power system in the country is okay, we will not have to run our generators for 24 hours. And once that gen is on, you know that gas is being burned. If this is addressed, a huge of investments will move away from the energy line and come into human capital development and training and retraining.
Okay.
That is a major challenge.
Okay.
Another thing is the fact that the industry is within the Nigerian environment. So any thriving company that could, I said ITV, we have more than 250 staff.
Okay.
And we make sure that salaries are paid as and when. And having to do that, you have to make so many other things suffer.
Okay, now before we let you go, quickly, what is your take on this seeming strong competition between the traditional media and the digital media, against the background that for most people like you rightly identified, the attention is more on digital media platforms?
Regulation is just the only problem. Regulation. By the time you are able to regulate the digital space, or what you call the social media, as well as the regulation that you have on the conventional media, there will be a meeting point. Because there are so many things that are sent out on the social media space that can't go on the conventional media space. So if there is some level of regulation, I think both spaces will be able to work tangentially, and at the end of the day, the viewers get informed, and we don't sometimes disinform or misinform, because that is what you see from the social media space. And because of the misinformation and disinformation and the sensationalism that goes on there, there is always the gravitation towards that end. There are some things I can't allow go on the screen in ITV, because first of all, we have to verify. We have to fact check, and we have to be sure that what you're putting on air is true. But the social media space, as it comes, they pull up. There are some things, I will take the case of the GUO accident, robbery case that happened about 2 days ago at Ore and Benin.
Yeah, it's all over social media.
All over social media, in the raw form. Gory pictures sent out in the raw form. You can have that in the
traditional media, conventional media. Okay, so on the final note, what are your expectations tomorrow?
We are ready. And I know those that we've invited and those that will be on the stage and on the podium tomorrow are set. I will only appeal to Nigerians that will be making us time to join us tomorrow to come in early.
Okay.
10, at least by 12, 12:30, we should be out of the hall.
Okay.
And I will say thank you to all the management and staff of ITV for keeping the flag flying. And the eternal thanks goes to the visionary and our founder, the chairman of Independent Television and Radio, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Egbenedion, for giving us a platform like this to ventilate. I say thank you, and I say thank you to our viewers that have kept us, and our listeners that have kept us in business.
And our Deputy Vice Chairman.
Oh yeah, to our Deputy Vice Chairman, who has pushed us from all angles, pushed us really bad from all angles, and his support has been tremendous. We're having a state-of-the-art admin block being put up by him. What used to be a bungalow of about 20 rooms is now turned into a story building of about 30 rooms and an amphitheater. There could be no other way to say, go do it right and hit it
and conquer the world.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, Managing Director, ITVN Radio, giving us insight into what's coming up tomorrow, Founders Day 29th, Founders Day lecture is going to be happening at the Hizwa Hub, 85 Airport Road, opposite Glass House, Benin City. We'll take a short break. Please stay.
And I am Marcelina Umko. But we talk about trending stories making waves on social media, and of course to get to hear people's reaction about each story. So our first story we saw where the Lagos CP Tijani Fatai tells Nigerians you're not allowed to record, to record officers. Police can search your phone. I mean, this has gotten different reactions because according to Nigerians, we've heard this particular story several times, and the police keep searching our phones. Now he has made it clear that if the police officers are trying to search your phones, you can record them. And of course, it has gotten misreactions and different reactions from different people. Let's take a look at the reactions. All right, this person says, knowing your right is one thing, enforcement is another. Accountability is what makes the difference. Let's take a look at another reaction. Saying you are allowed to record officers is good, but let's be honest, right on paper don't allow protests people in practice. Until police culture changes, many Nigerians will still fear retaliation for exercising that right. Let's take a look at another reaction. This user says that is a strong public accountability signal for the Lagos CP. It reinforces two important principles: citizens' rights to record public officers on duty and the need for lawful procedures when it comes to searches, especially digital privacy. If consistency enforced, it could help improve transparency and reduce abuse of power. But the retest will be how it applies in practice on the streets. Let's take a look at another reaction. This other user, Gertson, says, all what the Lagos State Police CP is saying is just on paper. The activities of Nigerian police on the road is extremely shameful. Their major primary objective is to exalt people, most especially the motorists and the Okada riders. Let's take a look at another reaction. Jude says, we have been hearing this for a long time now, but not enforced, just on papers. Okay, that is for that. We're still on TMI Socials. We'll talk about people's reaction on a particular story. So we saw a video on the internet circulating where the Indigi of Plateau State just said they came out protesting and calling for the immediate exit of Nigerian military personnel from their community following continuous attack by Fulani militants despite military development. They also demand the release of their youth arrested for defending themselves against this terrorist. We are tired, according to them. I mean, if you're not able to protest us, then go. We've been seeing a couple of reactions. Persons are saying, do you people think this is the right decision to take, or this is the right way to go? I mean, at the same time, these people are tired. They just want a lasting solution to insecurity. Take a look at the videos before we go to the reaction. All right, let's take a look at the reactions. This user says, funny enough, the checkpoint is right there. My question is, how do these people pass through? Are the military personnel asleep, or do these people have another route they use to enter? Let's take a look at another reaction. This other user says, send them away. They are sabotaging your communities. True military personnel are meant to defend and protect citizens. These ones are whosoever deployed them are working for Boko Haram. Chase them. They are informant to the wicked. Let's take a look at another reaction. This other person said, protect citizens. The response late. The citizen protect themselves. You respond swiftly to arrest citizen protecting their lands. It is like saying we shouldn't protect our land but wait to get killed. Meanwhile, constitutionally, we reserved rights to defend ourselves. All right, let's take a look at another reaction. This other user says, angry protests against Nigerian military in Plateau while Fulani attacks persist. That is ironic. Troops aren't perfect, but pulling them out invites more chaos. Focus on stopping the killers and not the responders. Okay, that is for that. This order user says people in Plateau want the military out. After Fulani attack continue without troops, things would get worse. Blaming the army instead of the actual killers shows misplaced anger, not solution. Okay, this other user, Prosper King, says, heartbreaking actually. Still, we must pray for our honest battalions in the forest. They are getting killed. They don't have a choice. In the military, there's an organized structure. The principle of obey the last command. We can't entirely fault the troop. God be with them. Okay, that is for that. Our last story for today. We saw a man that went to, his 3 children was kidnapped and he bailed them. He paid the ransom. He paid 60 million naira. And this video has gotten a lot of people talking. I mean, you kidnap ordinary Nigerians, and this terrorists and these bandits, they're asking for 30, 40, 50 million naira. I mean, some of all these people, they do not even have food to eat. Some manage to pay, while some are not able to pay the ransom. Take a look at this video that have been, trending on social media before we take a look at the reaction.
60 million naira for 3. 8 million. Muhammad Rasulullah. 8 million you pay for your 3 children.
3 children.
What do those people they carry this money?
Where is
sorry, sir.
The issue of insecurity has been a major problem, and we cannot wait for it to end. What are the government doing to curb insecurity? I mean, we saw the GO that happened in the Benin-Lagos Expressway, and we've been seeing a couple of kidnapping and all of that. And those people, they are not requesting for small money. They're requesting for huge amount of money from the citizen. Let's take a look at the reaction. All right, this person, Emmanuel, says, I have seen people kidnapped. This is the height of being broken, and it will take only God's grace and psychological therapy for redemption from such trauma. There is no reason with terrorists to wonder why. Let's take a look at another reaction. All right, the maker says, Nigeria will not just test your patience, but it will break your hearts. Imagine a man having 3 of his children in captivity. How did we get here? This must stop. Let's take a look at another reaction. Ekene says, unbelievable, bandits now have a functioning business model in Nigeria while the government sleeps. Let's take a look at another reaction. This other user says, Nigerians need to stand up together against this. Don't wait until it touches your family. If 1 million Nigerians rise up against kidnapping today, government will have no choice than to do something. Interesting. Let's take a look at this reaction. Darlington says, to the people asking what do these terrorists use the ransom money for? Bro, they use the money to buy more ammunition to keep terrorizing the country. Interesting. This is really, really sad. Trust me. We cannot wait. Nigerians cannot wait for a lasting solution to insecurity in the country. All right. Thank you for joining our Lagos studio or on TMI socials this morning. Our Benin Network studio is on standby.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. Thank you so much, Mercy, for those wonderful reports on TMI Social. But something is really bugging my mind. I knew it's like the bandits, the kidnappers, the terrorists. It's just like they've established this kind of an act as a business.
It's now becoming a lucrative business, and it shouldn't be so. But
3 children, 60 million?
That's a lot. And how would they be able to even afford it? That's another big question. Can they afford it? It's really sad. And I think we've moved past from when it's just for the big men and those elites, those who have money. Right now, anybody. Core members, normal civilians are all at risk, and we really need to get past all of this moving forward, especially as we move towards the 2027 election. But let's not forget that Senator Akpabio did say, the Senate President said, you might just be shocked that after the election, 2 weeks after the election, all of the insecurity in Nigeria would stop. Well, which way Nigeria?
Which way Nigeria, really? Remember, yes, our MD was on the ground right here in the studio talking about the Founders Day, 29 years of broadcasting excellence. It's like going to be wow tomorrow. Yeah. So he has given us what the public should expect and what we are dishing out to them tomorrow and beyond. ITV in the past, present, and what next. So what should we be expecting right now?
Yeah, we're expecting a lot. We're 29 years. I'm pretty sure some of the Gen Zs were really not born at that period. I'm trying to calculate. Anyway, we'll leave it.
Well, from what Mercy said, she was a baby. Mercy, don't hold that against me. You said it. You said you were a baby watching ITV. Oh, ITV. Well, it's okay. We are so happy that we are 29 and tomorrow is going to be time for celebrating the Founders Day. We want you to be there. You know, the venue is your hub. Airport Road. Yeah, just be there for you to get to hear how we were giving birth to our mission. Yes, and what you be expecting from ITV from now henceforth. Well, that's it on today's edition of This Morning on ITV. From all the network studios, we're saying have a wonderful Wednesday ahead. Bye for now.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Alleged coup plotters arraigned, remanded in DSS custody. Last-minute defections in National Assembly. Kidnapped victim regains freedom in Edo community. Benin City agog as Archbishop Augustine Akwebueze marks 20 years as bishop. Action against fake news calls on media organization to join fight against fake news. It's a pleasure to have you join us on ITV Network News tonight from the Abuja Network Studio. My name is Godwin Dele. I'm joining from Benin is Anu Oluwapo Stevens. And also in the midst from Lagos is Messilina Onko. Good morning, good evening to you, beautiful ladies.
Good evening, Godwin. How are you?
I'm pretty good. Good evening to you, Messilina.
Beautiful evening to you, Godwin. Good to see you on the screen tonight.
Good to share the screen with you too. We move straight to the news. The Federal High Court in Abuja has ordered the remand of 6 persons accused of plotting to overthrow President Bola Ahmed Tinubu at the detention facility of the Department of State Services, DSS. Justice Joy Abdulmalik gave the order on Wednesday following an application by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Prince Lateef Fagbemi, SAN, who is leading the prosecution. Joseph Carr reports that the defendants pleaded not guilty to a 13-count charge preferred against them.
The defendants are retired Major General Muhammad Ibrahim Ghana, retired Navy Captain Erasmus Ochegbia, Inspector Ahmed Ibrahim, Zakari Umoru, Bukar Kashim Goni, and Abdul Qadir Sani. On arrival at the court, 2 of their wives were seen waiting along the corridor. They rushed to embrace their husbands and broke down in tears.
This is his control. Please save my husband.
At their arraignment before Justice Abdul Malik, the defendants plead not guilty to charges bordering on treason, terrorism financing, and related offenses. The court granted the request of the prosecution led by the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice, Lateef Fagbemi, for an accelerated trial but declined oral bail application, directing defense counsel to file formal motions. Justice Abdul Malik adjourns the matter to April 27 for commencement of trial and ordered the defendants be granted access to their lawyers to prepare their defense. One of the accused, Major General Ghana, retired, was brought to court in a wheelchair due to ill health, while another suspect, former Bayelsa State Governor Temipre Silva, is said to be at large. According to the charge filed by the Office of the Attorney General of the Federation, the defendants allegedly conspired in 2025 to wage war against Nigeria and overthrow President Bola Tinubu. They are also accused of supporting terrorism, withholding intelligence on planned treasonable acts, and engaging in financial transactions linked to terrorism financing. The defendants are remanded in DSS custody. After the arraignment, counsel to parties in the matter declined comment to journalists. From Abuja, Joseph Kadri, ITV News.
Meanwhile, opposition parties in the country have suffered a fresh setback as 3 senators defect to the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. National Assembly correspondent Charity Tanko reports that the derailment has triggered changes in the Senate leadership.
The defection of the 3 senators to the ruling APC has further shifted the balance of power in the Senate. Among those who switched allegiance is the Deputy Minority Whip, Senator Osita Ngo, who represents Enugu West and was elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP. Others include Senator Ali Wadada, who defected from the Social Democratic Party, SDP, and Senator Anthony Yaru, representing Gombe South, who also left the PDP. Following the development, Senator Tony Ngoye of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, has emerged as the new Deputy Minority Whip, replacing Ngu after his defection.
I write to notify the distinguished Senate of my resignation from the People's Democratic Party, PDP, and also notification of my membership of the APC. The intractable crisis in the PDP have made it impossible for me to actualize the yearnings and aspirations of my senatorial district. Consequently, I have chosen to align myself with the progressive values of the All Progressives Congress, the only stable platform currently in Nigeria, and to support the empowering agenda of the renewed hope of Mr. President and even my state governor, who is also APC. I offer my sincere gratitude to the former PDP and wish the party well if they're able to put their house in order.
In a related development, the Senate President has announced the appointment of Senator Orwell Onyeso as chairman of the Senate Committee on Works, replacing the late Senator Barinada Impigi. However, the Senate is yet to announce a replacement for Senator Wadada as chairman of the Senate Committee on Public Accounts. From the National Assembly, Charity Itanko, ITV News.
The federal government has called on public relations practitioners to communicate government reforms and policies with clarity and precision, stressing that public understanding is critical to building trust and ensuring policy success. As Status correspondent Nicarata reports, immediately when speaking at the 3rd Nigerian Institute of Public Relations Week 2026 in Kaduna.
Public relations and media stakeholders gathered in the city of Kaduna as this year's PR Week is hosted by Governor Uba Sani. Speaking, Vice President Kashim Shettima says reforms undertaken by the administration of President Tinubu can only achieve their intended impact when citizens fully understand their benefits. He emphasized that effective communication is central to governance, noting that poorly explained policies often breed distrust and resistance.
To witness that bold sweep of infrastructure championed by the Kaduna State government to secure the welfare of the people has proceeded without neglecting the equally important duty to strengthen the architecture of governance itself. Every serious leader desires to leave behind not only the memory of impact but also the enduring framework through which government can think, coordinate, and serve. What we gather to witness today is a reminder that the business of governance must be pursued alongside the ordering of a system.
The Vice President, who also inaugurated the Brigadier Abakari Banquet Hall at the Sir Kashim Ibrahim House, which is the government house of Kaduna State, says even the most well-designed policy must be translated into relatable terms to gain public acceptance. Addressing the theme of the conference, food security from policy paper to public plate, Shettima says the role of PR professionals is vital in bridging the gap between policy formulation and its real-life impact on citizens. In his remark, Governor Uba Sani described Vice President Shettima as a steadfast supporter of President Tinubu, noting that Kaduna State is increasing budgetary allocation to agriculture as part of efforts to enhance food security. The president of the African Public Relations Association, Arik Karani, encouraged Nigerians to project the country positively, citing improvements in visa processing and airport procedures. Ikaro Atta, ITV News.
From the nation's capital, we turn our attention to Benin, where Anu is standing by. Over to you.
Many thanks, Godwin. Here in Edo State, where the state governor, Senator Mondo Kwebolo, has attributed successes recorded by his administration to the spiritual guidance and prayers of the Catholic Archbishop of Benin, Most Reverend Dr. Augustine Obiora Akubueze. Governor Kwebolo made the commendation at an event to commemorate the 20th Episcopal anniversary of Archbishop Akubueze, which also featured goodwill messages from members of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria and other groups who praised Archbishop Akubueze for his commitment in serving humanity. Government House correspondent Kinsley Uchebu has the details.
St. Paul's Catholic Church attracted Governor Mondo Bolo, the SMR of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Benedion, and other prominent dignitaries for the 20 years Episcopal anniversary of Archbishop Augustine Obiora Akubueze. Governor Bolo recounted his first encounter with Archbishop Akubueze, describing it as a defining moment that shaped his political journey and personal resolve to serve Edo people. He emphasized that Archbishop Akubueze's spiritual support played a significant role in strengthening his resolve and guiding his actions in office, noting that the milestone anniversary was not only a celebration of years, but of impactful service and mentorship.
I requested a prayer for him. I said, I am going to do the unusual thing. I'm going to fight cultism. I'm going to work for Edo people. I need you to pray for me so that God will give me the strength. But today, I am happy that everything I requested is answered by God. And I cannot leave this podium without giving a gift to our father, your father, our Archbishop. This is 20 years, and we are still expecting more years to come. So I will donate a Land Cruiser Jeep to our Archbishop.
Archbishop Akubeze's 2 decades of episcopal leadership, apart from promoting peace, has continued to resonate in the lives of leaders and citizens. From Benin, Kingsley Uchebu, ITV News.
The 20th Episcopal Ordination Anniversary of the Catholic Archbishop of Benin City, His Grace Most Reverend Archbishop Augustine Obiora Akubueze, took place on Wednesday at St. Paul's Catholic Church, Benin City. Pius Usogo reports that a conclave of bishops and priests from across Nigeria's ecclesiastical provinces flocked to the altar, while dignitaries who include the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, and the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion, graced the occasion.
History knelt, power stood, and the faithful sang. The scene at St. Paul's Catholic Church, Benin City, where His Grace Most Reverend Augustine Obiora Akubueze, Catholic Archbishop of Benin, celebrated the 20th anniversary of his episcopal ordination, was a mass that felt like a national thanksgiving. In a homily that looked like a biography, Archbishop of Owerri, Most Reverend Lucius Ugoji, delivered a portrait in prose with warmth and forensic detail. He chronicled Archbishop Akubueze's 20-year contributions to the development of parishes and archdiocese he served, noting that one cannot speak of Catholic in Benin City in the last 2 decades without speaking of his fingerprints.
The image of a good shepherd emphasizes that Jesus is a servant leader, not a self-serving one.
In a goodwill message, the President, Catholic Bishops' Conference of Nigeria, Matthew Manoso Ndagoso, commended Archbishop Akubueze's apostolic ministry, describing him as a blessing to humanity.
Your Grace, for 20 solid years, your ministry truly reflected the presence of Christ in gathering, sanctifying, and guiding the portions of the people of God entrusted to you.
When Governor Monday Okpebholo took the microphone, he was succinct as he told the Archbishop how his apostolic ministry has blessed his administration.
I requested a prayer for him. I said, I am going to do the unusual thing. I'm going to fight cultism. I'm going to work for a good people. I need you to pray for me so that God will give me strength. But today, I am happy that everything I requested is answered by God.
The roll call of dignitaries on the front pews who came to honor a shepherd-turned-institution include the Edo State Governor, Senator Monday Okpebholo, the Esama of Benin and Honorary Romanian Consul to Edo and Delta States, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawa Igbenedion, Chief John Odigye Oyegun, a former governor of Edo State, and former Deputy Governor, Comrade Philip Shaibu.
Very unprecedented. I thank God for his life, for the position he has.
Then came the moment groups and organizations have been waiting for to celebrate the Archbishop their own way. Mkovic brass and different cultural troops across the country trailed guests in the various locations.
We are happy for him because he's a straightforward human being whom God has sent to the world to evangelize and save people's souls.
My dream for our Archbishop is that God should give him more wisdom to be able to take care of us. He has been a good leader.
Many more years to come. He will reach 100 years in this position. That's our prayer for him.
I wish him very many years on this spiritual seat.
Since his ordination as bishop 20 years ago, Archbishop Akubeze has defined episcopal leadership in Benin with 3 signatures: orthodoxy, outreach, and order. Vocations have grown, Catholic social services have expanded, and in moments of political tension, his voice has been a steady call to conscience.
It has been a top-notch celebration in the history of Nigeria and the entire Archdiocese of Benin. From Benin, Pius Nsogo, ITV News.
Away from that now to other stories, where Edo State government has stepped up effort to strengthen agricultural development with a renewed call for farmers across Edo Central Senatorial District to participate in its ongoing registration and profiling exercise. The State Commissioner for Agriculture, Jerry Wangwe, made the appeal during an awareness sensitization and interactive tour across the 5 local government areas in Edo Central. Patience Osaragiwa has the details.
Edo State Commissioner for Agriculture, Dr. Jerry Wangwe, said proper documentation of farmers will enable the government to plan effectively and provide targeted support, including access to inputs, funding opportunities, and other incentives aimed at boosting productivity. Mr. Wangwe urged farmers to embrace communal farming, noting that the state government is currently clearing large expanses of land to support such initiatives.
The government is wisdom found out that most benefit will be the second giving farmers, not the rich land. Instead, get a jack, we call them political farmers, and it doesn't want that. So you want every benefit when it comes both from federal and states, making it go straight to the people who benefit from it.
During the engagements, farmers across the districts commended the state governor, Monde Okpewolo, for initiating the program, describing it as a step in the right direction for the agricultural sector. However, they also highlighted several challenges affecting their productivity.
Very laudable initiative. It is something that we have never experienced here in our community.
Yes, with this initiative, at least I would say it is a right step in the right direction.
Problem of processing our cassava that are wasting in the bush. Help us to provide us these processing machines.
Speaking with journalists after the tour, Dr. Uwangwe commended Governor Okpewolo for what he described as a visionary initiative.
Across the 3 senatorial districts, the governor has built a base for the agricultural settlement in every community. In those areas, we have our offices, security personnel.
As part of the tour, the commissioner and his team from the Ministry of Agriculture also inspected government-owned large-scale farms in Udomi and Ekpoma. From Edo Central, Patience Osaragiwa, ITV News.
The Wednesday edition of the breakfast show on independent television this morning on ITV focused on primaries, rising kidnapping, and the sack of 2 ministers, with experts offering perspectives. The report by Shalom Onugwara, presented by Usemudiame Osage.
From Benin, legal practitioner Barrister Faith Idemudia says nomination forms and expression of interest fees is absurd considering the economic situation in the country. Joining virtually, Dr. Osage Godsend Irunse said the interest fee is outrageous. He stated that politics has become a means to earn money in Nigeria.
Because constitution states that there should be freedom from discrimination. So, but you are attaching such enormous amounts, such outrageous amounts on your expression of interest and nomination form.
Now, politics is now a money game. When someone has the opportunity to serve in politics, what he's thinking about is how he can cook money for his next political ambition.
In Lagos, discourse focused on the rising kidnapping rate in Nigeria. United Nations humanitarian ambassador Dr. Victor Okai says insecurity in Nigeria is an unending circle and has become worrisome.
It does appear like an unending circle in the security space of Nigeria.
Meanwhile, in Abuja, the analyst commented on the sack of the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun. Public Affairs analyst, Mr. Raji Kolawole, said the minister, before his sack, did a good job.
Concerning performance, I think Mr. Wale Edun did tremendously fine.
The managing director of Independent Television and Radio, Engineer Elvis Obaseki, provided an insight on the station's 29th Founders Day, scheduled for Thursday, 23rd April 2026. Engineer Obaseki commented on the station's vision in broadcasting.
ITV is a broadcast platform. With so much followership, his voice cannot be ignored. And that platform we have seen as a veritable tool to speak to the Nigerian project. And that is why that question has remained over the years. Nigeria Co. Vadimos, where are we going? We can't be a thriving business in a country that is not at peace, in a country that is not secure, and a country that does not have that exponential to grow. That is how we came on, and we pinpointed as let's give this opportunity to Chief Lawson Omokodioung to share with us from his experience. And in discussing this, we also went out of our way to pick a broad array of panelists.
Simdamel Sagi, ITV News.
In the meantime, operatives of Edo State Security Corps have rescued a kidnapped victim, Sunday Nabele, in Uzeiya Forest and Wenyi area of Esako West Local Government Area. Crime correspondent Jolade Ojo tells us more.
The 36-year-old victim, Sunday Anabele, had set out with his family at about 8 a.m. on April 19, 2026, when they were ambushed by suspected kidnappers along Ewari Maligna Forest axis. Operatives of Edo State Security Corps, Sector Tiri Anwen Command, acting on credible intelligence, swiftly mobilized to the scene in a bid to rescue the victims. The operatives tracked the abductors using footprints left on the wet soil following rainfall in the area. Although the kidnappers escaped, the victim was successfully rescued unharmed. Narrating his audio, the victim disclosed that the kidnappers forced him to choose who among his family members would be taken, prompting him to volunteer himself. He said negotiations had already begun, with the abductors demanding a ransom of 50 million naira from his family before his rescue.
After Ewari Maligna Forest, I now saw 3 men just come out from Fulani. They don't stop us and please go down, me and my family. They asked me, among 2 of us, who do I choose for them to take? I said they should take me. They said, okay. From there, they just bring out this rope. They put my hand back and tie me on my finger. They take me to the forest.
Deputy Corps Commander Operations at Edo State Security Corps, Richard Balogun, said the command will continue to intensify efforts to rid the state of criminal elements.
There is no day we don't go to the forest. Me and Bush could be every day. Every day we go to the bush, go to the forest in conjunction with the police and the military. Sometimes we even go alone. There was a soldier and they ran and abandoned the man. So we now rescued him and blinded him, and then it's now united with his family. It happened in one forest.
Jola Deojo, ITV News.
Speakers at the maiden alumni homecoming ceremony at Nigeria's premier private university, Igbinedion University Okada, have urged alumni of the institution to assist in maintaining the cutting-edge facilities required to keep the College of Engineering at the pinnacle of technical education in Africa. Jonah Omoriwa, who was at the ceremony, has the details.
The maiden alumni homecoming is the first ever homecoming event organized by the College of Engineering, Igbinedion University Okada. It was a historic event as it sets the tradition for future reunion, affording all classmates reconnect after several years of graduation. In his speech, the Dean, College of Engineering, Professor Roland Azike, urged the alumni to remain worthy ambassadors of the institution.
Doors worked hard for are still open. Come back often. Bring your ideas, your stories, and your support. Let's continue to raise the name of your alma mater.
The Vice-Chancellor, Professor Lawrence Ezemoye, while congratulating the alumni, described the homecoming as symbolic and significant.
The College of Engineering and Alumni Association is representing today a global collection of very distinguished alumni of the University.
In his keynote address titled From Foundation to Frontiers, Celebrating Engineering Legacies and Innovations, the keynote speaker and old student of the College of Engineering, Igbinedion University Okada, Dr. Danagogo Briggs, commended the organizers for the initiative.
Alumni are not spectators. You are stakeholders in investing on us. Alumni must not only release, we must mentor, we must invest.
Other guest speakers, Dr. Michael Mashahari, a research impact leader, and engineer Dr. Mary Taiwo Ajide, a chemical engineer, spoke via Zoom on Engineering Without Borders, Alumni Advancing Global Solutions, and Alumni in Action Strengthening the Engineering Community. The maiden Alumni Homecoming also featured cultural display, alumni interaction, launching to support college development, award presentation, and cutting of their alumni cake. From Igbinedion University Okada, Jonah Mowa, ITV News.
And from Benin, we turn our attention to Lagos, where Messilina is standing by.
Many thanks, Godwin, from our Lagos Network studio. Nigerians have been advised to shun all forms of misinformation and fake news. Stakeholders during a press conference on the dangers of fake news in Lagos State said it is dangerous to the growth of any nation. Igboje Queria has the details.
Addressing stakeholders from different groups, including media organizations, founder Action Against Fake News, Comrade Babatunde Ashafa, said the fight against fake news must be holistic as it can destroy a nation. Comrade Ashafa, by calling on media organizations to verify their stories before pushing them out, said Nigeria is a great country and that those trying to destroy the country will go by disseminating fake news.
They can use, I repeat, is the power of misinformation. It's fake news. If they want to deal with anybody here, you know it's very difficult for you to put gun at somebody if you are not a terrorist or a kidnapper. The fake news is that medium they have been using to destroy and to silence the good faces as ours.
Other participants at the program said there is need for Nigerians to join in the fight against fake news, especially as many lives and good people have been wrongly killed due to fake news.
To be the one to break the news makes you to just go to the press or to go to the public with whatever you have gotten, whether that is the true state of things or not. Once it gets out, there will be multiplier effects. So the fakeness will continue to multiply until it causes a lot of destruction.
The meeting on the fight against fake news was climaxed with the anti-fake news notebook unveiling. From Lagos, Igboje Korea, ITV News.
In another report, the recent arrest of the principal suspecting the alleged murder of Prince Ademola Akinloye and Sheriff Ishola Salami by the International Criminal Police Organization in Benin Republic has started to generate reactions among civil society groups in Lagos State. Some civil society groups are calling for justice for the families of the slain victims. Igboje Queria completes the story.
There is victory for all. The civil society groups, while commending the AIG Zone 2, Moshood Chimo, for his courage and dedication to the cause of truth and justice and in ensuring the arrest of the prime suspect of the murder of Prince Kasim Ademola and Sheriff Ishola by the Interpol in Benin Republic, said the suspect Alhaji Tajuddin Ahmed Akambi must be properly investigated and may face the law in order to serve as deterrent to others.
We maintain that it remains the absolute constitutional duty of the police to carry out investigation in criminal matters. The media, as the critical partner in the pursuit of truth and justice in the society, must not fall as victim of the shenanigans of those seeking to obstruct the cause of justice.
The human rights activists maintained that justice must not only be done, but must be seen to have been done with respect to the murder incident that have brought untold stress to the family of the victims by ensuring that the matter is not swept under the carpet.
We are deeply encouraged by the progress made so far by the Lagos State Police Command with the arrest of the prime suspect in spite of the well-orchestrated plot to distract the police from performing its legitimate duty. We wish to therefore call on the new Commissioner of Police in Lagos State to remain resolute in ensuring that perpetrators of crime do not enjoy immunity from investigation and prosecution in the Lagos State within the Police Command.
The AIG Zone 2 headquarters, Jimoh Moshood, during a recent press conference said the suspects have been handed over to the Nigerian police by the Interpol after his arrest in Benin Republic. From Lagos, Aibuji Korea, ITV News.
And if you are just joining, this is the Network News on ITV. Now it's time for a break. When we return, we'll bring you more stories on the news. Please stay.
ITV, certainly the best.
Welcome back. In line with the Shine agenda of Edo State Governor Senator Mondo Kwebolo, the Ministry of Environment and Sustainability on Wednesday organized a rally in commemoration of World Health Day, designed to sensitize residents on the need to protect the environment and keep their surroundings clean. The rally saw the Commissioner, Barrister Nusa Adams, Permanent Secretary, Dr. Otamere Edonolonwayi, directors and staff of various agencies marched through major streets in Benin metropolis. William Siama tells us more.
The sensitization rally to commemorate World Earth Day was more of a carnival. The Commissioner for Environment and Sustainability, Barrister Nusa Adams, Permanent Secretary, Mr. Enodolonwayi Otamere, directors and staff, including officials of the Peace Corps of Nigeria, marched through Sapele Road, Urban Market Road, King Square, and ended up at the State Secretariat Complex. The Commissioner, Barrister Nusa Adams, during the rally, sensitized residents, marketmen, and artisans on the need to imbibe the culture to keep the environment clean and stay healthy.
When we keep our environment clean, when we keep our earth clean, when we keep all this earth, make it clean for us. When you don't provide us for water.
The Commissioner had earlier addressed a press conference on the significance of the World Earth Day.
The increasing challenges of climate change, environmental degradation, flooding, and pollution continue to threaten our livelihood, health, and future prosperity. In Edo State, we have witnessed firsthand the impact of these environmental issues, particularly in urban flooding caused by blood drainage system and indiscriminate waste management and disposal.
The Permanent Secretary, Edo State Ministry of Environment and Sustainability, Mr. Enodolonwayi Otamere, and representative of the Managing Director, Edo State Waste Management Agency, Martins Akigbe, shed more light on the observance of the World Earth Day.
On the need to keep our environment clean, safe, and healthy. If our environment is clean, we don't have business with the hospital, we don't have business with sickness.
We want to beg our people, don't take your waste out of your houses and put it on the middle of the road. Keep your waste for your waste manager.
This year's theme of the World Earth Day is Our Planet, Our Power. From Benin, William Siama, ITV News.
And on the political front, Honorable Nosa Bernard has officially declared his intention to contest Ovia Southwest constituency seat at the State House of Assembly under the platform of the All Progressive Congress, APC. Ayes Unamure reports that the declaration, which took place at the APC Secretariat along Siloko Road in Benin City on Wednesday, attracted party leaders, supporters, and stakeholders from across the constituency. The report is presented by Joy Obarsiabo.
It was a hive of activities at the APC Secretariat as Honorable Nusa Bernard arrived with a large crowd of supporters to declare his intention to contest for the Edo State House of Assembly of Ovia Southwest constituency seats. Addressing the crowd, Honorable Bernard pledged to prioritize the welfare of his constituents, promising inclusive representation and a strong voice for the people of Ovia Southwest at the State Assembly. He emphasized his commitment to attracting development projects and improving the standard of living in the constituency.
I understand the struggle of Ovia Southwest, what the people is going through, because I live with the same struggle too. I see the road that we travel, the school our children attend, the challenges our farmers face, and the gap in our healthcare system. Ovia need good representation. I ask for your support, for your trust. I ask for your vote.
The APC chairman in Ovia Southwest, Honorable Emmanuel Ogbomo, advised the aspirants to remain committed to party ideals and grassroots engagement.
Giving him the go-ahead to visit all the nook and crannies of the local government to signify and to get the blessings of his people.
Other speakers called on party members and constituents to rally support for Honorable Bernard ahead of the primaries.
My husband is a man for the people, a man of peace, a man of love, a man of unity. He's somebody that has people in his heart. He's somebody that doesn't want to see somebody cry or somebody in pain around him. So I believe that if he represents Ovia Southwest, be rest assured that Ovia South is in a good hand.
We want to change the narrative of Ovia. We need a vibrant man who knows what to do. That is why we have picked Nusa Bernard to come and represent us.
Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
Meanwhile, youth and women of Ego constituency, Edo State, have been assured of massive development and quality representation at the Edo State House of Assembly come 2027. House of Assembly aspirant Destiny Ehirobo stated this at the Secretariat of Ego All Progressive Congress when he declared his interest to contest Ego constituency seat. Joy Obarsiabo reports.
Ego has not had a better representative since the time of our great leader, Paul Ombamu.
Mr. Destiny Ehiorobo said his desire to represent the people of Ego constituency is to impact their lives positively, especially the elderly. He assured the people that he would make laws that would benefit them. Mr. Ehiorobo promised to ensure that constituency allocations are judicially utilized, alleging that Ego constituents have suffered setback for years in areas of representation. Hence, he will consolidate on the achievement of Governor Monday Okpebholo.
Now is the time to choose the person that we are to send there. I am putting myself as a servant, not as a leader. I am a youth of Ego. I know where is spending the youth. Make una beg, make una send me go there. Let's change the narrative.
The acting chairman of APC in Ego local government area, Alhaji Victor Ihato, who received him at the party secretariat, along with other executive members, commended him for his bravery and determination to vie for political office. Some of his supporters, Mr. Wahid Suleiman, Edith Omosigo, and Emmanuel Eboba, expressed optimism that he would provide quality representation for Ego constituents, stressing that what the people need is a youth who will exert the needed energy to give meaningful governance. They said he has been empowering youth, women, and elderly as a private citizen, expressing hope that he would do more for the people if elected.
Today, one or two students, they are enjoying dividend of democracy from Destiny. So if a man, we have to send there.
Destiny is a son of the soil, and he has really done well. I know that he's going to represent Ego very well.
He's a perfect representation. He grew up in this place, he's schooled in this place, so he understands the terrain, and he will give Ego a proper representation.
The gathering offered prayer for the success of Ehiorobo's aspiration with prayers by Chief Godwin Usi. From Ego local government area, Joy Obaisiagbon, ITV News.
We now take a breather. Please join us again. Thank you so much for staying with us. Still on the news. Political activities ahead of the 2027 elections are gaining momentum as Ambassador Harry Omorogbe formally declared his intention to contest House of Assembly Igor constituency seat under the All Progressive Congress platform. The declaration, backed by party faithful, leaders and supporters, signals the start of grassroots mobilization in the constituency. The report by Ibrahim Adedeji is presented by Efosa Wangwe.
The declaration attracted a crowd of supporters, party leaders, Ward 2 councillor and women leaders, reflecting widespread interest in the candidacy and support for the aspiration. In his remark during the declaration, Ambassador Harry Omorogbe highlighted plans to support youth through skills acquisition and empowerment programs. He said his reason for participation of Igbo constituency House of Assembly is to showcase the expertise of youths.
The strength of every nation, they say, is the youth. And looking at the local government, our youth have been neglected. So that's why I told you about the skill acquisition centers that are making all the different parts of Igbo. We want from 1 to 5 and there will be another from 6 to 10. This is to empower them for skill acquisitions and all of this. In terms of sport and all of that, and I've been doing it even before now.
In his remarks, Ward 2 leader of the All Progressive Congress, Barrister Moses Idahosa, Igbo local government area, described Ambassador Omorogbe as a known and active party member, saying his emergence in Igbo House of Assembly seat alongside other aspirants reflects growing political interest and healthy competition in the constituency.
We know him so well. He's a member, an active member of APC in Ward 2. So our joy and excitement is that over 3 persons or more than 2 persons have expressed interest in the position from Ward 2. It is our earnest prayer to Almighty God, our Creator, that at least somebody from Ward 2 emerge as the party candidate, because we want to address the political imbalance.
Also speaking, APC Ward 2 Chairman Igbo local government, Mr. Osaro Osagedua, said Ambassador Omorogbe had previously contested during the previous administration and expressed confidence in his capacity to deliver.
I know he has the capacity. He have done it before. I know with him, the people of the local government, they are in the safe hands.
From Benin, Fosa Wangwe, ITV News.
Now, staying in politics, where a seasoned public servant, philanthropist, grassroots politician, and House of Representative aspirant for Igbo Ikpuba-Awka Federal Constituency under the platform of the All Progressive Congress, Honorable Pius Alile, has appealed to party leaders and supporters to back what he described as his turn to serve the constituency. Honorable Alile made the appeal at the APC Igbo Local Government Secretariat, Usulu, Benin City, where he outlined key promises for the constituency. Ofure Aneto reports.
Arriving with a large crowd of supporters, Honorable Pius Alile was warmly received by party leaders, ward executives and faithful at the Secretariat. Supporters, including Prince Cyril Boru and Director General of the campaign organization, Usasu Sembo, appealed to party leaders to support his nomination, describing him as a candidate with the capacity to deliver.
We are here to publicly support our project, Honorable Alile, for House of Representatives.
We are supporting Honorable Pius Alile. But when you go to Ikpuba-Awka local government, you can see his footprints. He's a borehole. You can see roads.
In his remarks, the House of Representatives hopeful, Honorable Alile, appealed for nomination and support while outlining key promises for the constituency, including provision of 40 transformers and measures aimed at improving the welfare of the people.
So I have been in the forefront of community service, providing facilities for our people. I have given people scholarship. I have given people empowerment. I want to appeal for you, my leader.
A former Igbo local government chairman and campaign team expressed confidence in his ability to provide effective representation if elected.
Pius Alile is a formidable aspirant for the
position of House of Representatives.
I believe he's not the man that just talk. He's the man that actually will do something when he promises he's going to do it.
He has done so much for humanity that if with his own personal resources, so if given the public funds to do those things, it will be easy for him to do.
From Benin, Ofuri and Netta, ITV News.
We'll take a short break. Please stay. Well, thank you so much for staying with us. Acting Chairman, Igor Local Government Council, Honorable Osaro Osa Eribo, has continued to intensify developmental projects across the locality, with the second phase of the road grading exercise reaching Imortier Street in Ward 5, Uwelu, while construction work also progresses at Oba Ewa II Primary School. Patience Usaragiwa reports that residents of the benefiting communities have commended the council chairman for timely and people-centric interventions aimed at improving infrastructure and boosting education in Igor local government area.
At Imochinya Street, Ward 5, Uwelu, the road grading exercise is expected to improve accessibility, ease movement of residents, and reduce challenges often experienced during the rainy season. The Okaido, Mr. John Ofiasuyi, praised Honorable Ebo for extending the exercise to the area, describing the chairman as a leader committed to grassroots development.
There are other chairmen who have done their part, but this is the best as of now. He's doing very well. He has walked across the whole 10 wards. If we have come here before, he's doing it again. God will continue to bless him. We also use the opportunity to thank the governor. It's the governor that provided this capital. We all love him.
Also speaking, a resident, Mr. Kolade Daramola, thanked the chairman for remembering the community at a crucial time when the rains are about to set in.
He did a lot for us, and the area is very all right. I so much appreciate that. So we pray that God will bless our chairman, keep on keeping him for the good work that he's doing.
In a related development, construction has commenced on a modern block of 6 classrooms with offices at Oba Ewa II Primary School, Ewaike, as part of efforts to provide conducive environment for teaching and infrastructure across the council area. A resident of a Ewaike community, Mr. Ogene Kome Fidelis, appreciated the chairman for the project and prayed for divine strength and enablement for successful completion.
We really appreciate it. God will give her the strength where they start and so now the God will still give her the strength to the end. So we wait for the commission, what we say, go commission the primary school so that we'll see tank. And
Honorable Eibo said his administration remains committed to delivering the dividends of democracy through projects that directly impact the lives of the people. From Ego local government area, Patience Osaugiwa, ITV News.
And for updates in the world of sport, Tolulokwe Oguntimei is on.
Chelsea have sacked head coach Leon Rosino after less than 4 months in charge, and on the back of losing 5 consecutive Premier League matches without scoring for the first time since 1912. Rosino arrived at Stamford Bridge in January, signing a 5.5-year deal, but has won just 11 of his 23 games across all competitions. After Tuesday 3-0 defeat at Brighton, Rosino said the performance was indefensible and unacceptable as he faced angry chants from the travelling supporters. They subsequently slipped to 7th in the Premier League standing in a further blow to their hopes of qualifying for next season Champions League. And in rugby, the Nigeria Rugby Football Federation has announced a new date for Tunde Delu Abeokuta Rugby Sevens Cup 2026. The tournament, now in its 3rd edition, has been moved from initial schedule of April 23 to 25th to June 2026, with the exact date to be confirmed. According to the Federation, the adjustment follows internal consultation and aligns with plans to deliver a more implementation. Speaking on its development, the sponsor of the tournament and Chief Operating Officer of NRFF, Honorable Tunde Delu, said the decision was reached after engaging key stakeholders. The Abeokuta Rugby Sevens Cup is in its 3rd season, with Carrier FC emerging champions in the last edition after a 26-21 victory over Racing RSC of Lagos. Preparation for the Nigeria Rugby Football Federation coaching and medical course, organized in partnership with the Ogun State Rugby, World Rugby and Rugby Africa have intensified with a surge in participant interest. The two-day program will hold from April 23rd to 24th, 2026 at MKO Abiola Sports Arena, Abeokuta. It is designed to equip aspiring coaches and medical personnel with essential qualifications while improving standard, player welfare, and technical capacity within the sport. The initiative aligns with the Federation broader drive to expand rugby's reach and create structured development pathways. Speaking ahead of the event, NRFF General Manager Aziz Ladipo stressed the importance of continuous capacity building in the game. And that's it on Sport News. I'm Ogutime to Lopo Ogutime.
And that ends the main news on ITV. Many thanks for watching. I am Anuluwakpo Stevens. Good night.
ITV, certainly the best.
This is ITV,
certainly the best.
Ugieni Madonna, Imazegno, Overo, Ovesniagbo, Emanazo, or Ugieni Madonna.
You will have to serve the community for 30 years before you come to this stage. They will update you of your title. Then by then you are one of the elder.
This year now, we don't read the year, so that's why we can't do this year.
Historically, joining the Elders Council, an individual must have reached a certain age and must have made significant contributions to the community through leadership, service, or other meaningful ways. There was jubilation in the community as sons and daughters of Okada, both at home and in the diaspora, trooped out to be part of the ceremony with various homes of the initiates agog with festivities. Friends and well-wishers of those initiated into the Elders Council jubilated at the Ogwedion after performing all traditional rites. The elders, known as Edion, in company with their loved ones, danced to their various homes where guests and family members were entertained.
ITV, certainly the best.
Hello and welcome to WIC, Women in Conversation. This is where women sit together to discuss things that are happening amongst us, especially the women. Do we talk about men? Yes, we do sometimes, when it is very, very necessary, especially when we're talking about marriage, talking about DNA and all that. But this is a room for women where we discuss, where we'll laugh, where we'll chit-chat, as you might call it. Anyway, it's a new episode, new production, and I am saying Happy New Year to you viewers. It's been a while, so we say Happy New Year and thank God we made it to 2026. Anyways, like as usual, I don't do this alone. I have my pretty women, my guests, always here to analyze some of the topics that we'll be discussing today. And on my right, I have Princess Edith Madejemo, who is a household name. She is the CEO Golden Touch Collection. Edith.
Good morning, Happy New Year, and thanks for having me.
Happy New Year, and welcome as usual. And to my left, we have Ayo. The thing about Ayo, let me talk about Ayo before introducing her. I have been pursuing Ayo to join us on WIC because she has a lot to talk about. She has a lot to educate us on. But of course, Ayo is a very busy person. Thank God she made it through to us today. She is Ayo Ali Balogun. Ayo Ali Balogun is a management consultant. Ayo, thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
You're so pretty. I told you behind the camera, I like your earrings, so I'm going to take it. Anyway, thank you for joining us again. And let's just go straight to today's discussion. Ladies, it's been a problem, mothers, especially these young mothers these days, they shy away from discussing the adult talks with their daughter. And so the question is, when is the right time to start the discussion with your daughter on adult talks? I know you understand what I mean when I say adult talks. Princess, let me start with you.
Oh. I'm actually on that table right now.
Wow.
And at times it gives me goosebumps when I'm talking about it. But the way do we have to talk about it? As an intentional parent, you just have to be open to some extent. I don't think there is a perfect time for it, in as much as you watch your child or your girl child growing from 7 years, you can start at least educating her about herself. Then thereafter, from 10 years, I think you can start introducing some talk to her. Especially, I have this topic I introduced to myself and my daughter, mom and daughter night. We used to do it every Friday or Saturday night. At times, once or twice in a month, we do it. And that is the time we talk.
How old is your daughter, if I might ask?
She's almost 10. She's 9, going to 10. So we have mom and daughter nights, and at times, these nights are the nights we talk. At times, she will jot some things down about me that she wants to tell me. Yeah. Or about me, because I used to tell her, what do I do that you don't like? We parents, we can be somehow at times. So, and she will put it down. She's looking forward to that mother and daughter night that she'll tell me, Mommy, you used to do this and I don't like it. It makes me sad. As those points that she pointed out to me that makes her sad, I have to look into it. At times give her excuse. Then that is the time I have to talk to her about this adult talk. It's never too late when you start from 8, because you don't know where they go. You can't be with them all through. They go to church, they go to children party, you may be there. They go to school, you may be there with them at that children party, but you won't be playing with them. Maybe you just sit at the corner where the parents sit, and they will mingle with their friends. They go to school. You don't know what the other parents are teaching their children. And some of these things come from school. Do you understand? So I would say from 8 years, because from 8 years, an 8-year-old girl child should understand what you are talking about. We'll be able to get the message. You understand? So I would say from 8 years, you start telling them their body and how to associate with the opposite sex.
Okay. Thank you, Princess. Now, Princess had said from 8 years. But some mothers will tell you, 8 years child, is a baby. I'm still, bathing for her and all that. I don't want to start talking to her about the adult talk at 8 years. Do you agree with her, or what exact time do you think is the right time for one to start discussing adult talk with the children? Let me remind you that some children, like you said, at 8 years, are fully blown with everything. Everything. When I mean everything, yeah. I have seen a lot of them. So when do you think is the right time to start talking?
So personally, I think much earlier.
Okay. Earlier than 7?
Earlier than 7. And I must mention this. I don't know if you remember this lady, Auntie Jessica Obioma. She used to be there. And she told me many years ago and said, have you educated your daughter on her body and private? My daughter was 4 years at that time.
Wow.
I thought, strange. She said, no.
She's a child because you still have some children wearing Pampers at 4.
Right. So I remember visiting her and she said, no, you tell her, here, if anybody touch you, no. Because abuse, someone who, who is looking for a prey would not leave children under 8. As long as a child begins to, the cognitive, develops and the child can assimilate, you understand, you begin to, in the language that the child would understand, you get. Even when they're playing, nobody touch you here, don't, like that. Break it beat by beat. You'd be surprised that by age 8, like you said, a lot of children, I know when I was much younger, a girl had started her monthly period at the age of 8.
Wow.
So you can imagine such a girl. Of course, she has womanly body and everything. Now, what do you think would happen if that child hadn't been well groomed?
Okay, that's it.
You understand? Now you also have some children are very adventurous. They're curious. There's so many things online today that they see and they want to explore. You see young children, I query a lot of the Nigerian movies where, they're very explicit when it comes to trying to describe adult scenes. And I think the Census Board should look into that. I think it's just too much for me. So I think the earlier, as soon as a child can recognize and assimilate, 8, 2, 3, nobody touch you here, okay? Anybody touch you there, you tell mommy. Because it starts a predator starts to groom a child. I say, if you tell your mommy, I'll beat you. If I tell your mommy, I kill you. I'll kill your mommy. You understand? So you want to start building the confidence of that child as early as possible. And I love what you do, Princess, with your daughter, the mother and daughter. I wish, I had
talk. Yeah.
The mom. Yes, I wish I knew that when my child was that age. But I think that's brilliant, and I'm going to propagate it. It's brilliant, and I love the fact that you are encouraging her to pen down her thoughts about your actions.
You. Yeah.
I remember once my daughter said to me, I was like, tell me, and she was like, no, I don't want to tell you because if I tell you now, when you're angry, you will say it.
Oh shit! I know how you feel that.
I know.
And it never left me. It never left me.
Okay, so let's come to that. What did you think you did wrong that made her to, get to that extent of saying, if I tell you this, the day you're angry, you bring it up to use it against me. Where did you go wrong in this?
So, with parenthood, nobody has a manual. So you
Definitely.
come up, and then life has a way of, forming you. And you, the kind of person you are, determines. So this is me, who is a go-getter, and then my daughter at that time was a very quiet introvert. You could hardly hear her. So I become very exasperated. I told her.
Because you're not acting like me.
Like me.
Why are you this quiet?
And guess what?
Yes, firebrand now.
Firebrand.
She was just forming. She was just forming.
No, that's language. Forming. No, I don't think she was forming. She was watching you.
Yeah, no. So
that was her forming stage. Her forming
molding.
Yes, molding. That's what I mean by that.
Okay.
See, it comes in. Sorry, darling.
Yes.
It comes in different way. Like your daughter said, if I tell you what you do now, if I tell you what's happening, you use it against me.
Yes.
I just imagine how you feel. It has happened to me actually. My own was smacking. So like you did something, I'll smack you. So there was something happened in school and she didn't tell me. I get to know, I think the third day or the other day. And I acquitted her. She said, I said, you told me everything. Because I made it a point of duty that when I come to pick her, right from the car, we're already discussing.
How did the day go?
Even if I'm on call, once I drop that call, start telling me, start talking. Don't wait for me to ask you. We started it when she was a little. So start telling me what, the things I couldn't enjoy when I was growing. I want my daughter to enjoy it. I learned, I enroll in all these different platforms, just to learn how to be a better mother, a better parent. I do. So I ask, I say, once I drop my phone, anything you think you should tell me, start talking. Don't wait for me anymore to start asking you. So I got to know 3 days after, and I asked her, why didn't you tell me? She was mute. For some time, I was like, am I talking to you? She said, yes. Did you hear what I said? She said, yes. I said, why didn't you tell me? And she said, if I tell you, you will smack me. You know, that's just as you said, it got to my brain like, so this girl can keep secret from me because I will smack her.
So how did you correct that?
Oh, so whenever she tells me things that would have make me smack her, I will not smack her. I will just hold on and correct her. That part, you know, I would have beat you. But I don't want to beat you, so you can keep telling me.
Okay.
Are you getting me? So because of after that scenario, such a thing never happened.
Ayo, I have had a young lady who came to meet me and said to me, I like the relationship you have with your daughter. I have just one daughter. I have the relationship you have with your daughter, but I do not have that relationship with my daughter. My daughter was actually very grown at the time she was talking to me about it, but her daughter was about 7 or 9, so she doesn't have that relationship that her daughter prefers to go talk to her dad. And then most times when her daughter wants to use her undies or, you know, zipper, she goes meet her dad. Daddy, do my zipper for me. Where do you think that mother went wrong for the daughter to have stayed away from her and rather talk with the father?
All right, so a lot of women, you know, query, oh, my children prefer the father, or that this.
I don't say anything wrong.
I don't say anything wrong with that. And I think, you know, the father also has a right to enjoy special bond
with the
daughter and with the son. So you know, we can't tell. Even as adults, we don't choose who to love or who we fall in love with romantically. And now when it comes to bonding, you know, there's this special thing that it just happens. I don't think the mother went wrong, and I don't think she should beat herself over it. She should leverage on the father and daughter relationship to get, you know, her own space, which is, you know, complements that relationship. Encourage the relationship, and the girl will begin to trust her enough to say, oh, mommy's chill with this, and bring her in. I want to have her as the third man in that relationship instead of trying to, you know, form her own and by breaking it. I don't think so. I think the father has a right to have a special bond with his daughter, and I don't think the mother went wrong. And she should just leverage on the special father and daughter relationship, which I love, you know, and promote it, encourage them, and they would naturally drag her along. I think.
Fantastic. They will naturally drag her. I just hope she's listening, because she was very worried. She came and then she was complaining. My daughter doesn't have this bond you have with your daughter. But I built that bond with my daughter.
It's not a one-day thing.
It wasn't a one-day thing. Absolutely. Just like she said, I started this mother-daughter talk. I made her to know that she has to tell me everything. She's free to discuss anything with me. And then we became very close, you know. In fact, don't worry. You see the two of us, you think we're friends. Yeah, she's very grown now. Anyway, let's go on a short break. We will be right back to continue this discussion. It's WIC. Welcome back. It's WIC, Women in Conversation, and we're still here. I still have Edith in the house, and then Ayo Alibalogun is still here. We were talking about the right time to discuss adult issues with your girl child. But anyway, everybody here has said their own how to handle it and how to go about it. I just hope you viewers out there listened and, learned from these two women here. So we're going to be moving on, still on the girl child. Yes, a lot of people will say, is a boy child not a child? The boy child is also molested, okay? It's not just the girl child, but it is very common with the girl child. We have seen very recently where we see 11-year-old girls being pregnant. We see the pictures and videos everywhere, and it's beginning to become a thing of concern, So that is why I chose for us to discuss this today. A boy child is also very, very molested, just like a female child. But let's move on to the girl child. Still on the girl child, dating. When is the right time for a girl child to start dating?
Right. Sorry. So before I go into that, permit me, I'm also very passionate about the boy child. Mm-hmm. The boy child, any child, male or female, is vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. Very, very.
And must be educated. Mm-hmm. You have, boys child sodomized by older caregivers or people around, or also explored to adults things by the older female caregiver.
True.
So it is important, whether you have a girl child or boy child, to educate them on how to keep their private. So back on track.
Thank you for that. So back on track. When do you think is the right time for a girl child to start dating? We are concentrating on the girl child today. Right. We could bring in the boy child later on, but for the girl child, when is the right time for a girl child to start dating? Romantically.
Now, so when you say dating, I found that in recent times that, I think our generation would say dating is, immediately you're kissing, you're going to bed and all of that. But apparently, when you say dating, it's just you're going out for drinks, you're going out for movies. Then from the dating stage, you have the talking stage, and then so there are different stages according to the millennials and the Gen Zs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So now, for the girl child, any child, especially female, who is smart enough to get into the adult space, that is the university, is open to and susceptible to things like that. Now, you can imagine a girl child, so this child goes to university at the age of 16 or 17. I think there was a law. I don't know if they reversed it now that the girl, you can't get into university in Nigeria until you're 7 age.
Yeah. That law just started last year, sometimes last year.
3 years ago.
Was it 2 3 years ago?
Yes, I think yes, maybe to 2024 or early 2025. Yeah. So, but if a girl child is old enough to get into university, smart enough to get into university, and finds a guy that she finds, to be honest, all of us at some point when we were in secondary school had crush on one person or the other. Sure. But in the university, you can encourage, because most, and from experience, I'll tell you that it's actually better for them to begin to have an open mind about having, healthy relationship, not amorous relationship with opposite sex, not that early. So when we say dating, are we talking about just going on, my friend is visiting me and the works? Yeah, I think 8, 16, as long as you're in the university, I'm cool with that. But even if you're in the secondary school and, they do the dating, but they won't call it dating. They call it hangout. So we need to define clearly what we mean by dating.
And that is why I said dating romantically, not the hangouts. It's not even hangouts. We hear children say, I'm going for a sleepover in my friend's house. Oh. Yes, a sleepover. So we're going to be touching the sleepover thing, because I have a friend that has a particular issue about her daughter going for a sleepover. She also came to report that case to me. But let's go to you, Edith. Let's talk about the dating before we go to the sleepover.
To me, I won't say there's a particular age frame for dating. But like she rightly said, when a girl child is smart enough to be in the university, I think she's open for anything that comes to dating. because in the university you have missed people, you have people, you have people that you crush on, that crush on you, and I think at that stage you can express yourself, and another guy also is bold enough to express themselves, unlike when they were in the secondary school. At this stage they are very expressional, and you are open for that. Then you should prepare your child, your daughter, ahead of this stage. Although they should also prepare their mind ahead of it, that okay, now you, my daughter, you are going to the university. Mind you, are going to come across Peter, you're going to come across some men that will admire you. Admiring you doesn't mean they want to take you to bed. You can associate, you can date anybody, but not the romantic part of it. You understand?
Yes.
Not going to bed. Then while dating, communication, like you said, stage by stage, communication, going out for lunch, for dinner, at times you party. It's an agreement. From the beginning of that dating, you spell out what you want. You understand? We want to just be friends. I love you and I like you. Let's be friends until I get to 20.
Don't you think that word love is heavy for just being friends? I mean,
No. It can't be heavy. You can love somebody and still respect that person's opinion.
No, but that's actually what love is. Love is respect.
So I love you and I want to date you. You can accept to date the person. I'm not going to bed. I'm not romantically entangled.
And that's where...
Are you getting it? Then you can be there for each other. You can have lunch together. You can go to party together. And you can still remain clean. Until the time that appointed time that you said, okay, you can just reach an agreement like, I want to be 20. I want to get to 21. I want to do it when I'm a graduate.
Okay. We'll come to that. Yes, let's go to you.
It brings us back to those adult education you've been giving your child.
Thank you.
So it's cumulative. Now you now see how successful you can measure your performance by how your girl child responds to all of this. Now she has a freedom. Has she all of a sudden forgotten all the education you have given her over the years? And that is where you also don't sit back or rest on your oars as a mother. You still go on, Let the girl child be open to, exploring.
But you know that in this Gen Z age, they are actually very different, okay? Back when they get to school, all the children are coming from different homes, different upbringings, different background. What you told your daughter is not what I probably would have told my daughter. Do you know there's some parents, there's some mothers who would say, if you meet a senator, that will spoil you. Go ahead to do that.
Oh, you have parents that can encourage their children to do all sorts.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. So how do you maintain that that's good upbringing, that's good conversation you have had with your daughter before going to the uni? How do you continue to maintain that so she doesn't get to be lured by a child coming from a different background?
Constant talking. I would say, like she said, you don't relax. Like you've done your part, and the rest is left for her to decide. You still keep talking. Keep still talking, and once in a while, talk to her, call her. You can bump into her. I like to do that once in a while. Just go to school unannounced, and you know where your child is. Like all the teaching all along, she has to put them to practice. If you have been teaching her from the age of 9, 10, and now she's free. There are some children that are free. When they see freedom, it looks as if you'll be caging them. They'll just go awry. But there are some children, even when they have that freedom, they will still be able to maintain that, character that they brought from the house. Like, okay, this is what my mom said I shouldn't do. I shouldn't be found in this company. I shouldn't be found in this company. But mind you, evil communication corrupts good manners. It does happen. It does.
So that's what I'm saying. How do you curb that?
Even when you dividend all the home training, all the training that you think you should give your child or your daughter, when they go out there, they do something else. Some children are actually two-faced. I'm sorry to say, some children are two-faced. They come home, they are very innocent. They are very innocent. They are very decent. They are very calm and reserved. If you see them out there, if you have a picture of how your daughter behaved out there, you will be able to.
Let's take it from Edith
contain
saying
it.
some children are two-faced. How do you identify a child that is two-faced?
So, by and large, all of these things, the adult talks you have with your child, it's not just the adult talk you have with your child. You have other talks too. What is your value as a woman? Are you able to communicate your value as a woman to your husband, to your daughter, to your son? What is the value as a family? These are the things that you have to build over time. This family should be known to be a family of peace and integrity, accountability. It's not a function of somebody knocks and, who is that? Tell them I'm not in the house. Tell them I'm not in the house. It's the landlord has come to go. Your child will learn not just by what you say, but by what you do. So when they now have the freedom, because over the years you have exemplified true leadership, the type of leadership that you would want to see in your child. Parents get asked, would you want your child to act the way you have acted in certain situations?
Oh, okay.
They keep mute.
They keep mute. So it borders on values.
Okay. We are going to be rounding off this episode. Just 1 minute, one word, not 1 minute, one word to mothers out there.
Train up a child in a way that he will grow. That when he grows, he will not depart from it.
Ayo.
As a mother and as a caregiver, love. And be free to express love. Let I love you not be a once in a while thing. You may not have the opportunity tomorrow to say I love you.
Wow. We've come to the end of this episode. Actually, Edith said train up a child properly. Let me, brief it there. And Ayo says love. Learn how to love and let the love not be a one-day thing. Continuously. That's what he wants there. Keep telling your daughter, I love you. Even your boy child, I love you at every minute. Anyway, it's been an amazing time out with these women. Thank you so much, Edith, for coming. And thank you, Ayo, for being here today. And it is a wrap here from us here on WIC. We'll see you next time.
This is ITV.
Certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. Welcome to 60 Minutes Nigeria. I am Wilson Marshall. Since our apologies for coming slightly behind schedule, we have to put things in place for you to have at least in a perfect show. I know you're expecting Mr. Egosa or some of them out on the hall. Not to worry, he's on his annual leave. Yes, when it's true, taking a break, having fun to recharge, definitely you see him on set again. For now, in his stead. Okay, so today is all about the security situation in Nigeria, and of course the comment credited to the Senate President David Mark on the opposition being behind the acts of terrorism in Nigeria, just to discredit President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. How true are these weighty allegations? Yes, is it true? Is it false? Is it yes and no? Anyway, analysts will definitely throw more light upon this particular discussion for us to get to know their views and of course their opinions on this particular topic. Joining us all the way from Canada is a political analyst, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Honorable Austin Ogumetiti. Honorable, thank you so much for making our time to join us. Honorable, are you there? All right, we were able to establish contact with him, get to his own views and of course his opinion on this particular discussion. Also joining us virtually, it's the SA to Edo State Government, yes, on digital resources. Collins Amadi. Collins, how are you doing this afternoon? Collins, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. All right, Collins, you'll be having the first shot on this particular discussion. We're taking a look at the comment made by the Senate President David Mark. I beg your pardon, Godswill Akpabio, please. Godswill Akpabio. Comment credited to Godswill Akpabio that terrorists are the ones behind what we're experiencing now, that they are being sponsored, being financed, being told what to do by members of the opposition. And I believe that you're a member of the APC, and I know also you have your own views and opinion on this particular weighty allegation. Now, what do you feel about this?
Yes, thank you very much. It's a little bit worrisome when he was being misunderstood to the level that some persons did. But what he actually said was nothing far-fetched from the reality. When he said, yes, Mr. President, you are doing your best. But you can understand the fact that some element who believe being an opposition must look for something to criticize about, must create tension where there is none, and probably, could go any length. He was not specific, and he did not mention any name, by chemically creating unnecessary tension, by bombing places in order to...
Mr. Egosa or some of them out on the hall, not to worry, he's on his annual leave. Yes, when it's true, taking a break, having fun to recharge, definitely you see him on set again. For now, in his stead. Okay, so today is all about the security situation in Nigeria, and of course the comment credited to the Senate President David Mark on the opposition being behind the acts of terrorism in Nigeria, just to discredit President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration. How true are these weighty allegations? Yes, is it true? Is it false? Is it yes and no? Anyway, analysts will definitely throw more light upon this particular discussion for us to get to know their views and of course their opinions on this particular topic. Joining us all the way from Canada is a political analyst, political affairs commentator. Join me to welcome Honorable Austin Ogometiti. Honorable, thank you so much for making our time to join us. Honorable, are you there? All right, we were able to establish contact with him, get his own views and, of course, his opinion on this particular discussion. Also joining us virtually, it's the SA to Edo State Government, on digital resources, Collins Amadi. Collins, how are you doing this afternoon? Collins, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear. All right, Collins, you'll be having the first shot on this particular discussion. We're taking a look at the comment made by the Senate President, David Mark. I beg your pardon. Godswill Akpabio, please. Godswill Akpabio. A comment credited to Godswill Akpabio. The terrorists are the ones behind what we're experiencing now, that they are being sponsored, being financed, being told what to do by members of the opposition. And I believe that you're a member of the APC, and I know also you have your own views and opinion on this particular weighty allegation. Now, what do you feel about this?
Yes, thank you very much. It's a little bit worrisome when he was being misunderstood to the level that some persons did. But what he actually said was nothing far-fetched from the reality. When he said, yes, Mr. President, you are doing your best. But you can understand the fact that some element who believe being an opposition must look for something to criticize about, must create tension where there is none, and probably, could go any length. He was not specific, and he did not mention any name, by chemically creating unnecessary tension, by bombing places in order to create the impression that there's so much insecurity. Yes, some people may say it was an unguided statement, but I know, and Nigerians know, it was actually also said on the ground of levity. It was not something that was extremely serious to say somebody should go and be crucified, but all just to say that because of the way and manner in which some persons who believe because they are opposition, you must go to the extreme, to turn issues that are not supposed to be political to become political. How can we have men of the armed forces who indeed have put themselves on the line for the sovereignty of this country, from rescuing us from the hands of terrorists and terrorists, and at the end of the day, someone begins to mock them with teeth and say a soldier had died? You can see that is how government did this, government did not do that. Who ordinarily are to secure the sovereignty of a nation? Is it not the same soldiers? Were they not given the needed facilities to work? Even now you hear opposition cry that how can they be voting such a huge amount for security personnel, and yet you want them to work? If they are not giving facility to work, people will shout. Now they are giving enablement and the empowerment to demystify and also destroy the terrorists. Some persons have also taken it as an issue. But ordinarily, in our share, the government is focused and the federal government is poised to making sure lives of Nigerians are secure and properties are well secured. So I think all we need to do is to also admonish those who intend to play politics with every issue as they come to please maximize and minimize it so that we can have a better country called Nigeria. Yes, for the Senate President, yes, he must also understand too that some Nigerians think the other way, or some people think the other way. As a senior public officer, most times he must understand that there are statements that we should not be thrown off to the air because people will turn the statement upside down. So based on that, I know his intention of what he meant was not to create issues or openly say that oppositions are the one, but you will not also run from the fact that the desperation and the manner in which some persons are going about the oppositionism, they can do anything just to criticize and crucify the government of today.
Thank you so much, Collins. Now let's get to hear from Honorable Austin Ogumetiti. So you've heard Collins, you've heard his own opinion. He said some persons took the particular comment credited to the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, out of context. Now, what do you feel about this, Honorable Austin?
Thank you very much, Amasha. Once again, before I progress, I want to quickly appreciate my brother. Collins, it's been a while. Amadi, it's been a strong time political associate. I want to quickly take it from where my brother, my friend, stopped. That the statement from the Senate President, somebody of that caliber, occupying such an exotic office, to make such a statement, like he rightly said, is unguided. Nigeria right now is very dicey. And I think anybody holding a political office in that manner should be very careful with kind of statement they release to the public. As a matter of fact, when it comes to insecurity in Nigeria, I think it is so to which is their call mandate to secure the lives and property of a nation, of a nation like Nigeria. So I think for somebody like Akpabio to make such a statement is very, very guided. And looking at the volatile standard of the country right now, I think one have to be very, very careful. For us, or for me, the government of the day should take responsibility of every actions or everything that goes on in Nigeria, because it's their mandate to secure the country. I think I will leave it at that point for now. Can you hear me, Masha?
Hear you loud and clear. I can hear you loud and clear. Now, let me go to Collins. Collins, some are saying that the comment really is not to have been made by the Senate President because he is the one leading the legislative arm of government. And with that comment made by the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, that means is in tandem with this administration. Some are not deducing that maybe the reason why we are going through what we are going through as a country, no effective opposition, no effective checks and balance in terms of government, is because of the romance between the legislative arm and, of course, the executive arm of government. With this particular comment, what can you make out of it?
Of course, Senator Godswill Akpabio is the Senate President of the Federal Republic. And he has indeed collaborated with the executive very well in a harmonious way in order for governance to be delivered to the people. And that is what should be expected. It's not important that all arms of government must be at work before you know that they are delivering. The legislature does not need to fight the executive in order for them to get the applause when Saraki was Senate President or when Chuba Okadigbo was Senate President. That he had to fight Obasanjo at all times, create unnecessary unrest. No. If the executive can well collaborate with the executive, with the legislature, who indeed are to help pass budget and also do oversight to making sure budget pass are being implemented. If this is well done, then we should applaud them because we don't need to fight in the inside and also have the strength to fight external aggression. The president was chairman ECOWAS, and there was no good relationship with the legislature here. I am sure within the period he was ECOWAS president, he wouldn't have performed. So people should not always believe that good governance will come as a result when different arms of government are fighting or when different tiers of government are fighting. Because we had a time where evil governors were fighting the presidency and local government chairmen were carrying presidency to court on either allocation, formulation, and distribution, or how the internally generated revenue were being managed, where you saw that many governors during the Mamechi and their likes had to also take the presidency to court. Now you have a system where the president is open, working cordially with all the governors, to the extent that even opposition governors were romancing and said they have never seen this kind of a president before. They have never seen this kind of a center before. Who will not look to which party did you come from? to give you what you merit or what you so desire or what to show an assistance to your state when there are emergency or when it be, like what we used to see in the time of old. If you are not a member of a particular party at the center, they can even seize your allocation for 4 months, just using different formula to hold it back and make sure your people cry that you cannot pay salary. But that we have never seen since the administration of this very collaborative government. So Nigerians should not believe that for the fact that the Senate president, we have to applaud the president on critical area that he has performed, makes them a puppet. Because people are fond of doing that. When you are married to your wife, you assist your wife in doing some domestic job, they call you a woman rapper. But when you and your wife is always fighting, they will also stand and start to mock you people and say a house divided against itself cannot stand. So for a patriotic Nigerian, you should not wish that we should have a government that will fight itself, and when external aggression comes, we cannot stand. The same collaboration we have been having with Edo State, where His Excellency, my principal, have worked closely even with legislators. Them have not returned or decamped to APC. That from the very onset, the very first day he had the opportunity of becoming the governor of Edo State, he did not insist that the speaker would be impeached. He did not insist that principal officers must be changed. It was only when some who refused, or later when there was reshuffling in the cabinet, that they had to now, because the then majority leader was now in a minority party. It is just by law and by principle and the ethics of the house that there was now a swap, that the former minority now became a majority. Former majority now became minority. That is collaboration. And all the time, you are seeing how the governor have also been performing, because there have been cordial relationship between the executive and the legislature. That is what we want. That is why you can see today we say Edo is shining. Edo cannot shine when there is an unrest. Edo cannot shine when nothing is going on, when it comes to peace and harmony. First way a government can always deliver is when it's a harmony. You can see what happened in Rivers State at the time, where the chamber, House of Assembly was being locked up, the complex was burned down, the speaker will run here, the governor will run this way. And at the end of the day, Rivers people were crying that they were at the end state. Is that what the people want for Nigeria? That the legislature and the executive to be fighting and everybody will be running up and down? No, certainly no, because the president is a very calculating, diplomatic, and expert in political dispensation. And that is why you can see the way it's dispatching politics, the way it's dispatching governance, there is harmony, there is peace, everybody is happy. So we want Nigeria to be, so that we can continue to move forward. Nigeria will be shining just the way Edo is shining.
All right. Well, let me go to Honorable Austin Ogunmetiti. Now, let's take a look at the security situation. Some pundits have the opinion that what happened towards the 2015 general elections, that's what is happening right now. Like what David Mark said, he said the killings, the act of terrorism is geared towards 2027 election to discredit this current administration. I keep saying David Mark, Godswill Akpabio, to discredit this current administration. That was really happened to President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan. The opposition made it so much on government for him because of security situation, to the extent that President Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, then president, had to throw in the towel when he was told that he wasn't the winner of the election. Do you see the same game plan being orchestrated by the opposition to the ruling party, which is the APC? And that is the reason why, just maybe perhaps the reason why Godswill Akpabio is crying foul already.
I thank you very much, Amasha, once again. I totally disagree with Akpabio, like I rightly said. There are statements and exotic personality like that don't make. If you take a critical history at the Nigeria politics right from the beginning, the way it has been, for us, the government of the day is supposed to be in charge of everything that happened in nature, because the bulb stopped at its table. The insecurity of this magnitude is bedeviling a nation. I think it is the responsibility of the president to take charge or to be on top of this situation. But in this case, the other way is the situation. For us, it's an art of incompetency. It's an art of lack of responsibility for him. And for me, I want to say at this point, I disagree with my brother Ahmadine Collins. I think if you look at the so many things that is unfolding right now, the president is no longer fit to preside over the affairs of the nation, because like in 2015, like we rightly mentioned, the things that happened there was as a result, like the opposition stated, or they claim they made that it was as a result of inability for the president to drive the nation to success. So in the case of President Tinubu Ahmed, I think he has lost it. There's no capacity anymore. There's no competency. I think he has lost the vision. For me, if he's selling enough, he should have just resigned and let the next person take over the country and secure the country. Thank you very much, Amasha.
Now let me go back again to Collins. Collins, you heard what he said. He said Mr. President has failed Nigerians when you talk about security situation, and what Godswill Akpabio, the Senate President, is saying right now is not true. It's not because of opposition. It's because of the incompetence, so to speak, of Mr. President to handle the situation. Take it up from there.
I will disagree with my very special brother on this. Yes, I understand where he's speaking from. Sometimes we can have such insinuation. It's normal. It's a democracy. But when you go in depthly, you will understand that Nigeria does not live isolated as a nation or as a state, as it were, in international relations. There are very many indices that you use to weigh a country. I can bet you there are even countries in Europe today. There are countries in Africa today, even in Asia continent, that to even have access to buying a fuel is a big problem. A liter. Now beyond that, their economy has completely withdrawn or bankrupt. But it's just because the world does not live in isolation. Nigeria does not live in isolation. There must be interrelation. Even the ECOWAS crisis that started, where overthrowing and imbalancing adequacy in those countries also affected Nigeria as a country. There must be an interrelation, whether economically or security-wise. So Nigeria, if not for the fact that the president is the president of the Federal Republic of today, I bet you what you would have experienced, what we would have been seeing, would have been 100% worse than what we assume today. Like government have never put food in anybody's table before. Most times I like to ask our people, yes, infrastructures have not really been there, but you can go around states in this country today, up to local government administrators, even in this hardship that the world is facing itself, there are infrastructures going on. People, even when Nigerian system and the world system was even a little bit okay, governors and local government can't even pay salaries. When economy were effective, they can't even pay salaries, not to talk of building a system that will run. Go to the IMF present rating and assess the way Nigeria economy have been rated. One of the best fast growing in the world. First 7 in the world. And they have also projected that in no distant time, Nigeria will be tall in the fast-growing economy. Now, you don't just go economy or you don't assess economy based on the fact that you sit there and your food comes to you and you eat. Yes, we agree things are quite expensive, but that was why the president said when he came, there have been nothing on ground. And do you know most times, at the point you are building a house, at a foundation stage, even when it gets to window level, you still don't know you are building a house. You start knowing that you are really building a house when you begin to roof. The beauty begins to come out. So we must understand that there must be trust. We must sometimes trust our leader. We must ask dictate questions. We must ask how far, where were we? Now when we talk about security, about 44 local government was in complete head-on by insurgents, Boko Haram and their ISWA. They flew their flag. People paid taxes to them. But today, those things were demystified. Nigeria was withdrawn from them, because they almost told Nigeria, when you go to the eastern part of this country, the unrest was enormous. People can't even go home because some people have taken government to themselves. All these things are not rocket science. All these things were taking time to work upon. Government can't do magic, no matter how you are looking at it. No matter how people are telling you, I want to do 4 years. If I get 4 years, I will make Nigeria Eldorado. Ask them, how are they going to do? Are they going to continue to subsidize basic things that no country subsidize anymore? Now, let them ask in America. Let them ask in UK. How much was a cup of Milo 3 years ago, 2 years ago? How much is a cup of Milo now? Let them begin to weigh from there. Now, even when you talk about the welfare packages that used to run in all these countries, ask them, is it still there? If those things are still available to be there, why will America continue to withdraw itself from areas where they have been showing humanitarian concern? Every country are struggling to survive. These are some of the things that even God himself has said, that when it is time for him to come, there will be a lot of issues. Issues will happen. Hunger will come. Hunger, probably end time is getting closer. That is why our people must learn to get closer to God every day, because let us not bring theology into all of this. But sometimes there are things that happen that is beyond the human comprehension. Russia and Ukraine has been fighting an unending fight. Even when United Nations could not mediate, now the fight has snowballed into a stage that even basic things that countries used to access from these countries, they can't access it anymore. There are extremely scarcity. When there are scarcity, there will be hunger. And when the demands are high and the availability is not there, you should treat this as basic economy. Now also you transfer it down to the issue of Palestine, US Israel war. Sorry, Iran, US and Israel war, which has become the highest, almost reckoned even more than Second World War. Even though you agree that nations have not been directly involved, but indirectly we are hearing, we are seeing what is happening. These are things that affect economy. You cannot access when the United Nations and the UNESCO then said many years ago, over 20 years ago, and set up targets for countries to develop and said Millennium Development Goal 2020. 2020 were deadlines that were given to many countries to develop, owing to benefit they were getting from both the United Nations and other agencies around the world, EU, especially African countries. But at this time, our leaders did not put these things into consideration. They didn't build lasting infrastructure. They did not put any mechanism or ground to sustain us in a situation where there is no sustainability. When the storm comes, what magic are you expecting? What do you want to happen?
Thank you. Thank you, Collins. Thank you, Collins. Thank you so much. I will come back to both of you immediately after this break. If you just joined us, this is 60 Minutes Nigeria. Don't go away.
ITV, certainly the best.
Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is 60 Minutes Nigeria, reaching you live from Benin City, Edo State, South Nigeria. If you take a look at the current security situation, you get to realize one thing. It's like these terrorists, they are getting bolder. They are beginning to make more statements that is making Nigerians in the hinterland, in rural areas, in the northern part of the country, most especially uneasy. You get to see terrorists demanding for 700 cows, tubers of yams, you just name it, or telling residents of villages in the outskirts of a particular town or city to start paying taxes to them. And I want to throw this question right now at you, Honorable Austin. Now, with all these things happening, some of the opinion that this has been on, and it's not the fault of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu that is doing his best to make sure that the country is safe. Even when we realize somehow that the terrorists are getting bolder, they are saying, give Mr. President enough time. After all, some persons are pulling the string that is making this thing difficult for the Nigerian government to curtail. Take it up from there.
Thank you very much, Amasha. People said that the should be put in the round hole. Security issue in our nation is very, very serious. It's not a mere thing. Where does it really start from? Mr. President is agitating for another 4 years. In the last 4 years, what has he done to curb the insecurity in our nation? For me, I think if you look at it critically, the security agencies, they have been underfunded. Even when you hear that billions and billions and billions of naira have been released to them, does it really get to them? Do they really get hold of the fund and make use of it to get the necessary amenities or weapons that they need to secure the nation? The answer is no. And that was why I stated earlier on, he has lacked capacity to do the job in his desk. As a matter of fact, this thing has been on for years, and he came to apply for this job, telling the Nigerians that he can secure them, he can give them light. After 4 years, if there's no light, they should not be voted for. In any of these that he stated in the last 4 years, which one has been executed? The answer is no. For a nation like Nigeria, for terrorists to get hold of a community and put up their flag and demand that such community to be paying tax to them is an aberration. That showed lack of capacity. That showed lack of commitment to a job that you swore to, that you want to take. For me, I think it's a no-no. It's a no-no in terms of this insecurity of our nation. It's a no-no. And I want to also say at this point in time, when a president of a nation, he's not true to time, he's not committed, he's not serious about his job, this is what you see. This is what you see. The issue of insecurity in Nigeria is a thing that one must take very, 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 very serious. So I disagree for those agitating for another 4 years. I disagree for those say we should give him more time. With the time that he has gotten so what has he done with it? Just a few days ago, a few weeks ago, some persons were kidnapped from, was it Plateau State or Borno? Had they been released? The answer is no. What statement has he made to that effect? The answer is no. He hasn't said anything to that effect. So can we give such an individual a second chance to lead us again? Where is he leading us to? So I disagree, and I request at this point in time that Nigeria should think twice. And they are doing this to destabilize the democratic standard of our nation. They are doing that for it. So I want to state at this point in time that the president should take responsibility of whatever that is going on in Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, I'll definitely come back to Honorable Austin. Well, Collins, Conrad, you heard what he said. He said the money earmarked for security doesn't get down to the people vis-a-vis these humongous sum of money which he alleged that they don't give to the people, according to reports, according to the opposition and some Nigerians out of the opinion that, look, this might just be true. So, Collins, I need you right now to react to his opinion in terms of the money allocated for security votes, security challenges, to purchase weapons and all that. The money being earmarked for this, like what Honorable Austin said, does it really get down to these people, to the soldiers, to the armed forces?
Yes, I think, thank you very much. That question or that assertion he may be true, may not be true, because we will need the armed forces to brief us on that. Or we will need our representative at the Senate, probably to brief us. If truly through their various committees, what are the Minister for Defense saying? Or the Minister for Police Affairs? Are they telling us? Those are people we should ask questions. But have the army or the military authority, have they told us that what they have been projected for, what they have told them, did not get to them? So with that's only assumption. We are only assuming. And when it comes to governance, we must not assume. We must do our findings and be very sure before we say so. And he actually also said, no, the president must not come back. Then who is the alternative to President Bola Ahmed Asiwaju? Then you will tell us, you will give us a recommendation that this is the person you fit, that is democratic enough, that is expatriate enough, that can take his place. Because it is not just to say, it is to act. People will just come, everybody wants to be president, everybody wants to be governor, but do they have the capacity? Everybody wants to be an aide. Do you have what it takes? Can you deliver? Can you stand firm? Can you do the needful? That is another question to be asked. Yes, we agree there have been lacuna, there have been issues. From the days of Jonathan, for example, or even the days of Obasanjo, there have always been issue of funding of our military personnel. It didn't just start today, or the story did not just start today. To the extent that the former president had to carry physical cash in dollars into a private jet of a friend and said he wants to go and buy arms in South Africa. And nobody talked about other. Because those things came as a result of the high insecurity that have engulfed this country as at that time, when they said the US have refused, to allow them buy weapons. Then they needed weapons at all costs, that they have to be carrying physical cash into different private jets, which at the end of the day was seized. And those money never returned back to Nigeria. And the South African government said never. They want to use that money to empower their own economy because it was against international monetary rules. And that reason is a criminal act. Now, nobody is talking about it, but all they now say that insecurity. Have we forgotten that there were insecurity before this party came on board? Have we forgot what happened while you sent Jonathan and his chronic away? Have we forgotten so soon? We must be students of history. Have we forgotten how people were crying that Boko Haram was already...
But Collins, some are saying that it's worse off right now. That's the complaint. That it's like day in, day out. We have one or two security situations that makes Nigerians scared and worried.
It cannot be worse off except we try to prepare an unnecessary propaganda, because we were all here. We were all here that almost every state in the north ran away and came to the south. You cannot say, even in the west, you saw the way the insecurity were every day as at that time. Well, let's be factual. Let's be truthful to ourselves. For the fact that you hate somebody's race or you didn't vote for the person doesn't mean we will say what we're never there. Insecurity completely tied off Nigeria. That America said they wanted to come in, and they were telling the then president that if you allow America to come and assist you, then they are going to take over the country. And Jonathan refused to allow them to come. And at the end of the day, you now also have a government that opened his arms for different dialogue and different help to come in to make sure nothing like that continue. And you still say the government is bad, while some other locked it up, did not allow assistance to come. Then another person have allowed assistance to come. And you tell me that there have been both ground and air bombing of this insurgent that even a few days ago, some bombing that took place to fighting where they were gathering in a particular market, the factional people in the particular party turned into ordinary people were also part of the people that were bombed. Is that not the issue? Was that not the story? And they are saying it just to prove an unnecessary point. Where there were no assistance, where there was no function, where there was no action, we complain. Now that there are action, capacity is being put to bear, we are also complaining. What do they want him to do? It's a simple question. What do they want him to do?
I will come back to you.
I
will come back to you, Collins. Collins, I like your passion. Maybe people are saying that, or not people are saying that, it's because some are saying you've been given an appointment. That's the reason why you're all blazing and shouting to the high heavens that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is like, the best for Nigeria right now. I wouldn't want to get personal, but definitely I will come back to you to react to this. Let's move on to Canada, where Honorable Austin is standing by. Honorable Austin, you heard what Collins said. He said the security situation has been this way and it's not worse off. What do they want Mr. President to do? Quoting Collins.
Thank you very much, Amasha. Collins is not just being sincere to himself. He's not just being sincere. The truth is, because any of his family has not been kidnapped, because any of his family members have not been involved in this terrorists are be kidnapped by the terrorists. That's why it's talking like this. You cannot play politics with the life of people. As a matter of fact, no one can create life. So when it comes to securing people's life, one have to take it very salient. You can't play politics with it. A nation where government is negotiation with terrorists, is that government serious? Is that government? Is it a serious government where they negotiate with terrorists, and tomorrow there's another kidnapping somewhere, and they want to say, okay, they want to negotiate, and how much they pay, the kind of ransom they pay to release the one that was kidnapped yesterday, the information will not be given to the nation. Is that a silent government? And my brother is here shouting to high heaven that what do they want the government to do? When you fail in your responsibility, or the best thing for you to do as a silent government, as a government who is responsible, is to quit the business. You are hired to do a job and you cannot deliver. So why are you there? And life are going. I come across a video yesterday when the 25 girls that was kidnapped were being slaughtered like a chicken. Can anybody create life? We shouldn't be playing politics with the life of a nation. These are life involved here. So I'm not repeating my brother. So the thing is, the security is higher now than before. And the way to curb it is for the president to call it, to rebuild or reaffirm the security architecture and give them an ultimatum, a marching order to do their job the way it ought to be and secure the nation. That is it, Obasha. Thank you very much.
Well, it's getting heated here right now. Though they're not in the studio, they're joining me. Eventually, you get to hear the four, and of course, against giving serious a point of why their own point supersedes, maybe the other. Some are saying is what's of this time. Others are saying no, it has always been there. Anyway, we want to go for a break. When we return, we'll be asking Colin some other follow-up questions. Don't go away. Thank you so much for staying tuned. If you just joined us, this is 60 Minutes Nigeria. Well, we're coming to you now, Colin, still on the security situation from what Honorable Austin said. He said you are playing politics with security and nobody should do that. He still maintains that it is worse off. And you opine that, God forbid, okay, maybe just maybe because one of your relatives have not been kidnapped, that's the reason why you are still shouting to the high heavens that President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is the right man to secure Nigerians against the opinions of so many Nigerians. Please take it up from there.
First, these are the blackmailing statements most times that are not supposed to be, especially for professionals or people who are exposed. He ran to Canada and he's living in Canada. He's not here. So his own is mere say, then say. Ask him to quote areas and where some of these things he's propagating have happened. He had no information. He had no clue. Just because he probably has sympathy for his party, then he just uses that as an opportunity to...
Well, Collins, I wouldn't want us to go personal, get personal.
I know, I have to now. He also took time to say I was playing politics. How can I play politics with my people's life? What politics am I playing? I have been an advocate of the people all my life, and I remain so. Even if I'm the president or even a special advisor to the president, I will correct the president or advise the president when I need to.
Oh, Collins, now the question was, are things worse off or is getting better? We're talking about security.
Now, he cannot encourage people to kidnap me or my family member. No, those are statements people shouldn't make on air. What is he trying to say when he said because I'm not enough? He shouldn't say that again. He's very wrong. Now, let's go to the point. The point is, things may not have 100% be correct. That was why I said, these are measures that the president has taken. Even when others couldn't allow external assistance to come in. He did that. This man had voted over the time resources to procure equipment. Both air and ground actions have been ongoing. and it's still ongoing. Most of the IDPs that were displayed have all returned back. Majority are returning back to their base, to their homes. Don't they watch news? Or is only the television station that is condemning the government that they watches? Don't they watch other stations that balances news or that balances information? People should learn to be well equipped with information so that they...
Hello, Collins, are you there? Okay, well, let's move straight down to Canada, where Honorable Austin is standing by. You heard the reactions of Collins, and you know he's not really happy with your comments on him playing politics with the security of lives and property of Nigerians. And he said he shouldn't mention to the public that it's because he has not been kidnapped, that has been an advocate for the people. Now, talking about security situation, what do you think Mr. President should do differently outside of him resigning just like you opined?
Okay, thank you very much, Amasha. Quickly want to make a quick correction on my brother's submission. I never wish he should be kidnapped. Anyways, just a throw off. And again, he also said, I ran to Canada. I've not been. I'm here, but I'm always at home. That is the point. So I have every information at my disposal. So coming back to the insecurity, I think there's technology today helping everybody in the world to access or do whatever he want to do. If since the security issue has been worsening, is in my opinion that the government of the day should put more consistency or look into deploying technology to track this menace that has bedeviled our nation. I think in that direction, it will help to curb this insecurity in Nigeria. And more also, it's not enough to also deploy. It's enough to also do a follow-up. You could deploy technology, and when there is no follow-up, there is no actions taken to do the needful. You may not also get the desired result that you want. So I want to sincerely, as a matter of fact, because it's something that is very, very critical at this point, because like I said, no one can actually create life. There's nobody on earth that can create one. So we must take it as the first on our agenda to carry out, and the president must do the needful at this point in time. Thank you very much.
You heard him. You've heard him, Collins. Tendered an apology, and of course, he also said that though he's in Canada, he's always at home getting information here, and they even made suggestions on how the security of lives and property should be, carried out with the use of technology. Now, Collins, if you take a look at the situation right now, whether I want to believe it or not, Nigerians, many of them are not really happy about the situation. What do you think Mr. President should do differently to make Nigerians happy, at least to get a sigh of relief that, yes, our president is really, really marching words with action by saving, protecting lives and properties? Collins, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
So please respond to that question.
Oh, my brother from Canada, apology accepted. I also apologize if I have hurt you by my way of statement. But just to say that, yes, the world in general are not happy. But there are issues that are beyond the ordinary masses. There are issues that are beyond just one government. American citizens are not happy. People go to court. On their way, people are being shot. Even security personnel, they kill citizens. Yes, Nigeria have never had institutions that are functional. That is why we say, because of the inadequacies that have been there over the time, it is not a rocket science. I will build Nigeria doesn't mean I am going to do it, paint it the way others are painting it. I want to help you build institutions. And that was why I made reference to when you are building your house. At the level of foundation, it gets to window level, you don't get the best filler. But it gets to a certain stage, you begin to be happy. So in as much as we are happy, he also talked about technology. Yes, it is good. Probably that was why you saw that the president opened arms. He just went to France about a week plus ago and signed a new memorandum of understanding with the French security personnel on training, both on hardware and some other areas. For the security personnel, these are measures. These are, if it doesn't want to end all this insecurity fallout, will it be doing all of that? It doesn't want to go back through because of insecurity. Do you know that even most of our locals are the one perpetrating all of these things just to make money? Now, but can you put police in every home? Have you not heard where somebody has kidnapped his own mother, arranged it with his own father, just to raise money from their sister abroad? Did we not see Festus Alege and some crime watch programs that have told us, and these people confess to it? So at that point, what government can really do? But they were still caught because government intelligence still went at work to find out. Communities are now involved in self-kidnapping of their own children in numbers. And at the end of the day, after getting ransom, they share among themselves.
Thank you, Collins.
All these are things that are taking time to unravel.
Thank you.
I know by the grace of God, go through over these phases of challenges.
Thank you.
And we'll come out stronger as a nation, and it will be better for us.
Thank you so much, Collins. That's your last line on this discussion. Honorable, quickly, in 30 seconds, what advice do you have for Mr. President and Nigerians watching this show? Briefly.
My advice to the government of the day is to take charge of what is happening in Nigeria and take responsibility of whatever is going on, and do the needful and make sure Nigeria is secure. Thank you very much.
So much, Honorable. Thank you so much, Collins. I appreciate both of you. Well, you've heard the comments credited to the Senate President, Godswill Akpabio, about opposition. Collins said it was misconstrued, that it might be correct or it might not be correct. But when important to talk about the solution that we're facing right now, even as a nation. Honorable Ogumentiti said, look, the presidency, the ruling party must take charge. After all, promises were made that they will guide, they will protect, they will secure Nigeria and Nigerians. What in the world is happening? I'll leave you with that question. We'll do it again next week, Thursday, God willing. Bye for now.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
Some days, there comes the Ugemobo Festival, which the Oba celebrates outside the palace gate. A pavilion is built of red cloth where rites are performed to drive away all evil spirits still unsatisfied by the year's sacrifices. The Ugemobo Festival is to commemorate an event in Benin history which dates back to 1504 AD.
Yari yari, Ọba Tope. Yari yari,
The Oba of Benin added a colorful mood to the year's celebration as he walks round the city center amidst cheers.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
My people for us, I greet all of us and say welcome to our program. This is the call Daughter the Heart of the Matter. You go ask me, say which matter I want to look now. I always talk and hear, say, no matter how ant small reach, if you put eye for ground where you go see the heart. So that man can't sing. So now the thing, I become like this matter they bring. So we must check the heart of the matter. So I go to know how to take waka. Now Daughter the Heart of the Matter. My name is Thomas Ado. I say welcome. Opposition now they call themselves. Or the ruling party. Once I get opposition, now I say get ruling party. You know, go best. I need to clear my throat. Now live program, it be like that sometimes. This one now when they say yes, say I just call opposition, they don't can't get the way it be. We know how to take down. Okay, I call opposition, I call the ruling party. Okay, and that one I can't happen. Once say opposition, they don't say ruling party a day. So we go look the matter when we say concern 2027 general election and the role of the opposition. Then we want to look today. Because this one we go bring people that won't be say we know the sharp way for this kind of matter. When they talk to us, Osanho Okoro Obaraye, welcome to the program.
Welcome, sir.
I greet you.
I greet you for house and good evening.
Thank you. Nosa Omoegi, I greet you so much. Welcome to the program.
I greet everybody.
You say I'm saying a big matter now. Be say you want to talk to that. You say I need to clear my throat. Clear.
Yeah.
Make we check everywhere.
Men are not holding for road.
Make we ask ourselves. Make us start from you. The opposition and the rest, they're ready for 2027 election.
Well, it's only around here we talk about when we talk about opposition, we just look at one. Not be only one party, the opposition. As long as you know the power, you are an opposition. So maybe not they look out from one direction.
Okay.
So we will pick them one by one. For instance, the one where they make noise pass now, ADC. Labour still did there.
They make noise pass. I mean, now people they hear pass now. If you look at it, they make noise. But I see they reduce them down.
There's what we call content overload.
Okay.
In marketing.
Okay.
When you are communicating marketing to customer, you get to some point where all the things you hear, you don't too much.
Okay.
You can't even take decision again. You understand now? So that's why they talk say too much noise. They just they make noise. There are those who not they make noise. One just come out now. They call them NDC. So the way me and they see them, it not be like say they know what to do. They pursue shadow. Opposition supposed to sit down, they calculate the area where they think say the government with the power never do well. They will tell you how they want to do well. But the one with me,
turn over for campaign, huh?
Okay, what did they do now? You never did official campaign. All the one they do now no be campaign. We are talking of official campaign never reach. But as far as me are concerned, you know, you say people they hear about them. People they talk about it, how they hear them. There is communication.
Okay.
Going on. So for me, they never serious. They don't know what to do. They pursue shadow.
Okay.
You know, there is a way if you don't know how to box, you will throw punches.
I say shadow boxing.
Anyhow.
Okay.
If you don't know how to swim, if you they flap water, as far as me are concerned, that's what they are doing now. Make them sit down to think of how they really want to take power from the government. Me, I will tell them because it go affect me too.
Okay. Make I ask you, Sam, for you, the way things they work out, they go just like he reminded us. Because actually, the last check when I get now, last year we get 21 political parties, registered political parties for this country. So if one day for power, that means say 20. Now go conform opposition. And the rest. What you can't happen when they say 20 people they put their house together, don't go win one person.
They go fit if they're serious to really fight them. First of all, they're supposed commemorating Oyibo they call greed come from mind. They will say, okay, this time we want to really do something when different for what these people they do. Because people don't also tire from the same rhetoric. If you watch now, no new face, the opposition. Okay. No new face. There's no new person. Okay. I see the protest for Abuja yesterday. Now all the people went hold the banner Now X this, X that, X this, X that.
Former this, former that.
Former this, former that. Now they there now. Are you getting it now? All of them, one time or the other, get that red biro or green biro
when they
use for office, when they're supposed to take change the narrative. What we not go fit the way we did today now. So they don't say and say maybe you not can't go their way. They say now they realize say the thing they don't do and what they want to do and well. So me go for believe say make we begin think inside the box, bring new ideas come because now the same old story. God forbid these people also win tomorrow. Now the same sing of we hope they go begin sing again. You go see what thing they happen for Benin for the very just now. When two of my very respected leaders now they fight for who will become party chairman for the new party when just also come. It goes to tell you if truly say now opposition one come fight.
No, but there's contest everywhere. There needs to be contest everywhere. Everywhere they used to because whether we like them or not, somebody must come for one position. The two people must show interest.
Yeah, that's
or one people must show interest.
Yeah,
I want to show interest now before they can go choose who they go be.
Yeah, that
maybe they'll handpick the person or they go do an election for the people for that office or something.
Yeah, but our people never really show that character. If you show character, sometimes you don't even need to get position to change your position.
Okay.
You don't need to become this person for this place before you could come be saying that you get this one. Your influence first of all if you even surpass the person when you get position. Your influence go surpass them. Are you getting it? There are some people when by be governor, some people they be president, some people they will be House of Assembly members. They get that they report to. When not get position, when make direction. Say this one. You see when Oga EJ talk say he want to come up for the party when he failed day before. He say in talk say make this person become so for a word for councillor. They reject him. But somebody call say that person when this person call I want her and they revert her. He go to tell you say there is somebody when
they follow somebody over the
other person. So don't be you must not get position. If me or my own side that they talk, I know they talk about somebody else. If we 3 or 4 decide say we want fight about 50 persons, and we want begin first of all fight amongst ourselves, we don't lose strength with that now. So if you say you want I be want, I'll say I be want this position. But since you don't say the direction go do, make me become vice or make I become your friend. Make sure say we fight this matter.
Common enemy.
Common enemy first. By the time we fight common enemy, now that time we will can't even begin fight for position or do
it. First kill the rabbit first before we take off out.
To share man. Not be that say we don't they shoot go for the head than my own, hand than my own. And the thing
I will catch the rabbit.
No. Okay. So by so doing you now can't lose now and now can't make people don't say now this one day here okay we go kuku pass here enter. Now make people they look and say they never ready. Okay. By the time they will also see their seriousness we go begin no. Okay. Because before now for the state one good day now all of us day there was a time when people know say e get one man they call Danobi for this town. You not do. It was always there to talk. Nearly every 48 hours he go to television to talk. But if you take note after he come out for that position, if you ask anybody now, I said to the person that in turn really serious politician, you know who be the chairman of any of all these opposition parties again for our state. We supposed to get those things because those things now be the Korean Maggie when we make the position the person when did that position sit up tight to do something. Okay. Not be this one when we did that be say you go see them for your shout for money in the night they go to eat with the people same people when they shout against. So and their followers too because they look and say now this one what they do so they are not showing leadership example.
Okay, but you get one thing when you say they happen, when you say they concern is opposition, when you say they talk now, especially the one you say when they make example too now and say you get 2 brothers there when you say they fight for one position and for chairmanship and the rest. At the look you say you know one call political parties. I like that, but if you think there's need for you to call her, you go call the name of the political party. No worry.
I by my phone come here. I don't feel advertise anybody.
It's all right. Yeah. I don't make advertise anybody.
Yeah.
But one thing when NBC say what they see now, the ruling political party where NBC they now be the APC for the center. Now people they believe say with the kind of thing where NBC they show. See now they cause disaffection. Now they fight to make sure say wahala there for the other political parties them and the rest. Maybe you take out from there. Oga Nasa Moegi.
Oga, politics get things wey must happen.
Okay.
Not be today start now. Look at all the government. Obasanjo time, Jonathan, trace go back to Shehu Musa Yar'Adua, trace back. Nobody wey dey position wey go arm the enemy. I don't know if you understand whether they talk. You dey position, you will buy gun. Somebody will know say be your enemy. You buy gun, give am.
Make they fight you.
Make they fight you. It no dey happen. And then they talk and say, it no matter how you take kill your enemy, provided your enemy die. So all that is happening now is the normal.
But if you do it within the law.
Well, which one? Okay, tell me. Okay, Sam, tell me the one way the ruling party they do now. We're not there within the law. Because now they insinuate say, and I they do this one, and I they do this one. Now they do this one. You tell me the one way not the law. It don't kill anybody. Tinubu said the other day that he not get gun, and he said he cannot force somebody who is sheep. They drown. I will never hear him. I heard it. He say no, if he force somebody where he dey inside ship and the ship they sink, say may he remain inside the ship. Will you force somebody to remain inside such a ship? So what did they happen? A normal thing. It's not new. Okay, Obasanjo, what was the essence of EFCC? How it start? Obasanjo brought EFCC then to deal with the opposition, to deal with the enemies.
I think with the CN now.
It's the same thing. So what I'm saying is a normal thing. It's not only in our own practice, so even in America. Even in America, you need to come on the ground and see what is going on. So I have no problem with we say Tinubu get hand for this one, Tinubu get hand for this one. Wike they work for. Not be politics. Where they day before they arm all these people. Okay, and if that happen, how you go attack them?
The governor of Ekiti State, or Osun State, where yes. Name be
Adeleke.
Ademola Adeleke, former senator. Before Ibise did when he did for the political party of PDP, before he come out, they can't go one political party where they call Accord. Before that time, we don't hear say Accord get to chairman.
Okay.
You don't understand? But the day when Ibise say he moved, 2 days later, so now we can't hear say somebody come and say now he be the another chairman of Accord and all of that. So we can ask ourselves now, say, who will be the people that when be say that they arm all of these people financially and otherwise? Because if you look at the days of what did they call them Labour Party that time, Abure first time, if they follow one man they fight that time, but we say the man come out to say now be the chairman of the party. Then we can't hear of the one we say concern the ADC. ADC now it don't get three national chairmen. When we say they be national chairman, the way they call our PDP, we no one just go there at all because nobody know be the national chairman now or no be the national chairman and all that. So we can ask ourselves why, if the federal government or the ruling political party don't get hands for the kind of wahala follow these people, why between at any time when they say somebody don't enter one political party, we be like say it's strong, small, now fashion they enter.
And media also look and say the person, if the way they pay politics this side, we talk for a year now, we're not there any other place. We're waiting, you will fit to kill your enemy. You don't need to find them or make it supposed to stress you. You don't need to also stress you. So, and also, some of these people too don't not to get how to understand politics again. Because of what they call the greed factor. They're not going to understand and say, it gets some things we need to let go and some things we will not let do. Okay, think before a governor of a state go say, okay, he really work well, he want to go a new party. If really you serious, you want to go, you for suppose even register your party. If you see say this kind of wahala dey. So if you be say you not also check well, where people just lie down their own, you just carry food come meet them. Nobody, as the way the country talk now, I could see say so you just come meet am. Maybe the man now he be a court chairman back 10 years ago, and don't give one early killer. They just see one day say some governor they come in.
They carry a bag of money. They
come. So food don't come now. You don't wake the man now. So the man you don't go wait say now that you come here. Now me 1 year. And maybe one other man when don't first contest something, don't see become something. So you on your own supposed to study the place where you want. So you from one fire they come out now. You suppose find near water where you want put.
And then we they talk now. The ruling political parties, the ruling political party, we know they say and say they get many.
That's
but you go see them now say the opposition.
You know here the one will happen yesterday.
Say the
one woman say
the national chairman of APC. I never just hear that.
Oh, you just hear from me.
I just hear now. You tell me news. You tell me.
Oh, you did paper now.
Now news. You tell me so. I
hear you. So you never hear.
Yes, so you suppose to say whatsoever you go take kill your enemy politically, you go do it. So if the ruling party get hung, now their hand be that because of the way we play politics this side. You know what? This thing now make me talk sometimes. Say if you reach somewhere, it good make you lay foundation well down. All this one with the talk so. It start 1999, nobody talk. It's when it start, we keep quiet, begin look at more. When Obasanjo insists, say, they will rule for 60 years. When he also talk, say, no other party, when they nearly go campaign. It can't be say, now only Southwest, we can't get ADC, AD then, I'll be something.
AC.
Now we can't get then. There was a president, when they disturb, then people don't shout. It come at force this time. So that is why I need you also look and say, it go good, make we regulate the system, make we are working, make people like wanna come inside. If people come many, if people want to get sense many inside, we will fit change the narrative. We don't leave out for the old orders, the old block to begin do. And the old blocks not getting on that job. They're not getting on that thing when they do. Now they are business. They are multi-billionaires, political multi-billionaires. So you don't know what you just come, say Thomas Ado just come now. You want to speak English. Come begin do. Just what you want to do here. Maybe they don't say you want to do something good and they don't know you before. You want to look for flaws and anything to pick you, take clear the road for you. To make sure say the thing they right. But by the time we come there many, let me tell you secret, Baba, to rig election, now where few people there. If you go to Benin market now, say make everybody when they there vote, make their stay, make their counter, make their from their counter declare result. You don't feel ring. You don't get as you want to do.
I voter party they cause them now.
Yes, now. Are you getting it now?
I mean, they come to that one.
Until we begin encourage ourselves, because the thing they quickly tire person. You hear say that tire. If you don't go there, they don't write down. 2007, not only one day, nobody go talk. Not only one day when you talk, you don't sit down, begin talk. Say where your ward meeting day, where your zonal meeting day, where your central unit where you do meeting. Make you begin start on your own. You just say no, they don't write down, they don't do what they so I'm going to talk for television.
They hear before today, they'll tell you say if you are not happy what I say, go to court. We'll be waiting for you. They say we'll be waiting for you in court.
Today that's on 1999 news now. Anything you want to talk about, that's what you don't new now. Nothing new now. There's no new political fight. When they see that will never happen. The decapping of governors. So the only thing when we don't see that will they happen.
I know when they prompt me. You don't understand? Because we go talk about the campaign of governors and the rest. We go see where BCA say they carry us.
Yes, the only thing when we don't see for politics now since 1999 will never happened before. Now the volume, say a ruling party can get over 30 governors at a goal. It never reached like this momentum before.
Okay.
Before when we go get 20 something, not be 30 something. Are you getting it out of 36? Are you getting? I never seen this kind of before.
31 now.
It's
even 32.
31 or 32. So you don't look and say the whole thing don't nearly finish. Are you getting it now? So now this one will be the first time when they see this kind of politics. So as you expect, say maybe in nearby future you'll come to 36 over 36.
But that one,
if you can get close to this one, are you getting it? I don't go now say no need again to begin do now make all governors come together. Now it will be the best thing.
Some people they talk and now say with the way the waka they go, say that they push us towards one party system.
Is there any governor they put God for head make it camp?
Wait first now. I want to ask my brother. So they say they push us towards one party system. Because whether they put God for the head or not, we no go stay, we no go there. You don't understand? You know they there and all of that. But at a point with the hears now say, if you don't decamp, as a governor, see what you say, go reach your hand. As a senator, they will hear with the hear, so they'll give the so amount of money. As a member of House of Reps, see your own. As a member of to the level where BC they go. But the question when BC say, I want to find out if all those ones they say it be or something they're not correct. One party system. Now, waiting is BC say we want for this our country. If it take us to the next level, I know I'm not going to talk as politician now. Talk so yes, no, removing our mind for politics. You understand? One party system. Where you go fit carry us go? But don't forget say that even in the place like India, They get over 2,500 political parties. What we say they contest election when time don't reach. Continue from there.
Well, if now what we never see before, if it's possible, make we experience them. Let's say if you're not married to two wives or more than one wife, you know the difference. We have been experiencing multiple parties. I don't see the benefit. I don't see anything from it.
Okay.
Because all of them are the same. From APC, PDP, ADC, all of them. Each other, yes. They change name. Look at the people where the new, all this where my brother talk, where they protest now. They are all coming from one party. So they are really not different. When you say opposition, they are the same ideology, the same brain. So for me, we never experience one party, but if it is possible, make we see how it will be. So that when matter come, we deliberate with one mind. Go to the House of Assembly, for instance. When governor brings something, because he has majority there, the approval come easy. Why is Tinubu getting approval of all these things? Because he has majority. So, me, I never experienced one party system. If it is possible, I see the difference. So that if, okay, when we are like this was, but now we are like this. It's either I'm a researcher. I want to experience this. So that we cannot be hypothesizing without concluding. So let's see if it is possible. Let's see how it is. So that we all will learn. We have never had one party system in Nigeria. Even though during the military, now one party.
Okay.
That's the only one I know. You understand now? And then one of the head of state at that time created two official parties.
Okay, no wahala. You know what today? We'll continue from here because we need to take a very short break now. Come after the break, we'll go open the lines. Maybe say yes, say you call, and the number we say you take call us now 080 77 77 0300 080 77 77 0300. So once you call it, don't become part of the program with that. Don't go anywhere, stay with us. The program today work out, they go, and the name of the program our daughter, the heart of the matter, and they reach you from independent television anywhere we see they watch us for across the globe. I don't tell you say the number when we say you go call, now be that one, go put on there, make you see 080 77 77 0300. I'll call them again 080 77 77 0300. Once you call us, you don't become part of the program because they look the matter when we say concern opposition and the role when we say yes, they could do for inside the next election when we say they come. We could look the one when we say concern INEC, the role of INEC. People will talk and now say the INEC when we say they now what do they call it now, extension of the executive. The government will be say they for center. Now what the government talks say yes make it do, now they do. According to now when you go school, they say who pays the piper dictates the tune. And when you go look at that, now so be what they happen. So but before you go answer that question, I go now take this call. Okay, I missed the call, you call back, you will be say the call. The number when we say you go call, now that will be say there for screen. Make you call us so that we go see how the thing be. The role of INEC. People they complain and say they know they follow and the way it's supposed to be. Say that they do things then to make sure say yes, they please their master. Hello, good evening.
Okay.
When you call, I bet you will come up for your television day so that we will get you directly. Because if you stay like that, your concert will get that hall back and not go like that. Once you don't pick them, we don't pick them. The role of INEC now is to look at.
You see this calling. When you see the call the year poo. It don't reach over 50 years old at the tell people, but they tell you.
Okay, we'll take her first. Hello, good evening. Hello. If you see on a network, they get the issue. Anyway,
so it goes to show until
you go to show the Nigerian system.
Nigerian system all day. So you go tell them something, then we want try and say maybe like you don't know.
Okay.
You go work. So until we fully ready to get INEC independent, we know we feel come out from the apron screen of the executive.
So what they try to talk
now?
So you they try to talk now, say true. Now what do the matters make it do now they do?
Why you dey ask that question? Definitely yes now. In fact my age I come here call the term something every time I be beast now. Now you supposed to understand my type of person. Definitely yes. When all wetin we dey talk now since 1999. What be this one can't change am? Let me dey talk until we gather. Say make we participate for politics. Make politics not be 10-15% of the population. If Nigeria are 200 million people and 150 million are voters, make 130 million participate. Things go begin good right. Make we not leave am for very few individuals to begin take decision. When we go affect all of us later, we go begin complain. Are you getting it now? If all of us put hand together, say this thing won't change up, it must work.
That must say if you don't vote, if you don't vote for the person when BC did there.
Definitely yes.
Yes. Now you do one when BC did there. Anytime when BC you talk,
you accept them.
You know go accept it.
Yes.
You don't need to complain.
Very well. My friend Dr. Solomon, now Jehovah Witness, you know they participate for election. About 4-5 days ago, he beat traffic for Airport Road, and he called me. I reached there. Those guy, you come here, come talk to them. As we don't finish settle the matter, they drive out of the place. I called him and said, you see your problem now? He said, wait. I say, if to say you be politician or you dey vote, you for fit talk. He said, no, na faith. Now I say, you see your faith. You didn't call your faith. When
why you can't call me now?
You can't call, so we just laughed about it. Which I tell you, we get so many people like that when they are owner to castigate, they are owner to address the system, police the system. But when time reach for election, now that day they will not say close when they have so many to clean. Now that day they will not say we need to play football, we need to cook, we need to change things. Leave few people go take decision. After those people don't take decision, next 4 years, next four years, you go participate in that football when you feel play every day, or food when you need to cook every day, house when you feel clean for weekend for that day. So my own that the preach am every day. We don't leave politics for the hands of very few for a long time. When those few come begin take decision on who go govern us, the tax one go pay, the things one go do, the things one not go do, where you go pass, where you not go pass, of course they take the laws. But if we many went do one, begin change the system, we go do one. And also make we not use anger. Say because this one not good, make we do this. That anger that we do for Labour Party when Labour win virtually all the rep for Edo, win Senate. Today you see and say, because we don't screen the people when we put, we not even get one Labour person now when the office again for Edo State. Using Edo State as a case study, we not get one again.
How is on the camp?
Yes, because of anger. If you say we do one well that time, scrutinize those people, say no. We not Ambassador Richards, you not go do this, I'm going to put them here. No, not be people when we're even ready, so we're still
people are talking at the mercy of somebody, not going to take away now.
Yes!
Because nobody believes say this thing. Because I remember I called one of my friends after the election that time. I called one of my friends, I called him and say, see the person will be say you win as Edo South senatorial district for Edo South. And every time I call the person name for him. Neda Emerson, I call that time. When I call and say, no, Neda Emerson, we say, hey, thank God for Amo and everything. He said, hey, but what of Edo Ekere? How far for your owner? I said, but now you are contest for that district. Yes. Before the guy called, before the say, he called Don. And I say, yes. See what it is the apple.
Yes.
But if you still look at to the extent now, how will take get an INEC when we say the I, it go stand for independence.
The I go stand for independence if we no, you won't feel leave anything for anybody again. Nobody when you go want elect there collectively want change down to suffer himself until we begin reject money to are you getting it down? You look at now and say to contest task small if we talk how too big to contest to become councillor now accepting the leader when you don't suffer yourself for over 20 years decide to say make him give you. If he not give you say you want struggle am you go use pass 5 million. Yes.
As councillor.
Yes. You go use pass 5 million naira. you not get as you want it.
Come be chairman now.
No, essentially you want to do you go and get up for interior village, all those villages where motor don't they go. And I you your park go school for 1962. And I you they know say go school. Now you go come as you come by the guy, you just do a small, you just get the position run leave them. They know those people don't know the value of what they give you. So you want to do one for where we did, so for all those kind of already do buy you go spend as 5 million naira. On election day, the people when they come vote, go tell you say with their money. As councillor, you begin try conscientize them, give them money, do this one. By so doing, if you don't use about 10 to 15 million, your first 1 or 2 years in the office, you don't get 12, 15, or 15 million as councillor for Edo State. It's impossible. So maybe in your TV years, the money when you waste for to get them, then you feel take gather small.
So you see the IP save the money.
Save the money. Why for chairman say you want to do one for chairman for let's say we do about how it go. If you want, you don't use, you use this over 30 million to 40 million. House of Assembly, you want to do one, make you stuff it manage, say you too stingy, take political risk, say you stingy, not be make you not use 300, 400 million. Senate over 1 to 2 billion. Somebody will get 1 to 2 billion go come politics. You go use investor for business now. So if the person can't take risk, put out for politics, he can't win. You want to tell the person first, make it not gather that money. So to also make that say that office will make us say it not get value. We also make sure say the money not be attractive. Make it be say people come knock for your door say like for 1999. When they go to bed say who that will say go council now? Who that will say go House of Assembly now? Hey, well that our pikin was have speak English when they talk well. When they Mula go come now. People leave us saying the military will come back and go on and carry. Now people take start to. When people come begin say the person when get they one room before for St. Saviour. Don't go get house now for here, man for GRA. You job for 4 years when take good House of Assembly or House of everybody begin call they send their picking when they are brought. Say come food where they here don't sweet pass outside though. So people come even they enter. Nobody can think of how to do this right.
Don't come take laugh, take me. The number when we say you go take call, now be that number. I bless if they get some issues with the phone, but calling, make we see how you go take be. The number now 080 77 77 0300 080 77 77 0300. Once you call the number, you don't become part of the program. Be that one. I don't know what TB say they happen, but they try to fix them, and our engineer they do what they do to make sure say everything work out well. I can ask you the same question I ask, and the eye when be say before the neck when be eye neck. How we go take down when be say it go day very, very free. Because I remember at the time, because the time just I say even in the now you talk I say even the US, the kind of politics when we say it happen. If you put your eye for ground where you could not say you know maybe no good day cleaner than Nigeria ourselves and all of that. Because I remember when we say Donald Trump for the first time, he called say he wants also number of votes. You don't understand? People, everybody report at that time before he lost that first election. You understand? So the question when we say they ask now, how we go make our independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) to be as independent as possible, especially when it be say yes, you see one of the political parties when they call ADC, they say they get issue for courts. And court they only talk and say yes, now their house problem with that one. Go settle. But INEC come and they quarrel with INEC say how you go follow matter when the BCSC dey for court, when they never come give you result. Why you go the follower? They look at say because they try to act the script of the ruling political party.
Well, my people now well done. Now do well when they listen to us. My brother told me say now our hand today. Even me, I don't believe that one.
Okay.
Because they really not the way me and him or us go fit do about that.
Okay.
The mistake, they don't do the mistake. When there was a time they were talking about constitution drafting committee many years ago. This constitution was using not be 1999.
As amended.
As amended.
That's what they talk.
You understand now? This the way they talk now. It did there. Independence. But is he independent? The answer is no. Who appointed is in there. So who want to remove him? And there is nothing, we have missed it, except we are going through the process of constitutional rewriting completely. And you and I know will get power to remove such a thing. So as far as me are concerned, make you wait. Who will purple ripe?
Make chopper.
Make chopper. That's why I see them, because there is no way. It's just like this organization now, this ITV. Are you telling me that the owner of ITV will sit down when internal auditor will want to write report, we know favor them, or even external auditor? I'm a chartered accountant. Before they can write a report, they first of all write management report. Me management see them. By the time they call, now there may be adjustment. So what am I saying is that there is no way we can do anything now. We have passed that stage. So whoever come, if he's able to play it, Jonathan lost. Jonathan was the president. He appointed, if you permit me to mention, Jega Abi. Jega was only chairman. But Jega disappointed Jonathan.
Because he decided to be independent?
No, because he was independent. There were some background play.
Okay. Now, so you think?
Yeah, no, it's not whether they think.
Hello, good evening. Hello? You think get issue.
Already, there was a divide, national divide. Jonathan had issue because they said don't come. He said he will come. I said, okay, maybe they come. First, like you already mentioned, some governor left. So what happened was not because they just wanted to be independent. It was playing to certain people's gallery.
So there's somebody that's even more powerful.
Exactly.
And even sitting president.
Yes.
I said they try to tell me now.
Yes.
But the president not be the commander. The commander in chief and everything now. Now be the number one.
Not be everything go
talk after God. Now be government.
Yeah. You feel all gone. You don't know how to use them.
Okay.
You feel use whole gun, you don't know how to use them.
Okay.
Unfortunately,
you feel end up shooting yourself.
Yes. Unfortunately, our brother had a gun. He was not ready to use it.
Oh, okay.
And what we learned, he benefited now. Okay. He's throwing out every day.
That one take us to the issue of use. There's a difference between use and abuse. Use of power. And if they use power now, you go to follow according to the law. And when it talks about abuse of power, now you know we follow what he say law talk, and that kind of say. So I will say now, say Jonathan when we say yes, say decide to use the law and the rest. Say in do bad. Not what you try to talk now.
No. No.
Okay, man.
Sorry. No. If you hear what the man talk, he say his presidency is not worth the blood of a Nigerian.
Okay.
The man was not a politician.
Okay, politician might go.
He was not ready. He was not ready to die in the war front.
Okay.
He knew what they were planning to do. He had to save his head. That is what happened. It's not because he didn't want to play to the.
They break the grammar conduct.
He not say no one do and the way that they do them. You understand now? So that's why you hear some of what they talk say, Tinubu not be Jonathan.
Okay. One man go the village. The man go office, come back. They serve well meritoriously. When they come finish and all of that, they work out, they come for, they don't retire, they work out, they come and everything. Every time people say, they will say like they go his for her. They say they go his for her and everything. See mates go that office when we say they talk so. See what he bring come and everything. Don't build much of full every like my brother remind us just now. Understand? But you can't go and the rest, nothing when you say you bring. He said they follow, they drag a plate of gari for house here and all of that. Are we saying the time of honesty for Nigeria is not there again? Because they talk about the time of to make our when they for the INEC really they independent. But you hear the time of say yes, we get place like FEDECO that time. Federal Electoral Commission, they did that time. We get the
whiskey.
Of your whiskey did that time. We get the one say whether NECO, National Electoral Commission, they did that time. You understand? NEC, that one did that time too. And the NECON or something like that. National Electoral Commission of Nigeria, NECON, they did that time. And that kind of thing. The eye never did inside. Now the eye of the company, now they bring the problem when we say it did. Before you take up that one, I want to ask us, because time not be our friend again, make we look the one we say concern the campaign of governance. We never saw in the history of this country where you say one party, even if a ruling political party, they get 31 governors or more. You decide, but we see now and that kind of thing. This will now bring us to the question of say, what it be what it they induce them? Because some people talk say yes, they don't go, but tomorrow they'll come and say yes, say they go. Say they get some kind of a pressure from one people or the other. Why did they pressurize people to join the other political party?
Yeah, thank you so much, Baba. First of all, can I let my leader here know say if I say we, now still we.
Okay.
Why I say we be say now Senate, House of Rep, House of Assembly, they do the now they do the constitution matter.
Okay.
And not be from
moon
that they bring and come. Now we they queue for SCG, queue for Adesuwa, queue for Ogwola. They elect the people. Now we they collect the money, put for pocket, they vote the person when we know say no good. So if we as at that point decide, say see who we want, and the person go there, those people go fit make sure say this thing change. If all of us were there here decide to vote the right people.
But this is some people when we say the day before. What they call cross, what they call move.
Still not be the right person. Still not be the right person.
When are you going to get the right person?
When are you going to get the right person? Still not be the right person. Yeah. Make I also tell you, say, these governors when they decamp now, there was a time, I'm not sure say Tinubu even play politics with Obasanjo player.
Okay.
Yeah, you know plan which. You know, I'm not sure say he go 50 plan which at length where Obasanjo do a reach. Obasanjo was when he did now the alpha the omega of power. Now he be use them well. But still
you know abuse them.
There was a man when not change for Lagos State. When saying go build the name. As even when they say no change, they stop some version to go to that state.
And I be the man now.
The man stand.
Okay, stop your allocation.
Yes. Now my mama born that pikin now. Now papa born her. My person. If we get that kind of person when stand the ground for let's say 25 to 28 states, as at this present time, when I say no, I want to build my own. Oh, me also think I say one day me will become president. Make I build my own. Edo they build, Delta they build, Ondo they build, Zamfara they build. Say no, leave me. I want my own must good. My own must good. If we get that type of team in Nigeria, I'm not sure so we'll get the kind of laughing stock of governors we'll get today, whereby we say that they pursue them where nobody just run they go. Nobody they pursue them, just they run. Are you making fool of themselves, maybe mockery of themselves? That I don't know how their children and grandchildren go fit with their history. After they don't also read one man own for 1999, call it say even when our father was building roads, bridges in Delta State, overhead bridges, nothing. The next thing just change them. Say no, not like this party again, and they move to another party when nobody pursue. I don't know how history will teach a generation set upon those kind of things. So to me, we need to sanitize the system individually, collectively, from our own. Before if me come the talk here begin do something wrong, that be say me a bad person. If all of us begin do and say make we do it collectively the right way, things go definitely good well. Just say we too get hungry people many for the system, both the people when they vote and the people when want vote for.
Hungry people have been greedy people.
I just use the name hungry because I don't use greed well so many times. I get into people when not the insatiable say not say if a person when drink garri and groundnut, sometimes they sleep better sleep past person when yes when you think of. So by the time we begin think of say okay, if you want even build house, you see and say this kind of place where big like this now your own. You don't go fit sleep this edge, go sleep that edge now for one night now. People go begin build, buy here, buy there, buy that. At the end of the day, it don't go. Are you getting it now? Until the narrative. So make our people to begin teach history. If you call our children now will be Awolowo, they don't know more. Our children don't know about Buzaleo. History don't make them forget, wipe up those people mentally. So make we begin teach children history. Children supposed to get who they hook up to. You get one woman, this one will be very laughable. Get one woman when
but Ali go jail that time.
Yeah. But still it's been celebrated today as we still speak. Things
the day when Ali go they be say what is supposed to use money for? You know, you go for that thing.
Today I sure say if you hear somebody when they call Ali, you go want ask and say which of the Ali. You will want ask him. Then if you hear somebody going to say who they call Anini, you will want ask him if na Anini or Anini. You will want differentiate them. Okay. The woman he get 6 months, less than 6 months old baby. He go drop her for a mother-in-law for St. Saviour, go attend Charlie Poppy show. Because, yes. That kind, just think of, I tell you what happen. I'm trying to resolve now. It go drop picking for a mother-in-law. In they come make you see somebody for outside. Now the next day morning come. Where you go, say go Gary, go watch Charlie Poppy. Think of the picking when that girl now they want bring up. If you feel leave picking for night, go Charlie Poppy show for. Now that kind of person want tell you say Nigeria go good tomorrow. So until we begin to do something right, say who be your mentor, who you they follow, who you they admire, we could go back to history to teach our children. Because virtually the Nigeria we are living today totally don't fear.
Osan Okoro Abarai, I thank you so much for this call.
Thank you so much.
And that's now here we go end the matter today. Nosa Omoegi, I thank you so much.
Well,
say you come at very short notice.
They say matter not the finish for police station.
Now here want to end
Nigeria.
Now here want to end the program today. We thank everybody who NBC they try to call into the program today. Make you know very shortly by next time our telephone will do okay the way NBC you go fit user. My name now Thomas Sado. Make you not forget say and the song when deaf man hear before they become deaf. Now the latest song to run. Now good evening.
This is ITV. Certainly the best. This is ITV. Certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbedo Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osaro Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
area ma isa jolure na owa to wa pe wo
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Ernest Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
Once again, welcome to this business show on ITV this morning. I'm Gato Destiny, aka Man of Steel. Already, I've introduced us to the use of cardiorespiratory exercises, and aerobics. This morning, once again, we want to take another variation of the aerobics. Thank you to watch. We will be stretching first, of course, otherwise called the warm-up, which is very essential and necessary in every workout. Afterwards, we'll do a cool down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Please return that. This. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Inward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And outward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright. For our waist and of course on our torso, we have to do some stretching. Please place your hand by your side. And let's go. This direction first, please. Let's go. 1, 2, 3. Alright, that will be fine. Now go this way. 1, 2, 3. Alright. And before the last one, let's place our hand behind our back. Mind you, it's proper this way. Don't go like this, it's wrong. Just do this or alternatively do this. Alright, but I prefer this personally. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that should stretch your back for you. Of course, let's do our thigh stretch. 1, 2, 3. Remember, when you pull your thigh, ensure that your elbow is directly facing, your knee is directly facing the ground. Alright? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, that'll be fine. Guys, are we good? Alright, the first program to be run this morning will be the mountain climb. Yeah, many of you are conversant with this move. And of course, we will be introducing more to you. But for now, let's hit this. Alright, let's step down to it. Yeah, all good? Yeah, good. Let's go. We're going 3 sets and 10 reps each. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Woo. All right, please. Woo. Yeah. How do you feel? Yeah. That was set 1. It's necessary you do your workout, the reps, and the set. All right. So that was the first set. And we're not wasting time waiting for the second set. The minimum break duration for every set should not exceed 20 seconds and a minimum of 10 seconds. Alright, we're good with 10. Of course. Let's do it again. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright. When you do this, more effect will come to your abdominal region if you just look up while doing it. What I mean is this. Alright? So not all the way this. But there's nothing wrong with staying this way. However, breathing your head might place more pressure. Alright, for the very last set of this mountain climb, let's get down, please. Let's go. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Alright, at this junction, we will take a water break. We'll join you in the next workout for this very session. Thanks very much. Once again, I'm Gato Destiny. Alright, let's do this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. Yeah, you have to let it work on this. 3, 2, when you do this, ensure that your knee gets to the level of your chest. Okay? Well, that's the maximum level you get. And of course, the minimum here. I understand not everyone is as flexible as I am or as anyone here. Please, will just keep it safe and do the right thing. Thank you very much. Alright, we'll go on the left. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, that's exhausting. How do you feel? Yeah, thank you very much. And this is the last set of this workout. Remember, everyone should do on this set and the rest. Alright, thank you. Let's do this. Let's go to the left, to right, brother. 3, 2, 1, let's hit it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Yeah, we'll also 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa. And that'll be all for this morning. Alright, remember, I said in the beginning, before any workout, there's need for a warm-up. And after that, there's also need for cool-down. This is the cool-down. Alright guys, just sustain the breath, watch this first. Ensure that your knees are locked, alright? This one goes with hamstrings, the calf, and as well as the lower back. Doing this. Swing it, swing it, swing it. Got that? Alright guys, let's do this. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, just 5, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Alright. So, lastly, what we did before we started, let's stretch it. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So that's the last thing. Yeah. Please let's target our hamstrings. Do this. Just sit inside of it. Alright? Please do not stand on it. Keep that that means this. And both stand just this. Alright? Stand 1, 2. Yeah, this is a form of squat though, but this is not the purpose of developing or building the hamstring muscle, it's just for stretching it. Yes, today you do not need to use weights to build your pectorals, your chest, and of course your biceps, your biceps and triceps. You have programs you can do at home and get what you want. You understand? So we'll be doing push-ups this morning, what's called push-ups. We'll do push-ups this morning. And of course, we do have our ladies. There are variations for ladies. Please watch them very closely to get your lady out there. Watch them closely to get what you have to do. And of course, our guys are here. Thanks very much. Let's hit it, guys. Are we ready? Are we good? Yeah. We're going to do the pyramid first, which is the closed range and push-up. Alright, let's go. 3, 2, 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Whoa, how does that feel? Yeah, that's the first set for this morning. And we'll be doing 3 sets of that. Meanwhile, the first one was close your hand in pyramid shape. And that one goes for the tricep. For ladies that have sagging hand, you can do that actually, and it will help you. And of course, this time around we're doing mid open, and finally we'll do wide range of it. So we're going there now. The mid open. Let's go. 3, 2, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 8, 9, and 10. Alright, that's for the mid open. And someone wants to ask, why exactly are the ladies crossing their legs? I mean, why they cross legs for the ladies? Now you understand that the guys have more defined muscles, and of course to bring more weight on the upper body, we go on the what's called the toes, picking all the weight in the body to the upper body. But for the ladies, they do not need much weight, just that. So we break it down at the knee level by crossing the legs. So the weight used starts from this very region. You understand? Alright, thank you for watching. Alright, for the last very set of these exercises, the wide range or the push-up, particularly intended to build the side of the chest. Do you understand? Alright, let's hit it. Okay, this is wide enough. At least double your shoulder width. Double your shoulder width is enough. 3, 2, 1, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. How many of you noticed I cheated there? I actually did 1, I did 2, and called it 1. Yeah, just to lay more emphasis on that part. But today, thank you guys. Yeah, we're awesome. But today, we're done with this. Thanks very much for watching. Please, be safe.
In the morning sun, searching for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah.
This is ITV. Certainly the best.
In the evening of the initiation day, all the newly initiated Edion danced to the residents of the Odion Way and also visited some homes of the various senior elders, where Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse was very conspicuous, especially at the country home of Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion with his family on the night of the initiation. On the following morning, as part of the rite to be performed by the newly initiated Edion in Okada town, the initiates, led by Chief Elder Ogbeide Onwonse, visited the Esama of Benin, Sir Chief Dr. Gabriel Osawo Igbenedion, at his Okada country home residence to pay homage and appreciate him for all he has done in the development of the community, which has placed Okada in world map. They also thanked him for his role in the success of their ceremony. They commended the Esama of Benin as a custodian of Benin cultural heritage and for revitalizing the age-long tradition of the age-grade ceremony.
when we be born, and now we need money. We are way away, John. Why you told them? Okay, they look at you and John. We are Nadia, put you Nadia over here. But you were in your baby. You are my baby, sir. You are Jolena over our talk.
Top on the list of the initiates was the eldest son of the Esama of Benin and former governor of Edo State, Chief Lucky Nosakare Igbenedion. 11 of his siblings, namely Bright Ayamekwe Igbenedion, Honorable Charles Osemwige Igbenedion, Peter Osawari Igbenedion, Dr. Fred Osanwi Igbenedion, Barrister Mike Osarene Igbenedion, Efosa Douglas Igbenedion, Ukponwa Enes Igbenedion, Osawe Igbenedion, Edosa Igbenedion, Dr. Daniel Omorige Igbenedion, Agbon Steve Igbenedion, as well as the Executive Director Operations, ITV and Radio, Chief Elder Ugbeide Nwonse. It was a vital aspect of Okada community's cultural heritage, which emphasized the significance of age, responsibility, and community service. Over 50 notable sons of Okada were also initiated. According to tradition and customs, those initiated, dressed in white traditional attire, were made to undergo some rituals, while the Odionwe pronounces blessings on them and assisted them to take a seat with the elders.
This is Anegbete community, situated in Isako Central Local Government Area of Edo State. It is an agrarian community with united people that promotes unity and oneness for peaceful coexistence. The inhabitants of the community migrated from Benin, the cradle of black civilization, a kingdom where king is truly king. The ancestors of Anegbete saw that age was the main determinant of leadership in the rural setting, and the eldest man in the settlement was regarded as the leader who presided over meetings, and his authority is held in high esteem. To further strengthen this unique system of leadership, age group evolved in Anegbete. In Anegbete, age group is categorized into two, that is the common and the noble. Anegbete is rich in cultural heritage, as the community at noon saw the commitment of the festival with the first set rolled out in beauty colors to showcase their might and strength, indicating their feet and ready for the responsibilities behold on them. The streets in the community with a feed up of young men and women adorned with the festival. Later, the royal family takes the stage as their children fight out royally and work in the community to showcase their might and fitness.
My leader.